You're live.
I want to call to order the December 3rd, 2021 meeting of the full commission quarterly meeting. I want to welcome everyone here with us today, all commissioners, Commissioner Storm, Deputy Commissioner Clark, TAH officials, and those of you who are viewing this live on YouTube. Welcome. Before we get into the discussion of today's agenda, and it's a rather lengthy agenda today, we want to start off with the important invocation that's going to be given to us by Ralph Swallows, and then I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Swallows.
Thank you, Dr. Kleinert. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this opportunity, a chance to come together to talk about matters important to our Commonwealth and our sportsmen. We thank you for the opportunity to serve, to represent those in our districts and across the state. We ask for your wisdom and discernment as we talk about matters that impact the wonderful creation you made for us, and thankful that we enjoy such an abundance of resources in our state. We realize the importance of these issues and the matters involved, and we pray for great wisdom and discernment as we cover these issues and these topics. Pray blessings on all the leaders of our state and the sportsmen and all the people of our Commonwealth. And we ask this in the powerful name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Gentlemen, would you rise with me for the recitation of the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Secretary, would you call the roll, please, sir, for the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Floyd.
Here I am.
Commissioner Fisher.
Present.
Commissioner Swallows.
Present.
Commissioner Mackey.
Present.
Commissioner Lillard.
Here.
Commissioner Farrell.
Present.
Commissioner Horn.
Present.
Commissioner Morgan. I'm here. Commissioner Kleinert.
Here, sir.
All are present, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. If you were listening very closely, you are hearing for the first time in over 8 months that we have a full slate of commissioners present. So that's a great point. And today is kind of a historic day. We have our first representative from any district from a minority. We have an African-American appointed by the governor on November the 23rd. He appointed Jerry Farrell of Richmond, Kentucky. So we're glad to have Jerry, and I'm going to call you Jerry. I know I don't know you very well yet, Mr. Farrell, but we're glad to have Jerry on the board with us. And I've already told him, other commissioners, that we're anxious to help him any way we can get up to speed. There's so much information for him to digest. So Jerry, if you want, I'd like to give you a few minutes just to tell the commission and the public, since I don't have your bio yet, a little bit about yourself and whatever else you want to say, sir. So it's yours.
Thank you. Well, as we start off here today, I just want to say thank you for the prayer that we just had as far as opening up. That's a great way to start the meeting off. And my name is Jerry Farrell. You call me Jerry. I'm from Richmond, Kentucky, and I'm 62 years old. I'm an avid fisherman, of course, and I love to small game hunt as well. I love to hunt rabbit and squirrel. I was raised here in Richmond, Kentucky. And when I grew up, I was 7 years old, thereabouts. On Thanksgiving, my dad would take me rabbit hunting while mom and my sister and everybody got all the Thanksgiving dinner together. So that's how I started off my hunting and fishing. He'd also take us fishing. We used to fish down there at a private lake here in Richmond. And it's, of course, now EKU owns that, and it's the Arlington Golf Course. But used to have a lot of fun down there. We'd ride our bikes down and go fishing. And we would, ride our bikes and go hunting. So now all those lands that we used to hunt and fish, so much has changed here in Richmond. Everything has been developed, and there's now subdivisions and all the lands where I used to learn how to hunt and fish and all that. I still do a lot of fishing, do a lot of tournament fishing. It's something that I enjoy quite a bit. We had a club at Toyota when I worked there, and I always managed to stay in the top 5. Not bragging, guys, but I thought I was pretty good.
That's all right.
Yeah, out of about 200 or 300 guys.
Josh is
Yeah.
in trouble.
But yeah, I really enjoy that. I still fish right now. I'm on the Geritol Trail now with these old guys. We go up here to Lake Reba, and we got a little shootout that starts at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it goes on till about 9. And the 3 biggest fish, the best weight, they take home that prize. So I'm still enjoying it, and I'll do it as long as I possibly can. And right now, I currently work as a school bus driver for the Madison County School System. So I'm not fully retired, guys. Not there yet. I drive a bus at North Madison County down at Boone's Trace. Pretty good group of kids I got. I've been with them now for 4 years. I've about got them lined out down there. And in the afternoons, on the weekends, I go to Sportsman's Warehouse in Lexington, and that's where I work in the fishing department as an associate. That's my fun job. I love to go in there and talk, meet people, and show them what works and how to set this up and how to do that. So I just am happy. I'm humbled to be a part of this group. It's an honor for me to be the first, and it's just really something I haven't fully consumed yet, but I'm working on that. And I'm sure with you guys' help, I can represent my district, all 17 counties, to the best of my ability. And that is my plan, is to represent them to the best of my ability. And I just want to say thanks, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Well, thank you. We'll thank you for being in that position. And we hope now you've got a third fun job. You said you have 2 other fun jobs. I hope this turns into a fun job. I see a couple of them grinning like maybe he's kidding him. No, it's a fun job. We have our difficult times, but I think you're going to find it a rewarding and an overall fun job. And I believe you'll find all of these gentlemen anxious to help you any way that they can help fulfill your hopes and wishes for the 6th district. I want to turn now over to Commissioner Storm and Deputy Commissioner Clark for remarks and presentations they have to do. Mr. Storm.
Thank you, Chairman Kleinert. And as always, thank you to our valued customers for making all this possible. And Jerry, it's good to have you here on the Fish and Wildlife Commission. Look forward to meeting you in person, and maybe I can stop by and see you at Sportsman's Warehouse before holiday season. Generally, when I give opening remarks, I try to do this quickly. We have several things that we want to touch today, and we're going to have a long meeting today. So what I would like to do for the sake of time is I want to mention a couple of retirements, and we have a couple of employees here today that have decided to retire, and we want to give them an opportunity to be recognized. And I guess I'll just start on my list here with Chris Garland. He is our former wildlife director. He began serving the Department of Fish and Wildlife in 1995. I didn't know he was that old. He began working as a technician for our deer restoration crew. He was a technician at Taylorsville Lake WMA, a small game biologist, farm bill biologist, then assistant wildlife director And then I had the privilege to promote him to our Director of Wildlife. But I'll say most importantly about Chris Garland, getting to know him as a man and a personality. He's a great family man, and he was a great leader for the Commonwealth and the Division of Wildlife. And I will tell you, he'll be sorely missed by me and many of our staff. And but he'll always be a champion for the department and somebody that I'd encourage everybody here today to reach out to and stay in touch with. But I'll give Chris the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner Storm. I appreciate it. It's truly been an honor and a privilege to work a career with the department. I think I've been blessed beyond measure with one, a great family, and two, the Fish and Wildlife family that I got to serve for 26 and a half years. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Been a pleasure to work with commission members. Enjoyed the time working with y'all. Appreciate the job y'all have to do. It's a thankless job. I know you all get pulled in a lot of different directions. So thank you for what you do. Mr. Farrell, congratulations and welcome to the commission. Didn't get to work with you, but I'm sure you'll do a fabulous job, and congratulations on that again. I was fortunate enough as a kind of high school age to know what I wanted to do with my life, and knew Fish and Wildlife was the route, and conservation was the route I wanted to go. And like I said, was able to start that career fresh out of college and continue it for a long career, and still get to continue in the conservation field. So I'm tickled to death and appreciate, like I said, each and every one of you, and thank you. And I'll implore all you guys, you commission, you know me, listen to the science, listen to these biologists that are going to be presenting to you today. And you know, everyone's got their own opinions and things we see out there day to day and things that help form those opinions. But the science tells the truth behind all the numbers. So pay attention to our biologists, and thank you all. I appreciate it.
Chris, we appreciate you, and sincerely, I look forward to seeing you down the road. And I do know that he's going to continue to be helpful. So every chance you get, Chris, clap in the background for us and keep cheering us on, rooting us on. We do look forward to seeing you. Our next retirement is Tony Wheatley. And many of you here today probably don't know Tony, those of you that are watching in public, but department employees, we've come to know Tony as a guy that helps us make things happen when it comes to purchasing land, identifying properties. Another great personality, good man. He started his employment with state government in 2001 at the Finance Cabinet and Real Properties with property acquisitions, then naturally fill in a niche to come over to the Department of Fish and Wildlife in 2006 as land acquisition manager. He's a guy that is straightforward and tells you the way it is, and I really appreciate that. He received an ACE award in 2019 for outstanding contributions to the department. His accomplishments in his career involved over 30,000 acres of land acquisitions for the department, which is absolutely incredible. Key properties, Veterans Memorial WMA, Big Rivers WMA, Rockcastle River WMA, numerous donations across the state, much more land and easement acquisitions during his time in the Finance Cabinet, numerous PACE easements that conserve farmland in the bluegrass. And in the last 2 years alone, he's helped us to acquire 11 philo properties covering 4,400 acres. So this time I'll turn it over to our friend Tony Wheatley.
Thank you, sir. I could talk for quite a while, and but I recognize the commission's got a heavy agenda today. So I'm going to keep this pretty short and sweet. Is number one, I'm very thankful that I was given the opportunity to be employed by this department. Secondly, I am comfortable that I have contributed. And then I would like to remind folks that the department is going to outlive us all. So with that, good night and good luck.
Thank you, Tony.
And you can see that straightforward approach that I love about Tony Wheatley, but a smiling face and also a champion for the department. And Tony, we really do appreciate you and what you've done for us, and stop by and see us too. We look forward seeing you in the future.
Thank you as well, and be sure to say hi to your dad.
I'll do that.
He's a great guy.
Thank you. I think so. I'm biased. This time, Gabe, could we start our conservation officer slides? All right, our conservation officer awards, we were really happy to be able to celebrate with our officers a few months back. And, really proud of our conservation officers here in Kentucky and our leadership team. We've invested a lot in our conservation officers. And to be able to meet in person and recognize some of these people, we felt like today was appropriate to cover this with the public. And so we will start with our bravery awards. And we do have a number, and if you all would like to hear about the specifics, we'll ship these out to you via email. But our bravery awards went to Officer Stephen Combs, Officer Brian Smith, Officer Paul Sorrell, and Sergeant Jason Ping. And we're really thankful for these guys. Our next awards are life-saving awards, kind of self-explanatory, but different situations, testament to what our officers do daily. These life-saving awards went to Sergeant Jared Alley, Sergeant Lauren Clark, and Sergeant Jared Irvin. And continued, Sergeant Glenn Griffey, Sergeant Travis Neal, and Captain Andrew Suit. Our next group of awards, Merited Service Awards, are Officer Andrew Ambergy, Officer Tim Brett, and Officer Tori Vickers. Continued, Officer Christian Cornett, Sergeant Jason Ping, and Officer Kirk Bolgren. Our Officer of the Year Award for CFWA, very prestigious a very prestigious award for Officer Brian Hill, who was not able to attend this in person, but on behalf of the CFWA organization, he was Kentucky's Conservation Officer of the Year, and we're really proud of him as well. As we shared yesterday, Mr. Farrell, you're going to get to hear a lot of acronyms, and here's one of my favorites, the NASBLA, Officer of the Year Award for Kentucky. We're really proud of BJ Morris down in Western Kentucky, and you can see he usually has a big smiling face, and we're happy to see him smiling there.
That's Commissioner, if I may, that's the National Association of Voting Law Enforcement Administrators.
So now you know why we have these acronyms. The next award, Officer Cody Berry, Shakir Safari Award, and we're really proud of Officer Berry for this award. Our next award, NWTF 2020 Officer of the Year, is Officer Zach Carney. And our Serve to Conserve, or shout out to partners, something, I'll tell you what, we can't do what we do without our great partners within the state. The Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Foundation. I'll go over some information how you can connect with the foundation, but they sponsored 176 campers for a total of $28,830. A Carr Creek Fish and Game Club donated $5,000 in elk habitat equipment. They gave us a number of pieces of equipment, and these folks are very hospitable. I've been there several times, and we thank you, Mr. McCoy and the Carr Creek Fish and Game Club. Another thing we wanted to give a shout out to, just outstanding efforts in the community. In Perry County, Thanksgiving Day food delivery for the community. And you can see we participated as an agency to help with this. And then the Knott County Youth Outdoor Event. This event was designed to bring a number of things together, from fellowship, Christianity, encouraging youth to be in the outdoors. And the Knott County judge, I feel like he's on to something that other communities could and should be involved in. And certainly we'd like to partner with these events. And so I had the privilege to spend some time with these children. And that's a wonderful facility. And if anybody wants any information about how they can do that, we would be glad to be a vehicle to help make that happen. Our next, we're going to go to accomplishments. Right?
Commissioner, would you mind, while he's bringing that up, would you mind if I make a quick comment?
Sure.
I'm just going to encourage everyone also to visit our Kentucky Afield YouTube channel, where there's, speaking of partners and youth events, there's a featured segment on a recent Kentucky Afield show that highlighted one of these partner youth activities. It's, I believe it's called Youth Heroes. It's a hunt for special needs kids that our officers partnered together with the 4th District Federation local league affiliate in Central Kentucky to offer special hunting opportunities for youths and their family members or mentors, along with their officers. Just a fabulous example of the kind of things that our staff and partners do together. And just wanted to encourage folks to visit our YouTube channel or KET and watch that segment as well as the entire show. Just a fabulous piece on that effort. Thank you.
All right, the 2021 accomplishments. We felt like this was important to share this with the board and with the public. A lot of things to celebrate here at the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and during the pandemic, we continued to move the needle. I'm really proud of our staff. Okay. All right, I didn't see it on the screen. I apologize. But the first thing we're going to talk about is the paddlecraft launches. And so I had the opportunity to go out to Lake Reba and check out the first of its kind handicap accessible canoe and kayak launch site. And this is just absolutely fantastic. It gives people the opportunity to access the water, whether handicapped or not. It's a state-of-the-art, federally funded opportunity where we can engage with folks that like to enjoy Kentucky's waters. And so, Commission Member Farrell, you can probably run right down the road and check that out if you haven't seen that. It's something that we want to do more of these in the future, but at the end of the day, we want to help the public get out on Kentucky's waters. Next slide. Shawnee Park boat ramp. This was something that we opened up early in the year. A big celebration because a large percentage of our licensed anglers live within a few miles of this boat ramp. And so we were excited to launch this opportunity on the west side of Louisville. And I think this will be a ramp that's going to be used very regularly. Next slide. Our life jacket loaner stations. I had the opportunity to go out to Beaver Lake and celebrate our first life jacket loaner station. Lots of people came together, locals, partners, and this is simply life jackets that can be borrowed when people go out on the water. And so will we ever be able to quantify how many lives are saved? Not at all. But if we save one life, these are certainly worth all the effort that we put into them. So we're excited about this, and we've got a number of these that are underway, and I think this is going to be something that grows across the state. Next slide. Our Strutting in the Bluegrass series. Get a lot of positive feedback about this. People really enjoy to engage during the season. This is live hunting in the field, and you can see our numbers. A lot of sportsmen and women, they've really, really enjoyed watching Strutting in the Bluegrass. Next slide. Our state fair. If you've never been to Kentucky State Fair, I'd strongly encourage you to. And if the Department of Fish and Wildlife is the reason, then so be it. We engage with a lot of visitors. We share a lot of public information there, and this year was a hit. And we wore masks, and we were able to be open and serve the public. and it was really good to see people's faces, and those of you that have been there before, you can see we had a new look, and we were really excited to be at the State Fair in August. Next slide. Our real world fishing campaign. This is something to connect us with the fishing world, and especially those folks that perhaps haven't purchased a license. And these e-blasts that we sent out, we're looking for our licensed customers to buy another fishing license. And so proud of our marketing team and the trajectory and direction. Our public enjoyed the videos. You can see 103,000 views. It's just a great way to promote fishing in Kentucky waters. Next slide. Kentucky Wild. We continue to celebrate Kentucky Wild. We've got members now in 47 states. People always ask, where do we need members? You know somebody, we need somebody in Delaware, New Mexico, and Oregon. And so pick up the phone and let's make it 50 states here in the new year. Next slide. Prescribed fire. This year we were able to burn 8,000 acres of land, and we did a lot of land improvements. And I can tell you, we're serious about this. I've had meetings with the Wildlife Division. We want to burn more prescribed fire. We want to enhance habitat, and namely in Eastern Kentucky, we have a lot of property that is going in a direction that I'd like to see us get it back into grassland. So we're gonna try to move the needle this year. Next slide. I think you're going to hear a lot about CWD surveillance today, and I just simply want to say that we had a heck of an effort so far, and Gabe's going to give an update. So I won't spend a great deal of time on this, but this has brought continuity to our agency. It's put people in the field together, and I will tell you this, I've had a lot of positive feedback. And so thanks to our staff, I'm really proud of you. And at this point, CWD has not been detected in Kentucky. Next slide. As I mentioned in the beginning with Tony Wheatley's retirement, 2021 FELO accomplishments, we've acquired 11 new projects, 11 counties, and we generated over 151,000 stream credits. This gives our hunters and anglers a new opportunity without depleting the Fish and Game Fund to enjoy public lands. Next slide. Our new fisheries director is working hard to standardize regulations, make things simple as possible, and simply use science-based management practices and making fishing regulations easier for the public. And so we were excited about these simplified regulations, and we're going to continue to work on these in all of our divisions. So we're thankful for Dave Dreves, and I was going to mention that in a few minutes, but Dave has just been appointed our new fisheries director, and I'm excited. I'm excited for the direction he's going to move the fisheries division, and I think he's a qualified man and been here for many years, and so we're excited to have Dave on our team. Next slide. Our invasive carp harvest, as you can see, we continue to move the needle, and I feel like we've exceeded expectations with this program. I have a lot of positive feedback on both Barkley and Kentucky Lake. And frankly, we've had some pretty positive feedback with commercial fishermen as well. So we've been engaged with those folks, and Dr. Floyd and I and many others have been working hard to just enhance and take this program into the next generation. We anticipate a record harvest for the 4th consecutive year, and we're committed to remove large amounts of carp in Kentucky waters. Next slide. Kentucky Afield. Every year, this group just continues to impress me. We're the most followed state and fish and wildlife agency. this crew continues to showcase parts of Kentucky and pieces of Kentucky that a lot of people don't recognize. And so I really appreciate the work of our team at Kentucky Field. Next slide. Conservation camps, we were happy to be open this year. It was a challenge. We had COVID and numbers started to rise as our camps adjourned for the year, but we operated at 60% capacity, and nearly 2,500 youths were able to go through our conservation camps. And if you're interested in sponsoring a child to go to a conservation camp, you can do a scholarship at KentuckyWildlife.com, KentuckyWildlife.com. And these camps are for grades 4 through 6. Next slide. I think hunter education was one of our biggest successes this year. Again, in a year where people were not necessarily able to get together, we certified nearly 6,000, and on average, we do far less than that. So we're excited. That gives us a customer base, opportunity to sell license and put people in the field in a safe way. And so we're excited about how this hunter education program is working, and we're excited to have people in person again in the near future. Next slide. And I give our team a whole lot of credit here, and this is part of the modernization piece that we talk about consistently, is how we can be more user friendly and we can connect with more people. And obviously having a Spanish boating and fishing guide is something that I feel like is long overdue. So thanks to Gabe and Brian Clark for helping to deliver this. And I think it's been very well received. But moving into the next age of fish and wildlife is something that we're serious about here, and connecting with customers that want to connect with Kentucky Fish and Wildlife is certainly a goal here. And just in closing, I know this is a whole lot of information. This past quarter has been, it's been really good here at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife with our employees that were willing to give up their deer season to go to Western Kentucky, their family time, even some gave up Thanksgiving. I can't thank staff enough for their commitment to the agency, the organization, the efforts that went into this. We've covered the state as employees in the last quarter at just almost a frantic pace, and I'm really proud of our people. From dove season to deer season this quarter, we have engaged with a lot of people. We've had a lot of happy customers, and we've had some customers that we needed to help out in different ways, and so that's why we're here, is to serve, and we're going to continue to do that to our best ability. And we're thankful for all of you all that are here today, and I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. It's a wonderful time of the season. As I left my house this morning, I looked on the counter and I saw I could sponsor a child, an unfortunate child, for $33 and give them clean water. And I think sometimes we don't consider how fortunate we are to live in this country. And so I would encourage you, whether it's an act of kindness or something you can afford, perhaps it's giving a deer to Hunters for the Hungry, but this is the season to serve others and bless others. And I just encourage you to do that. I hope you're happy. I hope you're healthy and blessed. And thank you all of you for your service. And thanks for the opportunity, Chairman Kleiner, to give you these updates.
Thank you, Commissioner Storm. Before I recognize Deputy Commissioner Clark, on behalf of the commission, I want to say to Chris and Tony, thank you for your years of dedicated service. It's been a pleasure for the commission to work with you all. And to paraphrase an expression, gone but not forgotten, I'll paraphrase it to say, gone but still on the hook. So there'll be times that we'll be referring to you guys for your wisdom and your help, I'm sure. So don't change your telephone number. I know you're inclined maybe to do so. Also, I want to recognize the officers of of the Law Enforcement Division, I had the privilege and the honor of giving the commencement address to the officers and their awards recognition days. These guys are truly on the tip of the spear of the agency as far as being oftentimes the only people that the public comes in contact that have to do with the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife. They were so professionally outfitted the other day. They are the commensurate law enforcement officers in the state. We are very proud of them, or consummate, I should have said. We're quite proud of them, and I want to recognize their great service. Also, to the partners, please keep up your good work. We're so honored to have you all helping us and to be dedicated servants to the sportsmen of Kentucky also. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have a lot of remarks. Commissioner Storm covered things very well for us. I just echo his kudos to our staff. We had, to put a number to it, over 200 staff out of our approximately 600, including interim staff, who went from around the state to the chronic wasting disease surveillance zone, the 5 western counties, far west Kentucky, near the most recent detection in CWD, Tennessee. And some of these staff members worked the entire modern gun deer season. So they were over there, camped out, staying at our Camp Curry, other locations, and working in some cases out in the weather under an easy up or out of their truck, checking in deer that were coming to check stations and pulling samples. So just hats off to them. Commissioner Storm and I had opportunity to go over and visit with and work in that area. And we're just continuously impressed with the commitment of our staff. And so since I'm going to be pinch hitting for Chris Garland in light of his retirement for the wildlife items, I will toss the baton back to you, Chairman, and save my voice and wear and tear with the commission for a few minutes henceforth.
Thank you, both commissioners, for your input and your updates. That was great. Before we go into action items, we decided to have the public remarks read prior to any voting. It gives the commissioners an opportunity, I think, to hear some of the public comments. So we decided to move that up. So it's kind of maybe out of sequence here, but we'd like to hear public remarks. Mr. Kevin Kelly is going to go over those for us. We do respond to, I want to remind you that somebody in the department does respond to every remark or every comment that's made, whether it's today or whether it's in a few days to come. Someone from the department responds to each of these questions or comments from the public. So, Mr. Kelly, I'll give it to you, sir.
Kevin's his screen is getting shared here. I will, if I may, Chairman Kleiner,
Sure.
just give the commission a pat on the back. Chairman Kleiner pointed out that some of the comments may be relevant to an action item that's on the agenda, where those comments might be helpful for commission members to see if they hadn't had opportunity to review those prior to the meeting. We do collect those up until 5 p.m. as Kevin's going to allude to, the day prior to the meeting now, and so they may be emailed to us. We send those to all the members, and then the commission members, of course, hear a representative sample of those here. But I wanted to just give the commission a shout out for moving that up in the agenda prior to the action items, so that if there's a relevant comment or consideration that hasn't been thought of or factored in, there's opportunity for that going forward. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. So, Mr. Kelly, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed, sir.
Okay. As the Deputy Commissioner Clark alluded to, I'll give an overview of how public comments are accepted and handled, and then go into reading the public comments that we've received on the agenda items for today's meeting. So public comments regarding agenda items may be submitted by email to fw.publicaffairs@ky.gov until 5 p.m. Eastern, the day preceding the meeting, and those comments will be read by department staff up to 3 minutes total per commenter, time permitting, and at the discretion of the commission chair. Commenters should include commission meeting in their email subject line and include their first and last name, Kentucky county of residence or state of residence if a non-resident, and organizational affiliation and position if they are an officer or official representative for a particular organization. Commenters' contact information is not required for emailed comments, but will be necessary if information is requested. and other than name and affiliation, it will not be publicly disclosed if provided. Anonymous comments will be reviewed by the commission, but may not be read during the meeting. The commission chair reserves the right to not read publicly any comments that are libelous, profane, derogatory of others, redundant, or not relevant to the meeting agenda. Questions will receive an email response. With that, I will go to our first comment. It's regarding the proposed expansion of trapping opportunity for selected fur bearers. Begin. My name is Stephen Pickard, and I live in Whitley County. I'm president of United Trappers of Kentucky. Our officers, directors, and all members that I'm aware of unanimously oppose the suggested trapping change presented at today's commission meeting. I believe several individual trappers as well have each contacted you directly opposing this. We feel it would be an ineffective solution to any perceived decline in the turkey population that would have little true effect if passed, but has the potential of having numerous problems arise from it, as I noted in the comments from UTK that were previously supplied to you. We would prefer to see any potential change or action concerning turkey, and has always been with deer and elk, be managed with season length, regulation, and limit or zone changes within that species. We believe Kentucky fur bearers should always continue to be managed as such and not be taken at a time when there is absolutely no fur value. If landowner or property managers feel strongly enough that they have a fur bearer problem, there is already ample time for them to purchase a trapping license and join the rest of us during the almost 4-month fur bearer trapping season, when the animal can perhaps be utilized. Another option is for them to simply contact a trapper for help. There would be no incentive for a trapper to assist them in the spring. We have always had the raccoon, skunk, and possum long before, during stocking, and currently along with the turkeys. If there is a true decline problem with turkey, fur bearers are only a part of it and most likely not the major issue. Habitat and wet spring weather are major factors. Kentucky currently has a very clearly defined trapping season that simply includes all fur bearers, same dates, mid-November through February. It is far better to not begin going down the road of subdividing species and permitted traps for species for all parties involved. Should this begin today, you may see future issues to be addressed that range from more restricted stipulated trapping equipment to year-round seasons on some selected species. I ask that you make no changes and leave all fur bearer regulations joined together as one season and not pass this selective season and species extension today. Thank you. That concludes the comment from Mr. Pickard. I'll move on. We have a handful of comments regarding the proposed relocation of elk to McCreary County. First comment, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation appreciates the opportunity to comment on the proposed interstate translocation of elk to McCreary County, Kentucky. The mission of RMEF is to ensure the future of elk, other wildlife, their habitat, and our hunting heritage. RMEF's 230,000 plus members include hunters, ranchers, guides, outfitters, other business owners, wildlife enthusiasts, and other conservationists who have both recreational and economic interests in hunting and enjoy elk on public and private lands. Since its creation in 1984, RMEF protected or enhanced more than 8.2 million acres of North America's most vital habitat for elk and other wildlife, including nearly 5,000 acres in the heart of Kentucky's elk country. RMEF supports the efforts of KDFWR to expand the occupied geographic range of elk in eastern Kentucky. Moving elk from areas of higher abundance to U.S. Forest Service lands in Elk Hunting Unit 1 will meet goals of the 2015-2030 Kentucky Elk Management Plan by successfully addressing strategy 1 to investigate the potential for using active in-state translocation to establish elk herds in areas of the restoration zone that currently lack populations. Likewise, increasing elk abundance in the southwest region of Kentucky's elk management zone to harvestable levels would significantly increase public land hunting opportunities for elk. Those opportunities will prove especially beneficial to the long-term management of the largest elk herd east of the Rocky Mountains. RMEF has strong partnerships with state and federal natural resource agencies throughout Kentucky's elk management zone. And we look forward to collaborating with KDFWR to ensure continued success of your elk program. To illustrate our support of KDFWR's current proposal, RMEF is prepared to commit $130,000 to this important project. Additionally, we will offer volunteer assistance and technical guidance to assist in KDFWR's current elk management goals. Thank you for the opportunity to review and comment. Sincerely, Stephen Doby, RMEF Conservation Program Manager for Eastern U.S. Second comment for this agenda item. It's from H. Scott Ray with Certified Wildlife Biologist and Forest Supervisor, Daniel Boone National Forest. It begins, the Daniel Boone National Forest, in full cooperation with KDFWR, supportive of the proposal to relocate 25 to 50 elk to national forest land within McCreary County. We believe this proposal will help propagate the herd in this section of the elk zone and provide for improved hunting and viewing opportunities in the future. We thank the department for their work on this proposal and look forward to supporting the department on future ventures. The third and final comment on this agenda item begins, just wanted to let you know that we are very excited about the news that you'll be introducing elk to our county. Myself and the fiscal court give our full support on this important development. This will further our efforts to improve the tourism industry in the county. Please let me know if we can be of any assistance. Thank you. Signed, Jimmy W. Green II, County Judge Executive, McCreary County. We received two comments regarding the agenda item on the proposed licensing regulation amendments. The first begins, outstanding idea. Can't wait for this to happen. KDFWR is doing an excellent job. Thanks for everything. Signed, Derek Freeman. There was no name submitted on the second comment. I will read it. This is a great idea, more time for the employees to do other things, and I love the idea of yearly renewal being easier. Thanks for listening. And that concludes the public comments received for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. And again, I want to remind the public that even though we take these up to 5 o'clock the day before the meetings, send in your comments, your questions, or your concerns to the department or to your district commissioner, and somebody will get back to you with some kind of answer. I know, personally speaking, I don't always know the answer, but I try to connect the individual who has a query that they would like answered to the person with the department, and they're very good about it. I get in touch with the director of that department, and he'll find someone who can respond to that. So please continue to send in your comments and your questions. Somebody will look at them. The first item for action items today is the September 3rd, September 10th, and September 15th commission meeting minutes. I hope you gentlemen have all reviewed those 3 meetings and gone over the minutes to check for clarity and correctness. Are there any comments, additions, or deletions to those minutes from those 3 meetings? Then if there are none, I'll entertain a motion on how to deal with those 3 meeting minutes. Yes, Josh Lillard.
I'll make a motion.
Make a motion that we accept those 3 dates, minutes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Dr. Robin Floyd. Is there any discussion about the acceptance of the meeting minutes from 3rd, 10th, and the 15th of September? If so, please start the discussion. If not, let's by show of hands of these, please, when we call for your vote, please hold your hand up for just a minute until we clear you to let it down so we can get an adequate count. The secretary likes to see all those. So all those in favor of accepting the minutes from September 3rd, 10th, and 15th as written, please signify by raising your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Unanimous vote to accept those minutes. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I believe I could see that one. The next action item is a quarterly financial statement. Lisa Cox, are you with us today, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Well, you may have the floor.
Thank you. Welcome to our new commission member. I wanted to just briefly say that the quarterly reports are 3 pages long. The first page has 3 months worth. The second page always has the year to date and the last month of the quarter. And then there's a balance of cash on the third page. Had an opportunity to review this. Are there any questions? I don't know if Gabe is sharing the first page.
Mr. Mackey, I believe you had your hand up, sir. Did you?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
I have a little bit of a concern when we go to approve these quarterly financials that we don't have more information listed here. We get kind of a generic line item expense, but it doesn't go into what those expenses actually are.
So there are different ways to break down the expenditures. An object is goes all the way down to supplies, for example. That's an E321. And from there, it rolls up to operating expenditures, which is a type 03 expenditure. Would you feel comfortable with if I do something at the object level, it's a really long list. Would you prefer to do it at the object class level or an object type level? And could I just break down the expenditure maybe by division and show the object type? Would that be helpful?
Well, to go in good faith and good conscience, I would rather have a printout of what each one of these are.
Okie doke. So,
as an example, like the commissioner's office, little over $500,000 in 3 months, but it doesn't explain what any of those expenditures are.
Okay. On the finance cabinet website, it's called transparency.ky.gov. It breaks down and shows all the expenditures and includes the vendors' names. It does not, our payroll system and our personnel system are 2 separate systems. So you can look at the salaries for the individual employees are updated after every pay period. And that's also available on that website. So maybe we can get together after the meeting and discuss that, and I'll show you those sites. And then you tell me if there's something in addition that you would want to that, because that's always as a close of business the day before you'll have detailed information.
I'm familiar with the website you're talking about, but I'm sure it would seem to me the department would have a hard copy of this somewhere to where I wouldn't have to troll around on the website to pull these documents.
I can give you a hard copy, but when you're talking about going to the object level, you're talking about a very lengthy report. And I don't know, I can produce one for you and we can go from there, if that's what the commission would like.
Lisa, can you estimate how many pages that might be and print out if you were to make hard copy of that?
Well, if I do it, hang on just a minute.
And let me also.
I'm like, for instance, for wildlife, I think that there's, I don't know, 30 or 40 branches. And so right now I'm producing a report that goes all the way down to the branch level, because that's how the managers manage their own budget by branch, and then the directors manage the budget at the branch level. It does not have vendor information on it. It is only a roll up by different costs. And that report would be, I don't know, for a whole quarter, probably be 150 pages long if I included vendor name, that sort of thing on it. You're talking about a budget of around $60 million that was spent last fiscal year. And it's a lot of detail. Josh, you have your hand up, but you're muted.
Go ahead, Josh. We'll come back to Brian here in a minute.
Yeah, Lisa, just curious, to Brian's point on the commissioner's office, would the commissioner's office also be the area for where all the legal fees are going to for these frivolous lawsuits that we're dealing with? Is that where that is located at?
Yes, it's most of it's under the commissioner's office.
Okay. I just wanted to point that out. I mean, you mentioned the amount of money that we spent in the last 3 months, and I know a lot of that money has to do with those lawsuits. So,
Well, let me add something to that. Noteworthy, there are a number of employees that are attached to the commissioner's office.
So in the commissioner's office for the employees, that also includes HR, which I'm going to say that that's around 6 or 7. It includes the public outreach staff. It includes our attorneys. It's not just the commissioner and deputy commissioner and their assistants. For the year, 25% of the year is passed as of this report. And the percent earned or expended is under that amount. And that's a big deal to be under that amount at this point, because the way that for this fiscal year, we normally have 2 payrolls that run every month. But for the last payroll of fiscal year 21, that payroll is also paid in July of fiscal year 22. So really you have 3 payrolls that hit in July. And so sometimes that number gets really close to that 25% number for that reason, because you have an extra payroll hitting from the previous year. And that's tied to the way that the legislature passed something years ago. They're trying to reverse that this session. So, but really and truly right now we are at 24.17. That's a whole lot less if you consider the fact that really 1 payroll is from the previous year.
Lisa, if it please the commission, is there a way for you to email all the members those websites where they can directly look at those line items like Mr. Mackey has been doing? You could send that to everybody so they can peruse that. And then is there a way that you can work out with Mr. Mackey a means for him to see a hard copy of what seems to me several hundred pages that I think would be cost prohibitive to make several hundred pages for 9 members if they'll be satisfied with looking at the website, and then work out with Mr. Mackey a way that he can look at a hard copy of those.
Sure.
Mr. Mackey, would that satisfy you?
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't necessarily have to have a hard copy. It could be sent electronically or however, but when we're dealing with $60 million budget and about $156 million of FELO money, I just don't feel real comfortable approving a 3-page quarterly financial statement.
Lisa, so you'll be able to work that out with
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions for Lisa about what appears before you today about the financials for the last 3 months?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Morgan.
I'm pretty confident that the Finance Committee, under the tutelage of Chairman Horn of that committee, we go over these finances in depth and make a report back to the commission. So it's really not fair to say that we're considering a $60 million budget on 3 pages. That's not correct. So I'd just like to clear that up. Paul, do you have anything you'd like to add to that? You're muted.
I'm trying to unmute. I would just like to say that, from where we've came in the past, that the amount of information we've been provided in the last probably 4 years is greatly increased with Lisa than what we've had in the past.
Yes, I echo that too. Anyone else have any questions or comments for Lisa?
I would. Is there anything that we couldn't find out about finances if we wanted to ask a question, Lisa? Is there anything that you wouldn't tell us, or any individual expense we couldn't run down, or anything we couldn't find out what money is being spent on or how it's being used?
No, and I've always had an open door policy, and I guess that's where I was going. And for Mr. Farrell, as far as just talking about the financial statements overall, I have an open door, open phone policy so that if you would like to go over just the overall budget process, because state government, it's not like owning a business. You can't just go out and purchase what you want. There are statutes that we have to follow. And depending on the materiality levels and the type of purchase that you're going to make, things are bid. And that's for the protection of public funds, for one. And also probably there's nothing that we have that has one person that approves anything. Everything in our system is audited, and we've got proper internal controls set up to where there's nothing that can be purchased if it's not gone through all the channels.
Is there any reason for us to think that anybody is trying to hide anything or not be transparent with what we're doing with our finances in the commission?
Ralph, I have over 30 years of experience in state government. At one time, I was the fiscal officer of 3 cabinets concurrently, and I think I've worked with 7 or 8 cabinets. And I came here in 2018. My career started at the full-time career, started with the auditor of public accounts. And so even where I haven't worked, I've audited a lot of different places. And I knew no one in the cabinet. I knew my conservation officer, I guess, with Fish and Wildlife, and I knew a lady that shared kids. But I'm going to tell you, I've never worked anywhere that had so many passionate people. And anybody that knows me, things are black and white as far as regulations, statutes go. If there was something that I found amiss, I would take that to the commissioner. If it didn't get settled there, I promise you it wouldn't have stopped there. And I have not found anything that is malicious or out of sorts.
Thank you. So if there's anybody that has a question about any finance in any district, they can contact their district commissioner or contact the Department of Fish and Wildlife directly to find out what that expense is. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Mackey.
I don't know how we're getting so off track here. I'm not accusing anybody of any wrongdoing. I'm just wanting to see what these figures are and don't feel like I should have to go on an Easter egg hunt, navigating the website when these receipts should be somewhere electronically or a hard copy. Like you said, we go through audits and all these other parameters through finance. So I don't think this is a really hard ask to ask for when we're dealing with these type of monies. If you were running a private business or your own home bank account, you kind of like to see what these expenditures are.
Yeah, Lisa,
I'll be happy to send out that website, and with it, I'll go on and include, it won't be as a pretty report, but I'll go on and include an Excel spreadsheet if that's acceptable. And I'll try to include enough of the pieces of data for you to look at, Mr. Mackey, and see the website that Finance Cabinet has developed is really very user-friendly. And so you let me know what you need once you see that.
So, Mr. Mackey, are you saying you do not want to go to that website and get that information, but you're willing for Lisa to download the same information and send it to you? I'm a little lost in that part, because you said you don't like to go through the electronic part. You'd rather see a hard copy, but you said just now you don't care to look at electronic copy. You just don't want to go to that site. I'm a little lost on how she can help you get the information you want, sir.
I'm saying it looks to me like these documents should already be readily available within headquarters. And, I've been on that website before for other things, and, it's not that easy to follow and flip through things. And there should be a hard copy somewhere, in my opinion, where, I shouldn't have to, with being a commission member, I shouldn't have to go through things the general public does to access this information, is the way I feel.
Thank you. So Lisa, will you get with Mr. Mackey and see if we can satisfy his concern there? And I believe
Sure.
that Brian Clark wants to make a statement.
Yes, sir. I was
Mr.
just
Clark.
going to make a general comment that there might be a happy medium, like not necessarily to the particular expenditure level. And obviously Lisa mentioned and Ralph queried that is certainly available to someone who wants to look at a particular expenditure. Mr. Mackey, yourself included, if you want that. But there might be a happy medium in terms of a level of detail that you and the other members might want to look at, to evaluate. The other general comment I would make is, like Lisa was alluding to, in recent years, like over the last 15 years, there's been a transition in state government to more, these systems are electronic. And so when we create, or when Lisa and her staff create reports, they require hands-on to produce those reports. And so this is one that in recent history, the commission has seen fit to use for this purpose, for the meeting purpose. It's one that our administrative services staff has built for this purpose. But when Lisa generates reports for us or a division, often that's a tailored report. It just takes staff time to do because these systems are online, and that's kind of why the revenue or the transparency portal is built the way it is, to make it, across all agencies and programs you can go in and query because it's automated. And that, again, it's done for transparency purposes. But we probably can work up. That's simply to say to the commission and to Mr. Mackey that there's probably a happy medium where Lisa and team could generate maybe a mid-level report on expenditures by category or something like that, as opposed to going to the particular expenditure level.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I want to parrot Paul Horn's statement about Lisa. Paul and I have both been on about 5 years now, and I believe he would agree that Lisa is light years ahead as far as the commission's understanding of the figures. We were kind of Will Robinson lost in space with some of the other financial reports, and since Lisa has been on, it's much clearer for us to understand. So I thank you for that, Lisa. In the interest of time, are there any other questions concerning this? I hope Lisa and Mr. Mackey are able to work out his concerns. I'll entertain a motion concerning the quarterly financial statement.
I'll make a motion that we accept the quarterly financial statements as presented.
I have a motion from Mr. Swallows to accept the minutes as written, the financial statements as written. Is there a second to that motion? Paul Horn seconds the motion. Any discussion about that? All in favor, please signify by raising your hand and holding it there till the secretary gets a count. All opposed, please raise your hand. Mr. Mackey, it's noted that yours is a negative vote. Doug, are there any other negative votes? You have a count. Doug, we cannot hear you. Please unmute.
May I say something before?
Let me get a count, Lisa, and then
I'm sorry.
we go on to the next item. Doug, can you give us a count?
I saw one day vote and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yays. Is that correct with everybody?
Motion carries. So the minutes, the financial statements accepted. Go ahead, Lisa.
The assistant director is tuning into the meeting on YouTube, and she went on and pulled a report for 2021, and for the entire year, it'd be 938 pages. So at a quarter, you might want to look at about a fourth of that for each quarter.
Okay, thank you, Lisa, for the information. Let's move on to chronic wasting disease surveillance update from Gabe Jenkins. Gabe, before you get started, I think the commissioner has mentioned that he's gotten a lot of positive feedback. I've talked to 2 or 3 commissioners who say likewise. I also want to brag on the sportsmen of those 5 counties. They have been tremendously cooperative, and I think you're going to go into detail about that, about helping with the chronic wasting disease surveillance figures. So go ahead, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Commissioner Kleiner. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you gentlemen today. First off, before I get into my presentation, I just want to echo all the comments. It's been an absolute pleasure to lead this team with all of the entire staff, and we appreciate the support from the commission board, the commissioner's office. It has been a tireless effort. You've heard of the numbers already and the amount of time and effort from all the different staff. And, whether they staff came and worked at the actual check station itself, or they provided a supporting role with our IT or our internet services or our engineering folks and building us a facility to work. Literally everybody had a hand in it. Every division employee, we had every division represented at our check station. So it really was a phenomenal effort, and hats off to them so far and what we've been able to accomplish. So with that, I'd like to just give you a short presentation to kind of give you an update of where we are and where we've been and where we're going here. So really, to get in this, I really want to start by saying the communication was key for us. And you can see the variety of different ways that we as an agency have interacted to try to inform and educate all of our hunters in these 5 counties about CWD, about the mandatory check stations, about our efforts as an agency. We updated the fall hunting guide. We put that on the website. We printed copies of those and mailed it to our vendors. Multiple social media posts on all of our social media channels. Kentucky Afield ran numerous different episodes helping us to inform our hunters about the check station process, how to debone a carcass, how to cape a buck, and carcass movements, the carcass tag that was required to put on the animal. All different aspects of communication groups in this agency worked on those. Kentucky and Field also hosted a live question and answer show with myself and Dr. Chrissy Casey, the wildlife veterinarian, and Sergeant Richardson in the law enforcement division, just to kind of talk about this and inform our hunters in a live platform. We also had a direct mail piece that we mailed the updated hunting guide to over 19,000 hunters. We identified people who live and hunt deer in these 5 counties and really targeted them to ensure that we got them the information. And we really had a challenge there to let them know about these, because we found out about this after the season started, after the guide was printed. So we really worked hard to try to get things in a variety of formats to them. We had a handful of radio ads that played on some of the radio stations down there in those 5 counties. I heard them multiple times on that radio channel. We've conducted various news interviews, both in central Kentucky and in western Kentucky, on the ground efforts. We had a news, Paducah came out and actually shot some footage and interviewed some of our staff at a check station. So, leading up to the effort and also while there. We also had a very large text messaging campaign through the agency where we texted all of our constituents that we had cell phone numbers for. Same group there, email. And then lastly, we had messaging on the telecheck and the online telecheck options. So when you checked a deer during those mandatory check dates, it alerted the hunter that they have to go to a check station.
Yeah, it might just add, we even put it on the license. So if people
Yeah.
printed out their license, they saw the alert there in case they happen to be hunting in one of those counties, transporting a deer through one.
And so in part of our data collection effort was we asked our hunters, where did you hear about these check stations? And I mean, everybody kind of smiled and said, we heard it everywhere. We got the text, we got the email, we heard it on telecheck. And then I was usually quick to follow up and say, was it too much? Did you hear from us too much? And they were all no, like we really appreciated the effort. We appreciate the engagement. We appreciate what the agency's trying to do. And that's just a testament to our staff and the hard work that they've went through in literally a month and a half to get us to this point. So, it was very well received for all of our hunters. So just to reiterate, we ran 17 check stations. You can see the locations there. There are 5 counties. For nearly every hunter in these counties, it was less than a 10-mile drive to those check stations. We operated them from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Central, and then we also operated them on noon on the Monday following the end of the season, just so we could ensure if somebody shot a deer late, the end of the season night, they could bring that deer to us for inspection. So we really blanketed the county very well.
all across the zone to make sure that we provided ample opportunities for our hunters to bring their deer to us. So, we've already heard about this. Well over 200 staff have participated in this effort. I will say we also had volunteers and partners. We had folks from Eastern Kentucky University, Murray State University, the USDA, some of the federal partners also came out and helped us. So it was really a great effort. We did work Thanksgiving Day. We tried to do a very bare bones staff. For y'all to remember, it was pretty miserable weather that day with rain and cold, but we were able to provide some food to all of our folks. And then the outpouring of gratitude from the public. Many of our check stations received food from members of the public, local community groups and churches. Just an example here of warm food that was brought to our staff. So, we saw that outpouring of appreciation from the public and our hunters, and it was very well received and great to see that. And then also just interactions with the public. So we had lots of hunter feedback while we were there and talking to them. I literally can probably count on one hand the number of constituents that were a little unhappy with what they had to do. It was all positive. On all the different social media channels, we kind of monitored those, listening, seeing what people were saying, if we needed to adjust. It was all positive. Like I said, appreciative of our effort in the information. And we also gave a gift to everybody who brought a deer to us for inspection. They either received a knife there, a multi-use knife, or a thermos. And, we saw those popping up on Facebook, like this guy here, participation award for having my deer checked for CWD. We told them the age. Everything was quick and easy, no big hassle. Thanks, Fish and Wildlife. So we saw that outpouring of appreciation all across social media channels. And that was great to be able to see those interactions. So for early muzzleloader, we knew this was going to be a slow season, but however, we needed the practice and the scale up, knowing that the opening day of modern gun season would be the day when we would see the most deer. So it was a large effort with not a lot of return. However, for us, it was invaluable because of the experience that we gained, and then be able to make modifications to our plans that were very well thought out, even at early muzzleloader, but it helped us get ready for modern gun. In total, we had 125 deer come to our 17 check stations. There were only 142 deer that were tail-checked during that short season. So we were looking at an 89% compliance rate, which is phenomenal to think that 89% of all the deer came to our check station. We worked with law enforcement, and they contacted those hunters that didn't bring a deer to the check station. And most of them, they weren't aware of it. And it's important to note they weren't aware because of that direct mail piece. It had not gotten to them yet. We have a lot of a community there that aren't connected on social media. Most of our efforts at that point were social media geared, and that direct mail piece was stuck in the mail and didn't get to them. But even at that point, 89% compliance, we were really excited to see. And then, 3 weeks later, we moved into the modern gun season. And really, that's when really things kicked off into a lot of deer. In total, we had 4,330 deer come through our 17 stations during this 16.5-day period. Of those 4,330, 4,063 came from the surveillance zone. The difference there is we worked some places like processors and taxidermists that brought deer in for taxidermy work or processing. And while they were there, they requested to have their deer tested for CWD. So they were outside the surveillance zone, but we were glad to offer that. And then, so that's the difference. And then breaking that down, 4,226 deer were harvested in those five counties in the surveillance zone, which equates to a 97% compliance rate. I have run this number multiple times as a biologist and working with numbers. I've never seen such a high percentage, and it really is amazing that 97% of all of the deer that were harvested came to our check station. And it's really a testament to our hunters and their willingness to work with us to be compliant and help us in this effort. So just looking at harvest, that was a question that we heard a lot. Well, what did the harvest look like, and comparing that to previous years? We did see a pretty significant decline in harvest in these 5 counties. I've got a graph here depicting what the 2021 modern gun harvest was, and then compared that to the 10-year average. So pretty much down across the board, with Graves County really being the one that really drove that. Graves is a very large county, harvest well over 2,000 deer usually. They were down to about 1,600, so a 500 deer swing really drove that harvest down. We had a lot of different factors going on across the state. So, the next question that I had was, well, what about the buffer counties around the surveillance zone? What did that look like? So we have that there. So the counties of Ballard, Carlisle, Livingston, Lyon, McCracken, and Trigg all touch our surveillance zone. They were also down, but not as down as much. We saw a 7% decline there, with Ballard and Livingston County and Carlisle County kind of leading that decline effort. So not as much of a decline than the surveillance zone, but we did see a marginal decline off the 10-year average. And then I'd like to step that back even a little bit higher for y'all at this point. So statewide, what did we see? Overall, it was okay. We were a 4% decline from our 10-year average. You can see there over the last 11 years what the modern gun harvest looks like in comparison to previous years. So I would say it was a good season. One thing that I'll point out is the season started very late. It was the second to latest that it can be across the state when it starts on the 13th. When we see a late start for modern gun, we usually see a decline in harvest. Also say that Thanksgiving Day, we had terrible weather. The Sunday on the second weekend, it was exactly terrible as well. And then the Sunday on opening weekend wasn't great, really windy. So when you see very poor weather days on the weekends during modern gun, that can really set the stage for a lower harvest, just because of participation is lower, and then also deer movement is lower. So based upon the season time frame and the weather that we experienced, we kind of anticipated a slight decline, but overall phenomenal season so far. And I'm sure the Deer and Elk program will talk more about that, but I at least wanted to give you guys a kind of a big picture of what that looked like, so you can compare that to the CWD zone.
Hey, Gabe.
Yes, sir.
It's Brian. Is there a way you can do a graph that excludes those 5 counties on the statewide and compare it to a 10-year average, and just exclude the 5 county data from it, just to see if that big decline over in Western Kentucky, if it wouldn't have balanced it out? I'm just wondering. I know weather was a little bit different, but I'm just wondering if the promotion of CWD in those zones or the testing is leading to much larger decline of maybe hunter participation in that area, or people willing to shoot does. So, because that's something that if as the zones expand, or if we find CWD, that we need to be kind of cognizant of and ready to maybe take action into the future of maybe having an antlerless only season after rifle or something like that. I just think if we're not harvesting enough does, we're not going to keep the population in balance.
Anecdotally, so great question, first off, and I'll say that we plan on delving into all of that once we're done with this entire effort. Since we know we have modern gun and still archery to go, we didn't dig a whole lot. We literally came back Monday, so we kind of ran this pretty quickly to get you guys some updates on the status quo. But when we get to the end of the season, we'll come back to you with a final report with all of that information and delve deep. One thing, and this is anecdotal, sample size of myself, I was surprised at the number of antlerless deer that we saw come into the check station. I don't have that data in front of me, but I would venture to say it was probably higher than what we saw statewide on antlerless deer. So it appeared that they were willing to harvest antlerless deer and bring those to us at a very great rate. But like I said, that's anecdotal, and I'll be glad to to get that to you guys here at the next meeting.
Hey, Gabe, the only recommendation I would have over there, since it's all zone one, is you compare their antlerless harvest to the rest of zone one, just because they typically, I mean, I know at one point there were some counties over there where individuals were harvesting 40 plus antlerless deer just because their population's so large. So I wouldn't do it statewide on that percentage, just because the deer densities over there are so much larger.
Gotcha. We'd be glad to.
I'd like to add, I really was impressed with the age class of these deer in the surveillance zone. I had one complaint. This guy took the time, I think, to reach out to both Dr. Floyd and I, and he said our effort was too great. And he did say that with a smile. But one thing I will say, the hours that were spent in this room, when you got a team of Gabe Jenkins, Dr. Casey, John Hass, Ben Robinson, just to name a few, I mean, you've got an awesome team and just good, strong leadership. So I'm super proud of our team. And then at the check station themselves, the well-roundedness of our staff, they can talk deer hunting, fishing, conservation camps. The well-roundedness is just absolutely incredible. So just super proud, and thanks, Gabe, for the detailed report. And we look forward to the additional information. And on the season itself, one thing we didn't point out, 2 weekends in a row, both Saturday and Sunday, the wind blew 10 to 20 or more. And I think that has a direct impact on deer harvest.
So I've got a couple slides and I'll finish up. So I wanted to update you all as of yesterday. This is what our testing numbers look like in the surveillance zone and then also statewide. So right now we've submitted 3,271 samples to the lab. You can see where we have of that 12, almost 1,300 are pending. We have a not detected result of about 2,000. And then we're anticipating getting about another 1,000 samples to the lab this week that will pretty much wrap up our modern gun effort in the surveillance zone. And then, also we still have our statewide effort. So one thing that we don't want to forget is that we're focusing on the surveillance zone, but still there's efforts all across the state to ensure that we're monitoring and meeting our sample goals statewide. So, there are staff working all across the state. We didn't really talk about that, but it's very important that that continues to go on, even though we're focused in Western Kentucky. So this table that you see is the exact same table that you see in our weekly situation report update. And these will be the numbers that we will come out with also on Monday when we see that email. And then lastly, just to reiterate, so we collect samples on a variety of different deer and deer types. We focused on the surveillance zone here during hunter harvest. However, I will say that we also are very diligent in the surveillance zone and then statewide on the collection of roadkill deer and any deer that we get a phone call that are sick or we find those dead. So those are really high prized animals for us in the surveillance effort. So we try to have a multifaceted approach on sample size. Hunter harvest is the bulk, but also we try to do our very best to get those roadkill and sick and found dead deer. So I just want to remind everybody that we have samples from those as well that help to increase that sample size that I just showed. And then lastly,
I have a brief comment.
Go ahead, Robin.
Yep.
Okay. What I'd like to say is how proud I am of how the department handled this entire crisis, because it actually turned into a big opportunity for our department. First, to inform and educate the public about CWD, and second, to interact with our constituents in person. And I think a big part of the success was the leadership of Commissioner Storm and Deputy Commissioner Clark to put each person that worked a check station through training before they ever went to the check station. And so they had a little idea of some of the expectations, and I think they were pretty much handpicked. The second thing I'd like to say is to echo exactly what Gabe had said, is that communication is the key. keep in mind how difficult it is down here in these parts, because there are a lot of areas that don't have internet. There are a lot of areas that don't have cell phone. I know here at my house, we're just now getting Wi-Fi in the outhouse. So anyway, I'm very, very, very proud of our department and how we rose to the occasion. To begin with, there were a lot of detractors on social media, and that noise went away completely. And it was a huge success that came out of a big crisis. So that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Well, Dr. Floyd, I believe you're being kind of humble, because your name should be listed in those that helped in that effort too. You did a great job in Western Kentucky to help over there. So don't leave yourself out of that leadership team.
Well, it's my home. So I have buy-in in each one of these counties. And so
we appreciate all the effort you put in, because I know you had to go extra to do that too. So, and who else had it? Somebody had their hand up, I thought. Anybody have their hand up? Gabe, go ahead.
Yeah, I can just wrap up in saying that, that we still have our late muzzleloader season to go here next week. We encourage our hunters to continue to drop off samples at our freezer donation or our freezer collection stations all across the state. We have those there in the surveillance zone, and then statewide. And then, we will continue to give you the situation report updates as long as we're making an effort until we reach our goals. And then hopefully we'll come back to you at the next commission meeting with a final wrap up of all the efforts and what we were able to accomplish this hunting season.
Yes,
Quick comments.
Commissioner
One is,
Clark.
I just begin, like Commissioner Storm, want to commend Gabe as our incident commander, as our response coordinator, all the staff that have been involved in coordinating, different team leaders, from communications to sampling to staffing, all these things. We would miss a number of people if we tried to call them out by name, but again, over 200 staff, from officers to information specialists to wildlife staffers and fisheries and all across all of our divisions, just outstanding job. So we commend each of you. I wanted to just reiterate what Gabe said in terms of this check-in, physical required check-in does continue through the late muzzleloader season. So if anyone hears this and was maybe didn't know that, hopefully you do, with our compliance rate being upper 90 percentile. But we want to make sure folks are aware of that. And then just to finally say, we intend to survey. So I'll be reaching out, working with the Deer Program with Gabe and the team to develop a post-season survey so we can better understand not only how people receive information, but also understand their levels of concern inside the zone and out, and understand how all this has affected hunting behavior. So it kind of speaks to your point, Mr. Fisher, about has this impacted the effort and the harvest. We intend to investigate that through a hunter survey.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark, and thank you, Gabe, for your timely update and your thorough update. Do you have any more questions for Gabe before we move on, Commission? Well, since we got the CWD update, we're also going to have a quick working group update. Now, Commissioner Clark, are you going to do that as well as Doug Morgan? The two of you.
I may ad lib a little bit, but I believe Doug had some updates on the WMA working group, just kind of quick points of observation.
Okay, Doug, I'm going to turn this over to you, after which I will discuss Dr. Floyd and Alternative Income Working Group. So go ahead, Doug.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The main thing is that the new WMA, I'll just bring you up to speed on where we're at on our new WMA at Sunnybrook and kind of tell you remind you of where it is and what it is. It's a 90-acre tract of property that we purchased from Morehead State University. It's located 12-mile marker east of Morehead. It's an old golf course that the university had for many years. And now they have new facilities, and we purchased this and we turned it into a WMA and opened it to statewide regs. On November the 11th, on Veterans Day, I was honored enough to give a tour to a group called Operation Odyssey Outdoor Inc., which is a group of combat veterans that provides outdoor opportunities for handicapped veterans. Some of these veterans are not only handicapped, but severely handicapped. And this is a really good group. I was really impressed with them. They do a good job. And I can't tell you how happy I was to see a group like that interested in utilizing part of this WMA. What attracted them to it more than anything was the blacktop golf cart trails that they used in the old golf course. Now it's all growed up, but the trails are still there. And that would be an enhancement to them for their wheelchair access. These guys have wheelchairs, and that would be a good way for them to get around in there. That opportunity is not provided in very few WMAs, especially to that extent. So that attracted them to it. So, but in the next 3 months, this group plans on looking it over, getting in touch with the department. This is new, so we don't even have, to my knowledge, a coordinator assigned to this WMA yet. But hopefully that'll happen pretty soon. And this group and that person can look and see how the department and this group can partner and have some opportunities for these heroes that have risked their lives to protect our freedom and now are handicapped can have a place where they have an opportunity to go out and experience outdoors. It's a pretty noble thing, I think. So over the next 3 months, the department then can work out and see what they can get worked out. I have no idea. And then after they do work something out, 3 months later, they can come back to the commission and present what they have. So you're looking at a minimum of 7 months working this out in front of everybody, transparency, 100%. This is a good opportunity for anybody to comment any way they want to over the next 7 months. And I think it'll work out and be a good thing. I'm hopeful that it is, because I'd like to see these gentlemen be able to partner on this WMA and utilize it. Now, like I say, these heroes that have ended up handicapped because they were defending for us, I don't know anybody that would be against those having an outdoor opportunity on a WMA. Now, it has been brought to my attention that there is some rumors out there that we were going to give this away. The only thing that comes to my mind is fake news. That's just, I don't know where anybody would even come up with that, but I can assure you that's fake news. And I'll tell you something else, if sportsmen just need to use their common sense. If somebody tells you that that we as a group are going to give away a WMA, or they try to sell you the Bent Sprint Bridge, I wouldn't buy into either one of them if I was you. I mean, that's just good advice for me. I'll move on. I've said enough about that. The WMA working group did not meet in November, and we will not meet in December because of the priority of the CWD. We didn't want to take any time away from any of the staff, so we're not going to get in the way, and we'll wait till that concludes, and then we'll meet again. And also, I would like to say, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have this report on Sunnybrook be a part of new business to get this thing started. And thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back.
Thank you, Doug. I believe Mr. Farrell had a question or a comment. Mr. Farrell, floor is yours, sir.
Yes, on what he said, Mr. Commissioner Doug. Yeah, the WMA, and what you just said about it used to be a golf course there, so you got that trail going through there. I'm sure it probably needs some maintenance on it, being as old as it is. But I think that's an excellent idea. Anytime we could support our veterans, especially the disabled vet. I'm a disabled veteran myself, and I think that I know guys that are in wheelchairs, and they come. You know, I've got friends that are disabled in wheelchairs, and they always come to me, Jerry, where can we go do this at? Where can we go do that at? He's got a handicapped a van that he utilizes, and this guy's an avid hunter. He's a fisherman, but access for veterans are actually limited in our state. Down there at Cedar Creek, I think we do have a ramp or a handicap access there for them to be able to fish. But that's just one out of, we don't have very many places where the vets can go and enjoy anything that's going to help the vets. I'm 100% down with it. I mean, you can't go wrong there. You cannot go wrong helping these guys.
Well, I appreciate the comment, Commissioner Farrell, and you'll have a opportunity over the next 7 months to work through the commission and with the department to make that happen. And I'm happy we can help these heroes.
Yes, the one thing I wanted to talk about also was that I seen some comments on this. They said that it was too small of an area to be hunted because of what I forget the acreage on it, but they said it was too small to be able to hunt. Is that true?
Well, it's 90 acres, but it's adjacent and connected to the Daniel Boone National Forest. And there's several thousand acres there that you can access right off of that. And I don't know about where you're at, Commissioner Farrell, but where I'm at, a 90-acre food plot's a great, it's hard to find 90 acres flat up here, I can tell you that. So there's plenty of room there, and I don't want to get out into weeds on all that right now. These gentlemen just want to look at it and come back and talk to us and see what they propose. I have no idea what they're going to say, but I hope that they can use it.
Mr. Clark, did you want to clarify about acreage?
Oh, yes, sir. I believe it's 142 acres, and that's an excellent question by Commissioner Member Farrell. And there are some opportunities, for example, crossbow hunting might be an opportunity there. Since it's open under statewide regulations, I believe probably would not necessarily be a firearms deer hunting location, but I may be, speaking prematurely, but at any rate, there should be some great opportunities we could provide there one way or another.
Thank you. Any other comments about?
Yes, I have a brief comment.
Yes, sir. Dr. Floyd.
I want to echo what Commissioner Morgan and Commissioner Farrell have said, because I think that this is a wonderful opportunity for us to kind of break new ground and have a place specifically where folks that are handicapped or mobility impaired, wounded veterans can go. I would like to suggest that we not make it just for deer hunting, but maybe we could put a lake there where folks could fish. Maybe we could make it suitable for small game hunting in some way. Just a multi-purpose hunting place for folks that are handicapped and would not otherwise be able to enjoy what we all really take for granted. So I'm very interested in this and seeing that that this gets developed for those kinds of folks. And I'm hopeful maybe in the spring to make a trip up there and see it in person with Commissioner Morgan.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Dr. Floyd, for your comments. Thank you, Mr. Farrell, for your comments too. I want to use this opportunity to help remind the public too, before you drink the Kool-Aid of one of these ridiculous rumors, call your local commissioner or call the headquarters up here and ask the question if we're getting ready to give away a WMA instead of spreading a ridiculous rumor. So don't drink the Kool-Aid. Call the headquarters or call your commissioner. I believe they can clear it up for you pretty quick. The other thing I want to mention as far as working groups is concerned is Dr. Floyd has contacted me about his desire to volunteer on a working group for the alternative income group. He's got some good ideas about alternative income for the commission and for the department, as well as the budget committee. He's willing to serve on both of those. And according to the way we set up the working groups, I can make a suggestion to the commission, but you all have to nominate and vote on an individual to serve on that particular working group. So I want to put forward the name of Dr. Robin Floyd, both on the alternative income working group and on the budget working group to you all about a possible nomination and motion to put him on those two groups. So gentlemen, I'll leave that to you all.
I'll make a motion as long as it doesn't put them in quorum. I don't know what commissioners we have as members.
That will not. We have checked, that will not.
Okay. I nominate Dr. Floyd.
For both of those committees?
Yes, sir.
Working groups.
Okay, that's your motion. Paul, did you have something to say? You're muted, Paul. I think I read your lips and you said you second. Shake your head, yes. Okay, you second that. Is there any discussion about Dr. Floyd serving on alternative income group and the budget, which he has both volunteered to do? If not, any discussion, I'll signify your desire to have him serve on both those committees by raising your hand. I assume you're looking, Mr. Morgan. Thank you, gentlemen. All opposed, please raise your hand. I assume, Mr. Morgan, that the motion carries.
I got it unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Robin Floyd, for your volunteerism. The next action item is attachment A5. That's Otter Creek Outdoor Recreation Area. I believe Brian Clark is going to do all of the presentations for wildlife since we do not have an acting wildlife director. So, Mr. Clark.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And please bear with me. If there's something I misspeak on, I'll ask that our Commissioner Storm or one of our wildlife experts are going to get on here from our various programs to present and answer questions, will correct me. So please do not feel awkward about doing so if I misspeak, but I will lead off the introduction of each of these items. Hopefully now, having gone through the last two quarterly meetings, we're at a point where you all feel comfortable with making action. And remind our audience that in January of 2020, the commission adopted a process where we typically take regulation amendments as business items through a three-step process in which at a first meeting, the first meeting of which that item is introduced as new business, it is put on the table, briefly discussed. At the next meeting, a quarter later, it is a discussion item to be more thoroughly discussed, and then either move forward as an action item at the following meeting 6 months into this discussion deliberation process, or potentially set aside, not acted on, or tabled for further research and investigation. So the commission, I think very prudently, has adopted this process to allow for deliberation, debate if needed, public input, communication, public awareness, and very transparently, these things are elaborated on in advance in the agendas that are posted on the department's website, which again, I commend the commission. Historically, the agendas were available as allowed for by law the morning of, if at all, but the business, basically the outline of the business has to be communicated in a quarterly meeting, but the agendas don't necessarily have to be given to the public for the meeting. So I commend the commission for their transparency in all these steps. So without further introduction, the first action item is a very straightforward one. Basically, for the Otter Creek Outdoor Recreation Area, the department, the Wildlife Division, is requesting or recommending to the commission action to allow the public to use the area during spring turkey hunting hours. In terms of background, initially in regulation, that we didn't know the kind of volume or response we would have on this area being fairly close to Louisville and other populated areas, Hardin County and Brandenburg and so on, that it might receive a significant turkey hunting pressure or presence. And we didn't want to create user conflicts with people that would be hiking or mountain biking or whatever, but that has been very minimal. The turkey hunting activity, while it's present, has been very dispersed. And so we want to allow the opportunity for the public who may want, again, to bird watch, to hike, so on, to be able to use the area instead of, as is currently the case, excluding those other users while spring turkey hunters are on the area in the mornings.
Any questions about this, gentlemen? We've talked about this one before, but does everybody understand that we're talking about removing the closed to the public portion? That should be at the bottom of page 29. The proposed deletion is highlighted there. The area shall be closed to the public except for authorized hunters during firearms deer quota hunt pursuant to 301 KAR 2178 and during spring turkey season. But they want to remove the spring turkey season so people can access that during spring turkey season. Are there any questions for Brian concerning that? I'll entertain a motion concerning that proposal from the department. Mr. Lillard.
I'll make a motion that we move forward with this.
Is there a second to that motion? Brian Mackey, is that a second? Not a question. Brian Mackey seconds that motion. Is there any further discussion? If there is not, all in favor of the proposed deletion to take spring turkey season being closed to the public during spring turkey season to be removed from that, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Unanimously, the motion passes. Gentlemen, if it please you all, we can either take a 10-minute break here now, or we can go on with the wild turkey portion before we get to the elk and then take a break. We need to get to that if we can, because Mr. Swallows is going to need to excuse himself for a few minutes for an important event he has to attend. So we can either take a 10-minute break and do this before he has to leave. Yes, Mr. Swallows.
Dr. Conrad, if we can, if you wouldn't mind, let's deal with this one. I'll have to step out as soon as I can.
Yes. Is that okay with the rest of the commission? We will take a break right after this, but Mr. Swallows wanted to be here for this turkey thing. Go ahead, Brian. Take over with that one, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. What I'm going to do is just basically read for conciseness the action item, including reference to the motion, potential motion language that Mr. Fisher introduced last meeting.
That's attachment A6, page 30, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And then again, just for full deliberation or disclosure, our wild turkey coordinator, Zach Danks, and also Laura Palmer will be on hand. She is our fur bearer biologist to answer any questions you all have that I might not be able to answer. So at the last meeting, Mr. Fisher recommended a series of steps to address the potential decline in wild turkey recruitment, which has been observed throughout the Southeast. And Zach is going to speak on this. We don't have really documentation of that in recent years. However, there has been hunter concern and wildlife enthusiasts concern that turkey observations have declined in many areas of the state. And so Mr. Fisher introduced these 5 items as potential ways to address this concern. One is expand nighttime coyote hunting with rifles through June 30th. So they'll be adding additional portion of the year to that current season, except that it would be closed during spring turkey season. Secondly, the idea was introduced to expand fur bearer trapping for selected nest predators from the end of February, which currently is the season, through June 30th. So that'd be March 1st through June 30th, using dog-proof traps and live traps. Third, restrict WMA bag limit to no more than 1 turkey per hunter per WMA. Fourth, eliminate harvest of
what we're doing, what we're discussing. So if you've got good habitat and you're well managing your local flocks, I would hope you could have even better reproduction than this. But just wanted to share this little bit of good news for this year. Next slide. So when we talk about turkeys, real quickly, these are the main factor groups, I guess. When you talk to biologists like me, we're going to almost always come back to habitat because we believe there's just not enough of that prime habitat needed to raise poults. So we work actively on that, especially in a state like ours. It's privately owned. It's super important. Weather, we know we can't control it. So the best thing we can do is keep our conservative regulations and work on habitat. Disease, that's a toughie too. But what we can do is avoid setting up situations where we concentrate turkeys. And the same goes for other wildlife because there's real potential for spreading disease. So restricting baiting could help us there. Hunting, we have some of the most conservative spring hunting regulations in the Southeast already. Fall hunting, we have less conservative regs. We have a lot of opportunity for fall hunters, but they don't seem to be taking advantage of it. Fall hunting is just not that popular here. So we don't believe that hunters are putting a lot of pressure on turkeys in the fall. And then lastly, predators, the big hot topic. They are an issue. Over the decades, we all know that trapping has declined and predators have increased, but nothing in the immediate short term to lead us to think predators have jumped up. We already have several months of trapping opportunity. And so really our best insurance here is to not bait, to artificially concentrate predators, and then work to improve habitat again. So next slide, Gabe. And I'll show this screenshot of a Twitter feed from one of the leading turkey researchers currently that most of you know, I'm hoping and guessing. Dr. Mike Chamberlain says, essentially, it's not as simple as taking out one predator to add one turkey. The science is complex, but trapping is a great activity that we should enjoy. We just must be realistic with what we expect it to do in terms of management. Next slide. The NWTF also urges hunters to focus on habitat. So as Commissioner Clark said, we have a strong private lands focus in our agency. So I'm proud of that and think it can help any hunter across the state work to improve their local turkey flock. Next slide. So I'll turn it over to Laura here.
Good morning. So just as we've discussed, focusing on improving nesting and brooding habitat to provide cover from predators is more effective than predator removal. At this time, we feel that extending fur bearer trapping seasons for the purposes of predator control programs is unwarranted, considering the lack of success these efforts have demonstrated. There is also a concern that an extension would encourage the participation of inexperienced trappers, which could lead to negative conflicts. Kentucky does currently, have liberal trapping seasons for fur bearers with no bag limits for most species. So rather than extending seasons, we would recommend promoting the Fur Trapper Lookup, which is available on our department website. And this is a site where landowners can search for a trapper in their area who is looking for land to trap on. And this would allow landowners to take advantage of an expert trapper who's very experienced and has the ability to efficiently trap predators. And also important is that during this time, hides of fur bearers can still be utilized. We've had very positive feedback from landowners who have taken advantage of the Fur Trapper Lookup for beaver trapping, especially in Western Kentucky. And as always, for those who are looking to get into trapping and learn how to trap, we have trapper educational resources that we promote to help beginners and to teach them how to trap responsibly, ethically, and also very importantly, efficiently.
Okay. So getting back to some of the proposals regarding turkeys specifically, we just don't have evidence at this point that there's undue pressure from hunters successful hunters on WMAs who take more than one bird. So well under 1% of total annual harvest there. Restricting the harvest of hens or eliminating harvest of hens would be the biggest, most direct way to reduce fall turkey harvest if that were your goal. Again, biologically, we don't think that's warranted, and it would really only impact well under 10% of the total take each year. So if out of an abundance of caution, we were really pressing to do something, we could address it through bag limits. Again, this is not going to have substantial changes, but it is something. We could allow one bird per turkey per fall, regardless of equipment type. One bird either sex, and so that would save you, a few hundred birds. But again, not going to have a tremendous impact there. Next slide. So, as was mentioned, our real emphasis is going to be on education, baiting, and getting more data. So with education, turkey habitat improvement, again, it's key. I'll say it till cows come home. And Laura mentioned the trapper element there, so I won't continue on that. Baiting, anything we can do to restrict baiting should help us hedge our bets against wildlife disease. So I commend Commission Member Fisher for bringing forward the issue of baiting. And it can also simplify law enforcement. And so anything we can do to help our officers in the field has got to be a good thing, because it can currently be complicated in the fall with bait on the landscape, fall turkey hunt. And lastly, data. This is what I'm very passionate about here. First thing, we've talked about this, is to get more hunter participation and effort data for several species, turkeys included. And this goes for private lands and statewide, but also public lands. So in order to inform decisions, any decisions we might make on regulations, we need to get that data. So a HIP-like system would be very beneficial in our opinion. And then the big emphasis for today is we need more research. Since 2014, I believe, Dr. Mike Chamberlain, Dr. Brett Collier, Dr. Brad Cohen have been teaming up to do cutting edge turkey research across the southeastern states. And I've been wanting to get that here in Kentucky for a long time. And Commission Member Fisher has been discussing it with them. So he's well aware, and I certainly appreciate the support of the research. Next slide. So as far as the proposal we have out right now, it would be to study the reproductive ecology of wild turkeys, comprehensive study here. We would be capturing hens, female turkeys, over 4 years. It's going to get us important information that we currently don't have very well refined. Nesting chronology, ins and outs of when, where, how they nest, all elements of that, habitat, survival, all the way from pre-nesting through brood rearing. So just really important information. Another cool element is that they've got these autonomous recording units that they're putting out. This has made waves on social media. Gobbling chronology, when, where, what level are birds gobbling in the spring? And then biologically, how does that relate to the nesting activity that we'll be gaining more information on, as I just said. And then to study predators, there's another element we can do. We can put trail cameras out, not at nest locations, which can be detrimental just by us being around the nest, but we can put a kind of grid of cameras out on landscape, work to try to estimate predator densities. I know Dr. Collier in Louisiana is doing this right now. So we can also relate that back to nesting success. Where we would do this research specifically is yet to be determined, but somewhere in Western Kentucky. Next slide. So we would be looking at about 300,000 on average over per year over the 4 years. This would be 75% Pittman Robertson wildlife restoration dollars, which constitutes 100% of agency share, and then 25% match from the university. We're talking about Tennessee Tech University. This is Dr. Brad Cohen, who would be employing and advising, supervising a PhD student, who then would be supervising 2 field technicians. They'd be handling field work and most of the data analysis. There'd be a sub grant award there with the University of Georgia, where Dr. Mike Chamberlain is housed. And he would oversee a postdoctoral scholar who's going to crunch the ARU gobbling data. So let's see, I believe that's all, Gabe. Next slide, I think, yeah. So
Zach, let me, if I may, if it pleases the commission, may I save or reserve asking questions about the research project and ask the commissioners if they want to ask you anything about those first 5 so that we can get on with the vote on that, because Ralph has got to leave and he wants to participate in that 1 through 5 that Brian has proposed. So if it's okay with you, can we put off questions concerning the research project and grant and have them answer any questions that you have or that they have about 1 through 5, and then go on with this this vote on those 5 items so that Ralph can go. Ralph, is that good with you?
Yes, that's great.
Is that okay with you, Zach?
yes, sir. That's all I have.
Is it okay with the commission if we put off, other than those 5, if you have anything on number 1 through 5, let's ask it now so we can get these 5 items voted, and then we'll talk about research when Ralph has to step out. Is that all right with everybody? Nobody objects to that? Okay, any questions about 1 through 5 before Brian presents his motions? Go ahead, Ralph.
I have one. On the first action item, extend the nighttime hunting through May 31st. Is there any reason?
June through June 30th, it says here.
I'm sorry.
It says.
Currently, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
His motion is going to be extended through June 30th.
Yeah. Is there any reason that we don't extend it through July and August? Why would we stop in June?
I think historically, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Is we have antler deer, you know, the deer later in the summer are going to be more fully antlered. And so there is a concern from an enforcement and frankly, a buck, you know, loss on the landscape standpoint in some areas that we might have more, you know, jacklighting, spotlighting of bucks. So that's historically, it's been a concern.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a month, he wants to extend it 1 month longer. Is that right, Brian Fisher? You want to extend it 1 month longer?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't see a reason after talking to law enforcement, it's not been problematic for them to deal with. They haven't had reports of landowners or people calling about loud noises and stuff. So I don't think from a law enforcement perspective, from having to deal with it has been an issue, and Colonel Abel can speak to that.
Through June 30th, you talk about.
Well, I just think in general.
Okay. Any other questions here that we want for number 1 through 5 for either Laura or for Zach concerning those 5 issues that he's going to bring up here in a minute for motions?
Chairman Klein.
Yes, Brian Mackey. Mr. Mackey.
Zach, do you really think that there's some areas where we're having some problems with turkeys? Because that's what I hear a lot, not just in my area, but other places also. Do you think there is an issue in some parts with the population?
My opinion is there's no one area or multiple areas that has any more issues than any other. The issues affecting our turkey population pretty consistent. It's the things I talked about. Our landscape's quite different from east to west. We all know that. So perhaps the relative influence of those factors is going to vary. But, you know, in my mind, there are no smoking guns. It's a combination of things.
as a farmer and in my area, we have a lot of ag ground, pretty much throughout my whole district, but especially around me. I do a lot of habitat work on my farm, but I'm the anomaly. It's hard.
We thank you.
Even when you push the programs and educate farmers, a lot of them just don't want to do it because they want to crop every bit. I feel like, the biggest thing we could do is cut back on that fall hen harvest, really.
Other questions for Zach or Laura before we look at these 5 motions that he's getting ready to make?
I have one that doesn't exactly relate to these 5 items, but it does relate to what Mr. Mackey just said.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Floyd.
Okay. Mr. Danks, are you aware of any kind of habitat that would just be temporary habitat that farmers could sow or right after they harvested their soybeans or their corn, which are the 2 biggest agricultural crops? At least they're the biggest ones in Western Kentucky. I grew up on a farm. I used to farm for a living, and those were our 2 biggest. Are you aware of anything that we could sort of put out that would take the place of an old fence row? Some kind of unique grass that would grow real fast and real big and bushy or whatever, but then could be gotten rid of before that they sowed soybeans or corn again in the spring. Something that could be there, just it could grow quickly, serve as habitat for nesting, and then they could disc it under.
Having worked out in your neck of the woods out there, Dr. Floyd, out in the Purchase region, I worked in NRCS offices for years. So cover crops, standard ag conservation practice is hard to beat for, I think, what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And a lot of your best farmers do it already, practice no-till, incorporate cover crops. That's certainly fine for turkeys. But I still, myself from my early days, one of my best, one of the guys that got me started into biology, actually, he was a family friend who was a local NWTF chapter president. He said, man, you can talk about planting stuff here, there, whatever. Everybody's got their favorite food plot planting, but weeds and bugs are a good thing. So anytime farmers can leave odd areas, field borders and things out of production, fallow fields, rotate those in. But it's hard to get those in just between, your fall harvest and the following spring crop. So
that's what I was talking about. Just something they after
cover
they
crops,
harvested in the fall that they could even plant at the periphery or plant in strips. We might even have to provide them with a seed, something a unique crop that would grow up big and bushy for turkeys to raise poults.
Right.
All right.
Certainly, those kind of things could be incorporated, but again, they're part of a whole farm plan. It's not one kind of crop we could plant that's going to save it all, but certainly good cover crops can be incorporated.
Any other questions before we move on to possible motion?
Chairman Kleiner, may I make a
Go ahead.
quick comment?
I've got about 13 minutes for
Yes, sir. I'll be very quick
Mr.
here.
Swallows.
As you all probably saw in your agendas, there are sort of wildlife proposals or counter proposals or addenda to each of the proposed motions here from Mr. Fisher. And I talked with him. He's very kind and gracious about how we presented this. And basically he's presenting from the standpoint of trying to address these hunter concerns and maybe making an impact on the turkey population. Wildlife is recommending, okay, based on best available science, how could these motions be tweaked so that the best available science is incorporated or addressed. And so those wildlife and law enforcement or wildlife division suggestions could be amendments. If a particular motion is favorable to a quorum of the commission, you could add, those caveats, or the original motion, and Mr. Fisher or someone else could make incorporating those wildlife division recommendations or suggestions there. I just want to give you a little bit of introduction to those. They're listed in bullets under each of the numbered motion topics that Mr. Fisher provided.
Thank you. Mr. Fisher.
I'll just have a few minute monologue as we go into these, and then I'd like to go ahead and just vote them up or down. But I mean, I agree, communication and getting people to participate and doing habitat management is great, and we need to do a better job of that. But it's a really, really, really long-term uphill climb. Most of our ground is either leased or is being bought up by large farmers that have no vested interest. I think Mr. Mackey's probably an anomaly. I know maybe one or two down here that are avid outdoorsmen, and they care less, unless they're an avid outdoorsman, about habitat management than they are of getting as close to as possible to that fence row to maximize yield. And so that's an uphill battle. And then you have lots of ground now that is leased up by out-of-staters that come in during turkey season and deer season, and they don't do anything else. So there's already a glutton of land that we don't even have access to. And so I think there's other measures that we have to begin to take, whether they're the best one or they're going to immediately produce a yield or not. And if you look around, we're one of the few states in our area that has done anything at this point. Ohio reduced from 2 to 1. These are all in the last year and a half. Oklahoma reduced from 3 to 1. Tennessee reduced 4 to 3, and certain areas were more significantly reduced. Mississippi instituted a draw for public hunting for first 2 weeks and increased out-of-state license. Pennsylvania, they dropped down centerfire weapons for fall turkeys, reduced dates on most of their WMAs. South Carolina removed the ability to harvest multiple birds in the same day, only one bird the first 10 days. Georgia reduced from 3 to 2, pushed back season a week on private lands and 2 weeks on public. Alabama reduced 5 to 4, pushed season back, eliminated use of decoys the first 10 days. Arkansas season pushed back a week. One bird for the first 7 days of the season, put in zones, restructured to conserve the population. And that's in the last year and a half. There's all the other states around us are taking measures to conserve their wild turkey populations. I was in the tree stand on Sunday, and my neighbor came in, and where he hunts for deer is right in the middle of the thicket of where most of the deer beds. I had like 30 deer haul past me in my tree stand, and I was watching where they were coming from. And now I saw a group of another deer stand up, and those deer kind of looked to see what was happening. I don't think they saw what the threat was, but immediately they turned and followed the other 30 deer that ran past because they knew there was danger. And I only say that because if it's going around us, all the way around us, we shouldn't just be sitting there waiting to be picked off or watch our turkey population decline. We should probably follow the other deer and do something, whether we know what the smoking gun is or not. So the reason why I brought up these 5 things is because they all contribute to it, some varying degrees, but we know there's danger. All the other states are telling us that there is danger. They're doing something about it. And so I think the research project that Zach brings to us is a good step, but we also need to do what we're called to do, which is conserve our resource. And if we don't know what the smoking gun is, and we know there's an issue, let's take some steps in advance to get ahead of it and hopefully not put us in a bind in 2 or 3 years when we have a research proposal back to us that says, oh, it's already too late.
Any further comment before we vote on these issues? Go ahead with your motions, Mr. Clark.
All right.
Mr. Fisher.
All right, I moved to expand nighttime coyote hunting with rifles through June 30th, with the exception it being closed during spring turkey season.
Everybody sees number 1 there. Is there a second to that motion?
A second.
Second by Brian. I see Brian Mackey's hand first. Any further discussion? Mr. Secretary, would you call the roll concerning expanding nighttime coyote hunting with rifle through June 30th to close during spring turkey season is the motion.
Dr. Kleiner, before you do a vote, may I
Yes.
interject real quick?
Yes.
So what, again, Wildlife's suggestion, if you all, see fit, if any of you all sees fit, their suggestion would be to close during spring turkey. And I also mentioned the possible amendment. Currently, I believe the rifle caliber is 6.5 or 6.5 or
less.
Less. Thank you. So you could be, law enforcement does not have an issue with greater caliber. That's a possibility. We're not advancing that necessarily, but if you wanted to open it up for more, hunters with different kinds of rifles, could be any centerfire rifle. or rimfire.
Does everybody understand what Brian's proposed
Possible
amendment could be
amendments
if you
or
want to
possible
amend this? And everybody understands what Mr. Fisher's motion is, expand nighttime hunting through June 30th. We have a second on, so we're going to vote on that first, and we could come back and do one just for firearms, changing firearms if we need to.
And I was planning to do that afterwards because I did talk to Colonel Abel about that a little bit.
Okay, why don't you save that one then for changing the caliber for the nighttime? Let's vote on number one. Mr. Secretary, would you call the roll for that vote?
Commissioner Floyd,
I say yes. Extend it.
Commissioner Fisher,
I think he raised his hand.
Sorry, yes, extend. I was on mute. I apologize.
Roll call vote, gentlemen.
Commissioner Swallows,
Yes, extend.
Commissioner Mackey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell,
Yes, I think he's raised his hand, yes.
Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Horn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
Then motion carries.
Yes.
Motion
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously, is that right, Doug?
Yes, 8 yeses.
Thank you, sir. Number two, Brian, I'm trying to help Mr. Swallows get out of here.
Yeah,
We'll walk through, don't rush.
okay. I make a motion to expand fur bear trapping for selected nest predators to include March 1st through June 30th, using only dog-proof traps and live traps. And I think the live traps was supposed to be, I think it's an 11 by 11, so you don't have the bycatch of like a coyote or a fox or a bobcat.
Mr. Clark, do you want to do yours now, or do you want to wait for discussion after a second?
Yeah, I could mention that in case someone wants to modify or whatever there. Do we have a second?
Well,
yet?
you don't have a second yet, but that'll be in discussion if you want to hold off till discussion.
I could hold off.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Does anybody have a second to the motion about fur bear tracking? I will say one last time, is there a second to the expanding fur bear tracking season?
I'll second the motion.
Ralph Swallows seconds that motion. Is there discussion, or you want to put where wildlife stands, Brian?
Yes, sir. Wildlife would recommend no change to the current fur bear trapping season, so they would not recommend action on this. But if it were to be enacted, there would need to be specifics promulgated in the regulation about the traps. So we would either ask for specifics or maybe opportunity to work with, the proponent, maybe Mr. Fisher, on what exactly those look like if this were to proceed and be passed.
Hey, Brian, look, can I ask a question? What is wildlife's opinion then of, in case this doesn't pass, of making raccoons and possum a nuisance just like coyotes are, where they can be hunted year round? Because I'm just telling you, that's what my district wants. I've got a Facebook group and hundreds of people are saying, hey, why are you just stopping that trapping? Why don't you just make them where they can be shot anytime year round, like a coyote?
I think in general, the Wildlife Division, I'll let Laura chime in here, but would be opposed because these are considered, regulated as fur bear species.
But coyotes are too, aren't they?
They are, I think, probably regarded a little bit differently because of their invasive, having moved into Kentucky where they historically were not before, maybe pre-1970s. But Laura, are you still on with us?
Yes, that's something we can certainly talk to our groups about. It's not something we've discussed or prepared for this meeting specifically.
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Doug.
Even the trappers that I've heard from are against this. So that's all I got to say.
Okay. Any other comments before we bring this to a vote? I have a motion by Brian Fisher and a second by Ralph Swallows. We've had a discussion. Go ahead, Josh. You just made it.
Yeah, just more comments in my district too. all the trappers were against this, and at the 5th District Federation meeting, we voted on these items and they were against it as well. And per the opening comments from the public, the league, the Trappers, United Trappers of Kentucky president, Steve Pickard, he said that he's against it as well during his opening comments. So I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Mr. Secretary, call the roll vote.
Commissioner Floyd,
No.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Swallows,
Yes.
Commissioner Mackey,
No.
Commissioner Lillard,
No.
Commissioner Farrell,
No.
Commissioner Horn.
No.
I vote no. The vote would be 2 yeas, 6 nays. 2 yeas, 6 nays.
Then the motion is defeated. Number two, it will not.
Brian Clark, can you bring back Wildlife's opinion on making raccoons and possums a nuisance, just like coyotes are?
Yes, sir. We'll communicate first and then formal communicate directly with you, and then we can go from there.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Number three. Number three, Brian.
I make a motion to restrict WMA back limit to no more than 1 turkey per hunter per WMA. So that if they kill on 1 WMA, basically if they harvest 1 turkey on 1 WMA, they would have to go to another WMA to harvest a second bird. Tennessee just enacted something similar to this, and it was because WMAs are typically longer or larger. And so if you go in one day, harvest a bird, you have multiple acreages around you where you could identify a secondary bird and lead to successful harvest.
Is there a second to that motion? 1 turkey per hunter per WMA. Josh
I'll
Lillard.
second it. I'll second it.
Second from Josh Lillard. Discussion, I believe, Mr. Clark, you wanted to make a.
Yes, sir. Zach, I believe, touched on this in his slides, but I would just say the number of hunters who harvest 2 turkeys on any WMAs, let alone 1 WMA, is very low. So again, very minuscule potential impact on turkey harvest on WMAs in general. We would point out there are hunters who may, be for one reason or another geographically limited, and transportation could be an issue for them. And so we would encourage the commission to consider, not acting on this, so that people who have a challenge in terms of getting to multiple areas and where WMAs are their only hunting option, they could still fill their bag, with 2 birds without, adversely affecting opportunity again, which is going to be a pretty small proportion of hunters.
Are there any other comments concerning number 3?
The only thing
Doug, did you have one, Doug?
No, not me, Paul.
Okay, go ahead, Brian Fisher.
The only thing I would say is we don't have any reliable data on hunter effort, so we don't know how many people are pursuing a second bird. And if you got a lot of people on a WMA going out there and continuing to try to harvest a second bird, whether it's hunter effort that is leading to birds getting wary and call shy or something like that, we don't have that data. And so we don't really know the success rate of people attempting to take a second bird. So that is part of the equation. And then if you do have a high hunter effort on these WMAs, you're just further disrupting potential breeding cycles for leks that got busted up early on in the year that are trying to remate.
Mr. Horn?
I was just going to echo something that Mr. Clark said, in that WMAs in this area, of course, are public ground, and it's hard in the east to have a lot of public opportunity. So I hate to decrease the hunters' ability to hit public land.
Also might add to Mr. Fisher, follow up what he said. It's an excellent point, and we did make a note of that in the agenda, that the Wildlife Division strongly, multiple programs would like to collect hunter effort data, and we'll touch on it in our discussion about our new licensing proposal, or allowing for the opportunity of a third-party license delivery system. an important piece of that we want to include is a better collection of hunter effort on WMAs. And so that would be a key piece, is collecting better data about WMA usage, which, as Mr. Fisher accurately pointed out, we have very piecemeal data currently.
Mr. Mackey?
I know some of these aren't real popular, issues. I've heard from even within the department for several years that, there's concerns with the turkeys. I hear it a lot from the sportsmen. Myself and several other people are starting to feel like, we just kind of keep kicking the can down the road. Like Commissioner Fisher just said, we do need the hunter effort and survey information, but if we keep waiting to do this, it may be too late. And one of the big things I always hear when these issues come up related to turkeys is, well, if we tweak this or we tweak that, it's only going to be a insignificant amount of birds that we're saving. But the other day I went back through and looked at some of the data, and if I'm off on it a little bit, feel free to correct me. But we started trapping and relocating turkeys in 1978. That went all the way through 97. So we had 20 years that we were moving birds around in the state to take our population from 2,380 birds in 1978 to 130,000 in 1997. The number of birds that were moved around to accomplish that were 6,760 birds. So a little over 6,700 birds were moved in 20 years, to get us into the heyday of turkey hunting. So, to me, 6,700 birds in 20 years is an insignificant number. If we can save a few here, a few there, we ensure that we're protecting the resource. We can do our studies till the cows come home. And once those studies show, maybe what is causing a problem, we can deal with it. Then we don't have to worry about this, becoming a bigger issue like a lot of other states. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
We did have some questions from some staff about this. If there is broader support, we would have to define that as a quorum of the commission that wants to advance this on. We would have to define how this might apply to areas that are not wildlife management areas. For example, hunter access areas, Otter Creek, federal areas that we might have to consult with those federal partners on. So it is a little bit complicated here. For simplicity, you might, if you act on it, you might limit it to WMAs at this time, and that would make the regulation amendment simpler.
Yeah, I think that's what the intent was, just because Daniel Boone's so large and some of those other areas, you don't want to, LBL. I think it was just department owned WMAs that I think we had somebody do some research and said it would be difficult to enforce it even on core land.
Any other comments, questions? Doug Morgan, would you take a roll call on restrict WMA back limit to no more?
You gotta have a motion. You
per
gotta have a
100
motion in
WMA?
a second.
Well, I thought we had.
You do.
So
I have a second.
And a second from Brian Fisher.
yeah, we have a second from Brian Fisher. I mean, we have a motion from Brian Fisher, and we had a second from Josh Lillard. Okay, so we're cleared up. There's no further discussion. Mr. Secretary, call the roll.
Please speak loudly because I have to mark your vote on this sheet and I can't look up at the screen. So just please speak up. Commissioner Floyd,
Commissioner Floyd,
I'll come back. Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Swallows,
Yes.
Commissioner Mackey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Horn,
No.
I vote no. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yays, 1 abstention, and 2 noes.
Motion carries. We need to see if we can get, if we can find Dr. Floyd here. I don't know where we've lost him. Go ahead, Brian, with number 5 here, and I believe, are you going to stay through number 5?
4.
It's number 4.
I mean, number 4. Are you going to be able to stay, Ralph, through number 5?
I'll stay. I'm in this far.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm making a motion to limit harvest of non-bearded turkeys during fall hunting seasons.
So during fall hunting season, eliminate all non-bearded from hunting. Is that your motion? Yes, Brian Fisher.
Yes, Chairman.
Brian Mackey.
Second.
Seconded by Brian Mackey. Discussion concerning eliminating harvest of non-bearded turkeys during the fall hunting season. Discussion? There's no discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
may
I'm
I
sorry.
interject for
Yeah,
wildlife? So this, the wildlife's sort of counter or recommended amendment would be to simply reduce the fall bag limit to 1 bird instead of maybe complicating with beard. That might be a little simpler for the hunters, especially if you're taking, jakes that might be and have a nub of a beard, very small beard.
so does everybody understand what the department's stand is for an alternative to number 4? For the fall, only 1, either bearded or unbearded turkey. Now, if we have motion number 4, it's already been made, or when the motion has been made and seconded by Brian Mackey, that means we need to vote on this one. And then if it is defeated, you can always come back and make another motion concerning 1 bird in the fall. But we need to handle this one without amendments if I can. I'm trying to eliminate double votes here. Is there any further, so we know what the stand is on the department's level? They prefer a 1 turkey in the fall of either sex. And the motion here is for eliminating all non-bearded in the fall. Everybody understands that? Any further discussion on that? Mr. Morgan, call the roll vote, please.
Commissioner Floyd, Commissioner Fisher,
Mr. Floyd, did you hear Dr. Floyd's vote? You're muted, Dr. Floyd.
no, I did not hear. Oh,
You're muted, Dr. Floyd. Turn your speaker on, sir. There you go. What?
No.
No, thank you.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Swallows,
Yes.
Commissioner Mackey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Horn.
No.
I vote no. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses and 3 noes.
Thank you. Motion carries. We eliminate the harvest of non-bearded turkeys during the fall hunting season. Thank you, sir. Number 5.
I make a motion to extend the prohibition of baiting from May 31st to July 31st of each year.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Ralph Swallows. Is there discussion? Where does the department stand, Mr. Clark? I know you want to put that in, sir.
Yes, sir. This is one that wildlife supports. Again, Zach referenced the concentration of predators. I don't know if you all have seen it. I'm not much of a storyteller, but I will point out from having been involved in managing the department's social media over the years that I can't tell you the number of trail camera photos that I've seen posted and that people have shared with us with game birds, poults, chicks, and predators on bait piles or successively in photos with bait piles. And certainly this could have an impact. Probably concentration both of game birds and predators at the same sites.
In the interest of fairness, are there any negative comments? We've had a positive comment. Any negative comments? Switch back and forth.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
in my district, there is a lot of folks put out bait for deers. They put out a lot of corn on a lot of farms. And I've had a lot of comment on this, and they don't want to cut it back, and I will vote no.
So you understand it's May 30th through July 1st. It's not year-round baiting.
I understand.
Okay, just want to make sure that that was clear to both the public and to you. Any further comments? Mr. Secretary, take a vote. Roll, please.
Chairman,
Oh, yes, Brian.
I have a comment. I would say just nationwide, if you probably ask biologists nationwide what the biggest risks or health issues are, is baiting. It's congregation of animals, not just from predation, but from disease and passing that stuff along. When I made this, the intent is to give it those animals that have young a little bit more time to reach a mature level, so they build up immunity, so they're faster and can get away from predation. It does not stop people starting August 1st, which is a full month prior to deer season, to start baiting, use of trail cameras. It's just 2 more months in critical times for wildlife not to be congregated and risk that exposure. So I'm not saying doing it through the season. People can start August 1st, and it protects our resources and prevents more disease spread.
Any further comments? Mr. Morgan, call the roll call vote.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Swallows,
Yes.
Commissioner Mackey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Horn.
Yes.
I vote no.
Roll call.
This is a 1 no, Mr. Chairman.
Then the motion carries. So go ahead, Brian.
I was just gonna come back to the motion on the caliber for nighttime coyote hunting, or
Okay.
wait a second.
Okay, first let me check here with Ralph Swallows. Ralph, are you leaving at this time? We can't hear you, Ralph. Are you leaving at this time? Shake your head, yes. Okay. I'll let the record show that Mr. Swallows left at 11:17 a.m. He will rejoin the meeting later. Now, Brian, go ahead with another motion that you want to make concerning calibers.
After speaking with Colonel Gibson, he said there was really no problem with the nighttime coyote hunting. They really don't think there is an issue with caliber restrictions. It just puts another burden on the officers to check that during any stops, but they've had few and far between. I think originally when we passed that out of the commission, we had a much lower caliber that was approved out of the commission. When it got to the state legislator, they increased it to the 6.5 Creedmoor, I believe that's what it's at. And so my motion is to remove the restriction and make it just the same caliber as can be used for, or same language for like deer hunting.
Okay, and Dr. Robin Floyd, does that thumb up mean a second to that motion?
Yes.
Are there any dissenting opinions about just changing the restricted calibers to open calibers across the board for nighttime hunting of coyotes? Anybody want to make any comments about that?
I don't see why there's even a caliber restriction at all.
Well, I think when it was originally done, Dr. Floyd, there was some concern about large calibers at night being shot in the dark, as well as not noise of the report of such a weapon over the length of distance.
I think that's correct, Mr. Chairman. We were just gonna try it out on a smaller scale first to see how it went and then come back and revisit it.
Yes, sir. Any further discussion on that issue?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
This would be a amendment to number 1.
No, it's its own, it's a standalone motion. It's not an amendment that we're going back to number 1. We're just going to change the caliber rating.
Okay. I got it.
I have a question.
Mr. Horn?
For clarification, are we talking about any center fire? We're not talking about rim fire? What are we? I think that's what's in the deer reg, is any center fire.
That's what's in the deer reg, or is that what's in the coyote reg?
I'm asking for clarification on what Brian.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
Hang on. go ahead, Commissioner. What did you say?
Brian Fisher's motion was to be similar to the deer reg. Isn't that correct, Brian?
Yeah,
To be similar
I
to
think
it.
my intent was to use the rimfire plus the language for the center fire and the deer reg.
The
So,
deer rig
but-
doesn't have rimfire, does it?
We-
No, but I think we currently allow it in the coyote reg.
Do we?
I think we need to be more specific in what we're stating here so we all understand.
Does anybody have that reg on coyote? Does it say, Mr. Clark, does it say center fires at night for coyote, or does it specify rim fires also in present?
Let me ask Laura. Laura, does that reg include rim fires in addition to 6.5 and smaller center fires?
Right, so it says a person may also use a rifle of 6.5 millimeters or smaller bullet diameter, a muzzle loader of 54 caliber or less, or a shotgun shell with a single projectile.
So currently.
So we would need to add the rimfire.
So yes, we would need to be explicit if we want to include rimfire here. So 22s and
Thank you,
22
Paul.
max and so on.
It's 17s and all
And
those.
I might again remind the members that wildlife has requested, or excuse me, law enforcement actually has requested to minimize user conflicts, that April 1 to May 15th be excluded to avoid both hunter interactions to hunters that are out trying to roost birds, and then also birds being bumped from roosts that might be, huntable otherwise. So minimize disturbance for spring turkey season.
Yeah,
I
that
thought
was
that
in the
was in-
motion on number 1, so that already carried, and so it's going to be closed
Okay.
during that. I think we're just trying to attack the caliber size right now.
Excellent. I beg your pardon.
Okay, are you then, Brian, going to withdraw your original motion?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my original motion.
Okay, then the floor is open to motions concerning it. Did anybody second that motion?
Dr. Floyd?
Dr. Floyd, you seconded that. It's okay with you that he withdraw his motion concerning that?
Absolutely.
Okay, then you want to make another motion that includes rimfires for Brian?
Yeah, I guess how do I need to make it just include any caliber at this point? If is that the best way?
How would you say that, Brian?
Yes,
Clark?
sir. I would probably say
Any
legal.
any legal rifle up to?
That's a commission's call. I don't think law enforcement or wildlife have a concern there. So it could be any legal single
yeah.
projectile firearm or shotgun.
It's
you hear
Colonel
that,
Gibson
Brian?
on? Yeah. Okay, so I'll make a motion that we change the caliber for nighttime coyote hunting to any legal, did you say projectile, Brian?
Yeah, you can
Firearm?
say basically modern firearm, because the shotguns are already allowed.
Okay,
Any modern firearm, and then the
Muzzleloaders are already.
and the
incorporated.
muzzle loaders and all those. Okay, so any modern firearm. Yes, Laura? Laura?
So on public land, you cannot use a single projectile in a shotgun.
We probably want to specify private land here.
okay.
Right.
And only on private land.
Okay, so your motion is to, in taking of predators at night, your motion is to accept any modern rifle projectile weapon and only on private land. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Is there a second to that motion? Dr. Floyd, are you in for that? Or
Yes,
Brian?
yeah.
Either Brian Mackey, I don't know who was up first. Brian Mackey, I'll give it to you this time. I think your hand came up first. So everybody understands the motion for all both rimfire and centerfire, all modern rifles on private land be extended to predator or coyote hunting. No discussion? Mr. Morgan, you take a roll call vote, sir.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Swallows,
He is not going to vote.
Commissioner Mackey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Horn,
Yes.
and I vote yes. That's 2, 4, that's 7 yeses and 1 abstention, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Motion carries. Would it be the pleasure of the commission to go on with this research? Because we've still got Zach and Laura here. Do you want to go ahead with the discussion about a motion on this research project for turkeys? Or do you want to take a 15-minute break and come back and do that one just before we do the elk population studies? Would be the
Mr. Chairman, your secretary needs a break.
Secretary needs a break. Anybody else have a comment? You do not object. Zach, will you be able to stay with us after 15 minutes? Can you come back, and Laura on the turkey research? Laura, I guess we use you too. Is that okay with you, Zach? If we come back in 15 minutes to discuss and make a motion concerning your research proposal?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, good. Then let's take a 15-minute break. I have about 11:25, so come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Please mute your mics, gentlemen. Take a 15-minute break. We'll be right back. After we get to the Jackson Dale letter, then we get to discussion. I'm muted here on this. Gentlemen, let's resume our meeting. We were to the point that we were discussing the research project for turkeys that both Zach Danks and Brian Fisher were in favor of, but I'm going to let Brian Clark take the floor and explain about that research project further, but we've got Zach standing by and maybe Mr. Chamberlain, just in case we need some other help here. And Laura's back with us too. Thank you, Laura, for being here. So go ahead, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief word of introduction about this project. Again, Zach already presented that it is being formalized, or at least the proposal has been developed. That I will say is a credit to Zach and our wildlife staff, and working with Mr. Fisher and also these research partners to better understand turkey nesting and recruitment. My words of preface are simply that this is not explicitly on the agenda. We initially had talked about putting it on the agenda, introducing the topic here, and then putting it on the agenda for spring, the next quarterly meeting. However, in light of some of our it taking a fair bit of time to work through procurement on contracts, especially on research contracts, we didn't want to delay this project because our goal is to try to start this next year. And we would be, or the universities would be, hiring students and technicians for this project. We decided to go ahead and introduce it here. And if it's the pleasure of the commission to move forward with approving that, Zach pointed out, I think it's important to note that we'd be using federal funds exclusively. So the federal grant funds to cover the department's portion of the cost, and the university would be extending or covering costs on the remainder of the research project.
So it's not 25% for us?
No, sir. They would be 75% total covered by the department, but that would be 100% federal funds.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yes, sir. And so I'm sorry if I miscommunicated that to you all leading up to the meeting, but anyway, at this time, I'll let Zach again just do a quick overview of what will be covered. Zach, you're welcome to show that slide again. And then we have also, and we appreciate their joining us, we have Dr. Brad Cohen from Tennessee Tech and Dr. Mike Chamberlain from University of Georgia, the researchers, top-notch researchers that Zach referenced earlier, experts on turkeys. And they're standing by in case you all have any detailed questions, but Zach has presented in a nutshell what this research would involve. Pretty detailed assessment of turkey nesting and brood rearing, and I think hen survival as well.
Go ahead, Zach.
Yes, that's right. Earlier, I intended to be pretty brief, but now we have the opportunity to ask questions of Dr. Chamberlain and Dr. Cohen, if you so choose. Again, in my mind, in trying to be as thorough with science as possible and bring that science to management, anytime we can leverage research done in other states, I think that's a good thing. It helps us at multiple scales. So what this opportunity really represents is a chance to build on several years now that this research consortium has been working on. And I've long been envious, and they've been great to always entertaining my questions, picking their brain, and I'm trying to get them up out of the deep South and come up here to Kentucky. So I touched, like I said, high level on the research objectives. I'm happy to elaborate, but but Dr. Chamberlain and Cohen are here for that. So, and if they'd like to say anything, of course, I'd like to invite them to do so from my perspective.
So because this is a research project, we are seeking the commission's approval by vote. So if you all feel comfortable, if the body feels comfortable voting to take action on this, we would seek your approval to move forward with actually procuring a contract with these universities to obtain these much needed data. And then also the value added, as Zach pointed out, would be we'd be pooling data with other states. So we'd have a much larger data set across a larger portion of the Turkish range.
Brian Fisher, since you have spearheaded this, you've talked to Dr. Cohen and Dr. Chamberlain. Have you
Yes. Yeah. We're talking that right now we've got the goblin study underway, and I think probably a large concern over many states is the poult recruitment, because that's where most of the states' trends are going down. What they're seeing nationwide is poult recruitment each year is going down. So that's kind of why Zach and I have been working together to really figure out how do we attack that. So I think any one of these gentlemen can get on there and talk more and be a lot better educator on that front than I am. But it's the trend in each state that's dealing with these turkey populations that we need to identify. There's also the issue about fertility that this doesn't address, but at least this is one facet that we really need to get into to get a gauge on what's going on.
But Brian, you're happy with their proposal?
Yes, I think it attacks the recruitment. There's an aspect of the predation in there. There is a chance they get some data if they can find the nest on that didn't hatch in the eggs. That's a long shot, but maybe they can get some fertility information. But basically, the poult recruitment aspect is going to be what it entails.
Mr. Horn?
I was wondering if they could just give a brief description of the project and talk about any mortality rate to the hens or to the poults with the research project.
Yeah, Paul, I'd be glad to give a real brief overview. So this work is very similar. In fact, it's identical as proposed to work that myself and several collaborators have across a number of states in the South, from North Carolina all the way over to Texas. And the bottom line is it's two-pronged. So one prong is studying gobbling chronology, which is basically this notion of when or if do you see these peaks in gobbling activity. And the reason behind that is simple. Gobbling activity is directly linked to hen behavior and nesting activity. So if we can understand gobbling activity, we can pair it with some of the other pieces of information that we collect. And it also helps inform agencies as in regards to the timing of their hunting seasons, because obviously, I'm a turkey hunter. I want to be afield when birds are talking. That's the bottom line. So that's one prong. And that work, Zach mentioned, uses these autonomous recording units. Basically just a box that's stuck in a tree. It's got a microphone on it. It records everything, all ambient sound. And then my lab at UGA, we've developed a tool, a machine learning tool that goes through and picks all the gobbles out. It's a very simple process. It used to take many, many months. It now takes 12 hours to run full data sets. So that's one side. The other side, which Brian alluded to, is a kind of a poult recruitment. It's really a reproductive study where we want to understand what percentage of these hens are nesting, because not all hens nest. Of those that do nest, how many are successful? What are the causes of failure of those that are not successful? Once they are successful, where do they take their broods? What habitats do they use? What are the consequences of those broods selecting certain habitats? In other words, can we identify particular places on the landscape where these birds are taking broods that are more successful than others? And I will tell you that in some pine-dominated landscapes, we are seeing the answers very clearly yes. There are some places on the landscape that successful broods go to, and there are not many of those areas on our study sites. So we're really pinning down now some critical flaws in our habitat management scenarios, at least in our pine dominated sites in the deep south. So that's the second aspect. So you got this gobbling activity, and you've got this reproductive work.
Let me use this today, and
okay.
so let me see where I'm at here.
Ralph, your microphone is on.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, you all.
It's okay. Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Sherman, go ahead.
No, that's okay. So Paul, I don't know if that provides you everything you were looking for, but there are a number of pieces of information you get besides that. I mean, you get survival of females that, the hens, once you catch them and put these micro GPS units on their backs, you get survival data. We get all sorts of information beyond just what I described, but that's kind of the nuts and bolts of it. And the reason I've started by saying this is the same type of study that's being conducted elsewhere is that allows you, that replication across states allows you a lot more power. In other words, you're not going to just fund a research project in absentia that is going to just use Kentucky data. We can compare the information from Kentucky to all of the other landscapes that we're working in, and that really improves the quality of information that we can provide back to agencies, and it improves the inferences that we can make from those data. So that's why I kind of mentioned that.
Okay. And this is a 3-year study, 3 years. Is that right?
It's 3 field seasons, yes, with a 4th year to wrap up analysis. And if you look at the budget, this budget is identical to budgets that we're using in other states, and the logic behind it's pretty simple. You have to have graduate students to do the field work. You have to have technicians to assist them, and as importantly to that, from my perspective, you have to have postdoctoral researchers. You have to have somebody that already has a PhD. There are thousands of these people out there that are super qualified. They're looking for academic jobs like I have and like Brad has, but they're trying to get experience. You hire somebody to do that, and you turn them loose about midway through the study, and they bird dog everything. They push everything. They've already been there. They've done this. And what that allows is for us to provide you, the agency, with product well before the project ends. In other words, you'll have analysis real time. So gobbling data, you don't wait 3 years to get it. You get it now, as soon as we finish collecting it. Having a postdoc is absolutely critical because it allows us to give you your product faster, and it frees up our time to do other things associated with the project because we have some additional oversight beyond just the graduate students.
Okay. Yes, Brian Fisher.
Dr. Chamberlain, what are you kind of seeing in the areas or the studies that you all are currently conducting across different landscapes? You alluded to the pines, and that may be South Carolina or Georgia. But what are the other factors you're seeing in some of the studies you've got going on right now?
The overriding issue is twofold. One, we're seeing chronically low nest success. And when I say low, I mean around 20%, meaning 80% of all nests fail. 20% nest success is not sustainable unless a lot of things work out correctly, and they're not. So not only are we seeing really low nest success, which is attributable to predation, it's attributable to female behaviors. We're actually seeing that some of these hens are behaving in a way that's a bit surprising. Why they're doing that, we're starting to pin down. It may be an avoiding predation risk issue. The other thing we're seeing, which is as if not more problematic, is brood survival is extremely low. Once these birds are hatching, what turkeys do is they hatch, they leave the nest site, and they go to places that are completely different looking than where they nested. And those places need to be fairly close to where they're nesting, but they're completely different habitats. And what we're seeing is a lot of these hens are moving broods much farther than they should. And they're moving them through areas that you and I look at superficially and say, well, that's pretty good habitat. It's not. In fact, what we're now seeing is brood habitat. What turkeys consider brood habitat is very, very limited in a lot of our pine dominated landscapes. And now that we know what it looks like from their perspective, more importantly, what it looks like for a hen that is able to keep a brood until they're, a month old or 2 months old, the agencies can now we can identify these places and say, okay, what's different here than there? And what we're seeing is there are some dramatic differences when you really start teasing it out. It superficially, again, it just looks the same to us. But once you go to these places, there are some habitat tweaks that we can make at a broad scale, not just on public lands or specific private lands.
So you talked about only a 20% success on nesting. Are you all able to collect some data to see what percent of those eggs hatch for nests that hadn't been disturbed after they hatch, to see kind of hatch rate as well, to see if there's any potential fertility issue?
Yeah, we do, Brian. The nests that hatch, we can get a really good idea of egg fertility rates, because when you show up, let's say there's a clutch of 10, there's 9 that have hatched, and then there's 1 dud, if you will. And sometimes that's just a poult that was behind and wasn't able to develop, fully and hatch on time. And sometimes it's just an infertile egg. And then other times we'll locate nests that hatch and there's a number of infertile eggs. So yeah, we can get it at that. The nests that are destroyed are a problem, because when we show up, it looks like a bomb went off, and there's eggshell fragments everywhere. And we can, in many cases, identify the predator that's responsible, but getting the fertility of the eggs is not possible.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I was going to ask one more. Is do you think we're potentially over harvesting right now, not knowing what's going on, or?
You trying to get me shot. So the short answer is there's growing evidence across this bird's range that harvest in the spring may not be as simple as just a numbers game, that it may be more complicated than just what percentage of the toms do you kill, that it may be a synergism between when you kill them and how many you kill and who you kill. So I think there's potential that in many areas we're not necessarily over harvesting birds, but we may be harvesting them at a time that's more impactful than we recognize. In other words, and that you mentioned, you pointed to a number of states that have made regulations changes, and a lot of those regulations changes have been geared towards moving the season back a little later and or trying to limit the harvest of toms early. Like South Carolina, they have a season within a season. Missouri does the same thing. In other words, where the season opens, but you can only kill 1 tom per hunter for some period of time. That's what they're trying to do, because we've recognized for 35 years now that when you kill turkeys in the spring matters. We've known that. We know that shooting birds early, if you kill a very small percentage early, very likely doesn't matter. You kill a significant percentage early, and it may be impactful. We just don't know, and that's what a lot of the research in the South is, in other regions, is trying to address.
Any other questions for these gentlemen? I appreciate you all being available today.
Glad to be.
Any other comments about the research project? Yes, Brian Mackey.
Is this already in our biennial budget to put this in?
Brian?
Yes, sir. That was added because it would be federally funded. It's not in our budget in the sense that if our budget stays exactly the same as it is now, but we have opportunity to add in federally funded or special funding, even with private items as additional requests. And so it was added as an additional request. And so if it is approved by the legislature, then we'd be good to go. So we're moving forward in good faith, hoping that will be approved.
So what we would be voting on motion wise is to allow the department to move forward with the research project. Any other questions? Or Brian, did you go ahead, Brian Mack?
I'm all for this. I mean, I've been thinking for years, this is something that we really need to study. But I also remember back in August at the town hall that when these questions were asked, it was said if we pulled the trigger on doing something like this, and it was my understanding the way it was stated at that town hall, you know, this wasn't in the budget. So if we did something, we'd have to pull the funds from other divisions or other projects, but it is in the budget now.
It's totally February funding. So you might let me check. So we don't have.
Yeah,
to pull
yes,
it from
sir.
anywhere else.
And again, because this would be the Kentucky portion or the department's portion would be 100% federal. It's, I'll say, non-issue in terms of our state general department budget. It's an additional budget or spending authority request. And again, presuming it's approved in the coming legislative session, we can work towards all the aspects that need to be done to be able to launch the contract as soon as that trigger is pulled on the legislature.
Mr. Mackey, I'll just say that since that August meeting, we've been working to get this added so that the Wildlife Division did get it in our next budget request. So it's been added since then.
So Mr. Fisher, Mr. Brian Fisher, do you want to make this motion, or I can tell Mr. Mackey is for this too? Do you want Mr. Mackey to make this motion?
I make a motion that we approve this research project.
And I would assume, Brian, are you seconding that? Brian Mackey seconds that. Is there any further discussion on this research project that is very timely with all this turkey concern? I think sportsmen across the state will be excited about the fact that we want this to go on, and we're working with other states. So that's my 2 cents worth on. I think it's a great decision that you all probably will be making. Any further comments before I ask Doug Morgan to take a vote? Doug, would you please take a roll call vote, sir? Your mic is muted. Doug, your mic is muted. Brian, I see Brian Mackey, yours is muted.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Heck, yes.
Commissioner Swallows,
He is still not back yet. He will not be back for a while. I will notify you when he is back.
Commissioner Mackey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Horn.
Yes.
I vote aye. Mr. Chairman, it's unanimous.
A unanimous vote, so the motion is approved. Thank you, gentlemen, for that. The next issue on our action items is the elk population modeling research proposal. I'll turn the floor over to Deputy Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, gentlemen. And following our protocol, I appreciate you all entertaining the proposal for that research a little bit earlier than expected. But again, we wanted to be able to launch that contract process as soon as we receive budget approval there. So thank you. So the next item, as you all know from the past couple of meetings, is stemming from the continued research on our elk population in the southeastern 16 counties. And this would be the recommendation for a next step, a next iteration of development of a statistical population reconstruction model. So this is taking essentially all available data, building a next generation or a second version of the SPR model. As you all know, we had a previous model built by some researchers from the University of Montana. This proposal, which Dr. Hast is going to explain a little bit more and be able to answer questions about would be for the University of Kentucky Wildlife Research Team, who are also experts here in research as well as in statistical population modeling, to produce that and then generate a tool for the ELK program to use going forward based on the best fit model that they develop. So this would be, again, incorporating the most recent elk collar and reproduction data that will be completing in the next year, building that as well as other available data to date into that model, and generating a point estimate or a population estimate, as well as a range in which we expect different percentage of confidence level that the population, the actual population on the ground, falls within. So with that, the Wildlife Division recommends contracting with the University of Kentucky to produce an updated SPR model for elk in Kentucky, incorporating the recent elk collar research and other relevant data, with a goal of completion in December 2022.
That's attachment A7, page 33, gentlemen, 33 and 34.
Dr. Hanst, any additional items you'd like to share before we have questions?
No, I don't. Honestly, I think if everybody can remember back to our September meeting, we got an excellent kind of overview of what the plan is for this, and I'm open to take any questions you might have.
Gentlemen, go ahead, Brian Fisher.
What do we think the flaws are in our current model right now?
So what, which model, the previous proof of concept model, or our current life table, or what we've,
the current model we're using to gauge the size of our elk herd?
Yeah. Man, the life table model specifically, as I mentioned back in September, is a fairly rudimentary model. There's advantages to that, there's disadvantages to it. But that was developed, I mean, they've been using that since, we could count wildlife essentially. The big advantage we've got with that model is we know to the animal the number that we started with here in Kentucky, like down to the exact animal. And had really good data. 400 of the initial 1,500 that were released were radio collared, so great early survival data. What we're lacking is a reviewed look at that. So we can change the inputs as we do research. We can change the inputs as a good example of that is with our sending elk to Missouri, Virginia, Wisconsin. We got a really good look at yearling pregnancy rate. So we were able to adapt that very easily into that life table model. The SPR model we're speaking about today would essentially be a competing model. It would validate that life table model. They're based on different data sets. They're done completely different. So I think, any wildlife researcher that you ask, two models is better than one. That'll give us some confidence in both of them. The SPR model takes into account a lot of stuff that we're not touching with that life table model. Pretty advanced. It's the wave of the future. It's where people are going when we're talking about censusing animals across the 4.1 million acre elk zone.
Paul,
I would just add that our live table model has a very large number for the population of elk, and this is trying to substantiate what our number is. We've tried to keep the numbers consistent for the last 3 years, is what the department asked us to do with the zones and the same amount of bulls and cows. So this will keep consistency so that the data is not changing, so that we can get a model formulated that we can have some reliability into. That's my interpretation of it.
thank you, Paul. Brian Mackey.
On once this model gets done that UK is working on, will we have exclusive use of that, or will UK be able to sell that to other agencies? Or
No, it's not really. A model like this will be incredibly specific to our exact situation. To say build a model like this for Tennessee, you'd be going back to square one. There's an online application through some statistical software that essentially facilitates the model building and would facilitate our future addition of data or changing of the model. So that's something that's readily available, but the ins and outs of the model will be incredibly specific to our situation here.
Brian Fisher.
2 questions. How many states are using the SPR model now for their elk herds?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wouldn't say necessarily there's statewide estimates everywhere like we're going to do for our entire elk zone, but it's being used for elk herds, certainly out west. Their situation is kind of divided up by the range that herd takes. Might be bigger than our zone, might be smaller. Several are doing that. Probably the most recent really effective use of SPR was on Missouri's deer herd. They spent about 6 years getting the baseline data and have converted over to using SPR for that.
Paul Horn. Oh, I'm sorry. Paul,
Go ahead, Brian, finish.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, and then what do we think the confidence level of the SPR is to the like table model? Because right now that like table is what's showing in between 5 and 12. Is that or what's it showing, Paul?
No, so our life table model estimates the abundance of elk, but does not have the statistical complexity to indicate a confidence interval. So it takes a lot more numbers in the background to spit out that confidence interval. So it's just purely an estimate.
So what do we think? What is the SPR's confidence interval or confidence level?
Yeah, certainly. So that's one of those things going back to what Dr. Murphy was talking about. It is not really the smartest plan for us to sit down right now and say plus or minus 3,000 elk is acceptable, or plus or minus 5,000, or plus or minus 500. That's just not simply how you want to walk into model building. With the 3 years of data that we have now, it's likely going to be fairly wide. That was essentially our reasoning for asking for year 4 and 5 there, because, just generally across basically any model that you're building, more data will lessen the width of that confidence interval.
Mr. Horn.
John, if you could speak just a second. Once the model is built and we have the 3 years worth of data input into it, as we continue to collect data, year 4, year 5, that can easily be input into the model once the model is built, correct?
Correct. And yeah, the plan is to use some available statistical applications. Personally, for me, we've been talking about SPR so long that I'm just going to make it my mission here over the next couple of months to understand it and be able to implement it and make those changes and use it. So it's certainly something that I know the UK will be able to help us proof it. Make those updates pretty quickly, but it's also something that I want to be able to do as well.
Other comments or questions for Dr. Hast? Yes, sir, Mr. Mackey.
John, you kind of said what I feel too, and I think a lot of other people do, that we've been talking SPRs for a long time, and we've been talking elk population for a long time, and with what we've already got in place now from about 3 years worth of data, UK is wanting to do an additional 2, correct?
Correct.
How much of an issue would we have with what we currently have if we go down the agenda here a little bit later and look at possibly tweaking something on the tag side of things? Can we make the new input data to where we still have some confidence in what it's spitting out?
Yeah, that's one of those things that with this particular type of model, it's got to necessarily be built. And the beauty of it is we can simulate previous years worth of stuff once the foundation is built. It's a real nice way. I'm guilty of spending hours simulating, previous years of bear data using a pretty similar situation. I would be hesitant, obviously, when we're, seemingly we're measuring the success of this by that confidence interval. Any changes we make to tag numbers and their impact on hunter effort will do nothing but widen that confidence interval for us. So we're better off keeping them the same. I think there's probably a window in there, 10%. That's kind of the general consensus across, try to keep the changes inside of 10%. Would be an avenue that we could probably take on some of those cow tag numbers, but I would be very hesitant to do much changes and expect the confidence width that I think we all want to see with that estimate.
Brian Fisher.
So that I was going to ask something similar. You just kind of hit on it. If we move 25 to what's the number to 50 elk, and then we vote to do a loyalty redraw where we're putting 10% more tags back into hunters' hands. I mean, it seems like it would negate a lot of the work that's being done by approving this SPR model. And it's just going to throw all the confidence levels off.
Yeah, I disagree. I mean, that's accounted for in the system. So moving those elk to McCreary County, as Dr. Murphy said, we can count that as immigration essentially. We are in fact keeping them in the elk zone, without a doubt. So they're technically not going anywhere when we think about a zone-wide elk estimate.
So that movement is not going to affect the model whatsoever.
I think it's worth putting it in there and accounting for it, and then determining whether or not that influences the model as to whether we leave it in as a factor in the model. And I think that's something that's easily tested. My guess, I would think we would need to be moving, 500 animals for that necessarily to have an impact, given that they are staying in the zone. Putting tags back in the hunters, I mean, just looking at our tag purchases the last couple of years, they've been fairly consistent, but it's not too far off. We've still got that maximum number of, 122 cow tags per season. When that all comes from hunter effort. If only 50 of those tags were bought, we're accounting for that in the model. And then from those 50 tags that are bought, we're accounting for the actual effort put in on the hunt as well. So that shouldn't throw any major wrenches that we can't account for into that model.
I was just going to say, Brian, where the tags aren't being used, they're even tracking the people that aren't showing up that are buying tags. So it's just letting the tags that weren't purchased go back in and be able to be used by the hunters.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's not going to be statistically significant and affect the model we're about to approve.
Brian Mack.
Kind of on what Commissioner Fisher and you just got through talking about, John, if you're saying that we would have to look at moving, 500 elk or something like that to have an effect on a model, could it not also be argued that by only reducing cow tags by 100 would have the same insignificant effect?
I wouldn't compare those two directly. I mean, since all those elk are going in there, I threw that out as a pretty random example of how significant we would have to get in moving elk to do anything to this. As far as tag numbers go, and basically I'm gonna stick with what I said before. The less we can move that, the better. And really, until we have the 3-year model built, I can give you an incredibly accurate answer to how much we can, essentially play with these tag numbers once that model is built.
Mr. Chairman, may I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
So again, and John, forgive me for being a little bit redundant, but so we don't miss it, the extra 2 years of minimal change or no change that's recommended to the harvest or the quota structure is going to probably, highly likely reduce that confidence interval. In other words, that range in which we say the actual population estimate or the actual population number is. So we may have an estimate or a confidence interval, hypothetically between 5 and 15,000, and then with an added year of research, it might shrink to 7 and 14,000, and then another year of research, it might shrink to, okay, we're 95% certain it's between 9 and 12. I mean, just for example, whatever that number, those numbers might be. But so I'm just trying to say for those of us who are not PhDs in elk ecology and population modeling, that those extra years will help to narrow that confidence interval and improve the certainty of where exactly that the actual population number of elk is.
Brian Mackey.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, Brian. It just, to me, from what I hear from sportsmen, what I hear from Kiga, we keep kicking this can down the road of trying to figure out how many elk we've got. A lot of people think, there are some population issues. A lot of people have been asking for a lot more as far as tag reductions than what has been asked here recently, especially through Kiga. It just seems like we keep saying we need a better model, and then, okay, we're going to do this in 3 years. And then when 3 years rolls around, well, we need 2 or 3 more years, to narrow that confidence, which I totally get that. But it seems like to a lot of people, we just keep going down this path of saying next year, next year, next year.
Other comments? Any other questions for John? What would be the pleasure of the commission, gentlemen, concerning this research project on elk? Paul Horn.
Make the motion, we proceed with the research project.
I have a motion to proceed with the research project. Is there a second to that? Josh Lillard, is that a second, sir?
Yes, sir. I'll second it.
You second that. Is there any further discussion about this? Y'all asked some great questions. That was real good exchange there. That was well thought out. No further discussion. Mr. Morgan, would you call the roll, vote, please?
Commissioner Floyd? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, your mic's muted.
Fisher?
Are you muted? You have mute on
Yes.
your mic. Brian Mackey, yours is also muted.
Commissioner Fisher?
Yes.
Commissioner Swallows absent. Commissioner Mackey?
No.
Commissioner Lillard?
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell?
Yes.
Commissioner Horn?
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Chairman, that would be 7 yeses and 1 nay. No, excuse me, 6 yeses, 1 abstention, and 1 nay.
Okay, are you counting Mr. Swallows as an abstention?
Excuse me?
Who did you count abstaining?
Swallows.
Okay, we can't count him as abstaining. He's just not present. Abstaining, he would have to declare he's abstaining from voting and be present. You just count him as absent from voting.
That's what I said.
Okay.
I said absent.
Okay, absent. Okay, yeah, he's not abstaining from voting if he's not here. Thank you, sir. The motion carries, gentlemen. The next item on the action items is the elk permit quota. That's attachment A8 in your packet, gentlemen.
And gentlemen, following that discussion, hopefully has been helpful in terms of understanding why the Wildlife Division recommends no change to the allocation of permits by type for next year as it is currently. But essentially, the Wildlife Division recommends retaining the same total number of elk quota permits and by hunts, the allocations as in 2021.
Josh Lillard.
I'd make a motion that we do that.
That we keep the elk permit the same, retain the same quota numbers. Is there a second to that motion? Paul Horn seconds that motion. Discussion about that, about leaving them the same. Yes, sir, Mr. Fisher.
I just got a question from a mathematical standpoint. If we reduce that by about 9% and then did the wool to redraw, we would add back to that 10% basically flush, and you would have the same number of permits and harvests going out, which would keep it consistent. So you get the helpful loyalty draw plus the permits. If not, we're adding 10% more people back in there to hunt. So I don't know if there's consideration for that, but if we're wanting to keep it apples to apples, which I know there are some variables and statistics that can make a minimal change to a formula, but the more consistent you can keep it, the higher the reliability is. And I don't know much about SPR models, but I do know a lot about stats. So that's just.
Paul, you had some comment. You had some comment, Paul?
No, sir.
Okay.
Chairman Kleiner.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick note, the loyalty redraw would likely be in effect in 2023 or 2024, depending on how quickly we could get through the regulation amendment process. So that might, we're talking about a delay. It would be in effect next year.
Brian, did you hear that? Fisher, Brian Fisher, you got that? Okay. Other questions about leaving the quota the same, numbers the same? Nobody saying anything? No other questions? So we have a motion to keep the quota the same. No other discussion. Mr. Morgan, would you take a roll call vote?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Ralph Swallows absent, Commissioner Mackey,
No.
Commissioner Lillard,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell,
Commissioner Farrell, your mic is
Yes.
muted, sir.
Commissioner Farrell,
There you go.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Horn,
Yes.
I vote yes. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses and 1 absent.
You had one no. You have a no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brian Mackey voted no. I'm sorry.
So is that 6 and 1 for the record?
Yes.
7 and 1.
7 and 1 and 1
No,
absent.
it can't be 7 and 1
6,
because
6 and 1. 6
6 and 1 because Swallows is missing. Mr. Swallows is missing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses, 1 absent, and 1 no.
Motion carries. Thank you, sir. The next item of action items is the elk herd expansion in McCreary County.
Mr. Chairman and commission members, this item, like the previous two, were recommended or is recommended by the elk working group. And it's actually something the elk management plan for the department points to or calls for. And so those two are synonymous on this point, and it would expand the elk herd by relocation of elk into McCreary County, where we don't really have a sizable number of elk currently, to help establish both down the road huntable and viewable numbers of elk in a county where we have very few currently. So this is the sort of the last county, you might say, in the elk zone where we're stepping up to fully stock or relocate elk to for rounding out that elk zone. So
Brian,
the
you
pilot
might mention,
division seeks approval of the commission to relocate 25 to 50 elk to the Daniel Boone National Forest and other suitable habitats in McCreary County.
Paul?
Brian, isn't this a zone 1 elk area, and zone 1 is currently closed?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
So they wouldn't be hunted in year 1. If we took them there, it'd still be closed for a little period of time.
Yes, sir, and I'll defer to John on that. I don't know a time frame. It would depend on the results of monitoring the numbers there as far as at some point opening that up. But yeah, I would imagine that would be several years. John, you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I'll agree. I mean, it's going to come down to, a good majority of the elk that we take over there are going to be wearing GPS collars. So we'll have great data on survival, great data on what habitats they choose to use over there, because it's slightly different than, kind of the coal mine country in the east. And I think that will be a kind of a year-to-year evaluation when we get to the point where we feel like we can open hunting up over there.
John, I'd like to ask a question too. Did we have encounters with elk in McCray County last year? Did anybody have any road kills? Anybody take one? Of course, that's in zone, so they didn't take any out of zone, but did you have any count of how many might be there already?
Yeah, I would say if you had to ask for a number right now, it's probably 0, but we have had elk likely come up from Tennessee and sort of the Marshes Creek area there.
Yeah, I know there have been elk seen in McCray County. I've had stakeholders call me and tell me that they have seen elk in the southern part of McCray County. I just wonder if y'all had a count on how many encounters people had told you had, because there are some elk in McCray County. There's some on trail cameras. I've seen the trail camera or two down there. Brian Fisher.
Do we have any worry that maybe they mix with that Tennessee herd and migrate back into Tennessee?
Not really. There's a pretty good geographic distance there. So the place that we're looking to put these elk in over there, if you can find Beaver Creek WMA on a map, it's going to be basically there and then due south of there. There's some really great, the Forest Service is doing some incredible habitat work over there. A lot of it is grouse focused, which translates into really nice elk habitat. So it's a predominantly forest area that they have been putting fire to fairly frequently. We've got, our staff is managing some great open land areas on Beaver Creek that will provide them, some good green grass right there in January for them. Good acorn crops down there, pretty dependably. And I don't really anticipate, they've got a long way to travel to really hit the core of the Tennessee herd down there.
Paul, did you have something? Or Brian Mackey? Go ahead, sir.
What about them moving back into other areas in Kentucky where we have other elk close?
Yeah, it would probably be further for them to get to other elk in Kentucky than it would be even to that Tennessee herd. And what we've seen over the years, I mean, we've done a fair amount of intrastate translocation, and really, if you can put them in good habitat, they stay. We've learned that in moving some around. Our herd up by Fish Trap and the herd down there on Ataya WMA in Middlesboro were mostly moved from nuisance areas down there, and they've all produced, sustainable, really nice elk herds in those areas.
Josh Lillard.
McCreary County is pretty much outlined north and east by the Cumberland River there, I believe. So with that, I mean, I don't know if they would just swim across that or whatever they want to do, or that be a natural barrier to potentially stop them from moving out of that area.
Yeah, I would think. I mean, nothing that an elk does surprises me. They may swim it and scale up the cliff on the other side. I think it will be a real nice barrier. If for some reason they do go north of the Cumberland River, there's another massive chunk of National Forest Service property up there around Mount Victory that is good habitat as well. Yep.
And it's rugged terrain. Yep. Brian Fisher.
Last question for me. The area that you were taking them from, you said is not hunted, correct?
Yeah, and that's something, that's one of those things. There is very few acres in the state of Kentucky that are truly not hunted for elk. One thing that comes to mind for me is like UK's Robinson Forest. We've had a commission tag hunter in there the last couple of years, so technically that's hunted. And that's one group that has expressed interest in letting us get some elk off there. So there's a little bit of a gray area in there when you factor in truly hunted versus truly non-hunted areas.
Brian Mackey.
This kind of piggybacks on what Commissioner Fisher said. Do we have an idea of where we may be getting these elk from specifically?
Yeah, we're certainly working on that. That got delayed a little bit with our CWD response, and we've sort of circled back and trying to prepare for that as we go. We've got a number of landowners. So just for the new folks on the commission, we've got an option for landowners to get an elk tag. We call that the ERP tag. And what that is, essentially, if they allow us to capture and move 10 elk, they get an either sex elk tag. So we've got a number of properties from our previous capture work when we were sending elk to Wisconsin and down to Boone's Ridge. We've got a number of properties that have a balance of ARC points. So, you know, a handful of elk would fill them out and allow them to get an elk tag. And so those are, of course, the people we're going to approach first. We've been in discussions with UK. They've got, as Dr. Cox mentioned back in the September meeting, that place has become a sanctuary for elk. And, you know, it's one of those things where there's a surplus in there, and it's you know, they're a good partner to work with for these purposes.
John, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
Just to mention for clarity and transparency, and for folks who are not very familiar with the elk permits, ERP that you mentioned, John, the elk restoration permit, that's a program where, as John mentioned, when private landowners allow the department to capture elk and move them for restoration within the elk zone, they can get essentially earn an elk permit as a result of so many elk being trapped from their property. We do have a couple of other permit types that are earned or incentive type programs. One is landowner cooperator permits. Those are granted to landowners who allow public access on 5,000 acres that they own. Typically, these are coal companies, timber companies, large landholders. We also have a voucher cooperator program for people that don't have 5,000 acres or that don't want to enter into a formal agreement. They can allow public access through our voucher cooperator program, and by public access and elk harvested on their property, they can earn an elk permit as well. So these are incentives to allow landowners in the elk zone to earn elk permits that they can use, or their family or so on, in exchange for benefiting the public, benefiting our hunters and wildlife watchers. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? I'll entertain a motion concerning the elk expansion to McCreary County.
Clarify, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
We included in there the language. So if someone wants to make this motion verbatim, we would exclude the non-hunted areas, because we may have places like a voucher cooperator area or an elk restoration area that could be hunted. So that's just simply a caveat. We included that originally at someone's request, but we would want to strike that. We wouldn't want to include that. So we would basically say
from other areas.
Yes, or from other areas into McCreary County.
Okay.
Could we, Brian, would it be safe if whoever made the motion to say non-public hunted areas, or just to make sure they're not
using those, because those technically could be public in the sense that these are, you know, people that are allowed to come in on those areas by one way or another, such as the voucher type. Those are public hunting areas.
Josh, did you have your hand up a minute ago?
Yeah, I was just going to make the motion.
You're making the motion that the Wildlife Division seek approval from the Commission to relocate 25 to 50 elk to Danny Boone National Forest and other suitable habitats in McCreary County area elsewhere in the elk zone using grant funding from Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. That's your motion?
That's correct.
And is there a second to that motion? Is there a second to that motion? Paul Horn seconds that motion. Any further discussion before we ask for a vote? Let the record also note that at 12:42, Ralph Swallows has returned. Mr. Swallows, have you heard enough of this about relocation of the 25 to 50 elk to McCreary County? Have you heard that enough of this?
I have not heard any of it, the discussion of that.
Brian, do you need to review that since we're in the discussion phase here? We've got a motion and a second, but you might update him on the findings of.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Swallows, essentially, as you've seen in the previous agendas, you know, the prior two meetings on this topic, this is the recommendation of the elk working group. It is in the elk strategic plan. And it's something we certainly as a department support, expanding the elk herd into McCreary County to have more sustainable numbers there. There are some anecdotal or some sporadic observations of elk there, but we don't have significant numbers. It's a non-hunted area. It would remain that way until we have, good data to suggest that it would be, huntable, could move into a hunting unit without any adverse effects on the numbers there. So the motion is on the table to move 25 to 50 elk from elsewhere in the elk zone into McCreary County. And if you have any questions, be happy to try to answer those.
It is a non-hunted area.
It is currently, yes, sir.
And did you say would remain that
And so
way
that's
probably
gonna
for one more year?
McCreary County's not hunted currently.
Right, would it remain non-hunted for another year after the placement of those?
I suspect at least a year, might be several years. Is that right, John?
Yeah, I would think we would just need to evaluate when they get there. I mean, I really appreciated the fact that Kentucky started hunting early on our initial release when we brought them in, and I think there's ways to work that into it. When we get a good number there, taking a bull or two off of it is certainly not something that's going to, really slow down their growth. So I think that's something that we can discuss as we get this first year under our belt and take it year to year.
Just to be sure we're clarifying for Mr. Swallows, the area is currently not a huntable unit, right?
Correct. Yep.
And the elk working group is in favor of this.
Yes, sir.
And it has stakeholders in that group that are in line with this. The cost is covered by Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Just want to make sure. And
Yes,
we're
they're contributing $130,000 towards both helicopter relocation work, capture and relocation, and also on the collars.
and we're moving them to McCreary County.
Yes, sir. From other points within the elk zone, just likely a few individuals from different places within the elk zone. So there's no, significant removal from one particular spot.
Well, and discussions already occurred.
Oh,
Yes,
that's what we're
yes,
doing.
sir.
That's what we're doing now, right?
All
Yeah,
right.
we're still in the discussion phase. We're just finishing it up because you came a little late.
Well, I'm uneasy about moving out.
Okay. Any other questions for them?
Ralph, one item that was raised, I'll just share this for the sake of, since you didn't hear it before, the question was raised. It's a valid question. If 25 to 50 elk were moved here, does that affect the model? I don't know if you caught any of that earlier, but basically the answer was it's within the elk zone, so it'd be considered could be considered natural movement or natural immigration within that 16 county area, essentially the geographic extent of our elk population. So it would be negligible, although it could be accounted for in the model if necessary.
Okay.
Okay. I've had input from both sides on this. So.
Okay, if there's no further questions or comments, Doug Morgan, would you take a roll call vote, please?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Swallows,
Yes.
Commissioner Mackey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Horn,
Yes, yes.
Yes.
and I vote yes. The vote is unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Motion carries. Before we go on to the elk permit loyalty redraw, which is attachment A9 in your packet, gentlemen, Brian Blank is going to update us a little bit about elk program. Brian, we'll give you a couple of minutes here. Are you with us? Are you with us, Brian?
Yes, I am with you.
Okay, I don't see you, but I'm looking for you.
It's probably of your benefit that you're not seeing me, but I'm going to start it anyway.
I'm glad you said that instead of one of us.
Wow.
Go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and District Commission members, Fish and Wildlife staff. and those of you viewing from the virtual landscape. The Kentucky Elk Project is widely regarded as one of the most successful wildlife restoration efforts in the United States. And we are approaching the 25th anniversary of when elk returned to the great state of Kentucky. As most of us know, they were gone from this state since pre-Civil War. We have a number of planned events and activities in 2022 designed to educate, raise awareness to the restoration effort, and also promote Kentucky's elk hunt. Today, I'm happy to speak about one of those activities to help launch the 25th anniversary celebration. In January, the Archery Trade Association will hold its annual show in Louisville, Kentucky, and all archery dealers from across the country will have the opportunity to come visit us at our booth and receive a customized elk restoration 25th anniversary dealer kit. Many of these dealers will be from right here in the great state of Kentucky. The dealer kit consists of a commemorative poster, which I'll hold up. I think that's somewhat visible.
Yes, it looks good. We can see it, Brian.
Okay, good. And that elk, which is so beautiful, is drawn by Rick Hill. And those of you, I don't know if Commissioner Farrell or Commissioner Mackey are familiar, but we have a resident artist on staff by the name of Rick Hill, who has had things published all around the world and is an outstanding artist. And you guys, if you don't know him, you'll get to see more of his work. And that's part of the benefits of having Rick Hill here. So they're going to be getting the poster, as I mentioned. They'll also be receiving what we call push cards, and they'll be able to set these out in their archery shops or in their gun shops, in their retail stores. And then customers will be able to take these, and they'll have the QR code on here that they can look up and scan and get more information about the restoration effort, the activities, and the celebration that we're going to have going on throughout the whole year of 2022. And if they're interested, participate in the elk hunt draw. In conclusion, I'd like to thank in-house artist Rick Hill, who I've mentioned, for his outstanding elk sketch. And also because of the quality of that sketch and what we're doing, we will also be sending out information with these posters to various media outlets around the country. Chicago Tribune, New York Times, AP, Miami Herald. So there will be a lot of earned media and excitement around this event. So I want to thank you all for your support over the years and working with us and enabling us to have such a robust herd, and for us to have the opportunity to celebrate the 25th anniversary of when elk were reintroduced to Kentucky. And if you want the specific date, circle on your calendar December 17th, because December 17th, 1997 is when those elk first hit the ground. But we're going to be celebrating it the whole year. So we're excited about it. We know we've talked to some of you guys. We know you're excited about it. We can't wait to start this celebration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brian. Thank your team too for all your all's good efforts in marketing. You all are doing a great job. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Blank before we move on? If it be the pleasure of the commission, after we do this elk permit loyalty redraw on attachment A9, I think we ought to break for lunch because we still have licensing, discussion, new business, and then we go into executive session. So we're going to need a lunch break maybe after we finish this last item, if it be the pleasure of the commission. Otherwise, we'd go on. But I think you all might need a lunch break. Go ahead, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, sir. So the last elk item we have on the agenda is also a measure or an initiative that was referred to by the commission with pretty strong support, I might say, but for review from the commission to the elk working group. The elk working group deliberated over it, outlined certain provisions, and as a consensus, I think unanimously, but as a consensus, recommended proceeding with it. So we went back to our wildlife staff, our IT staff, and also consulted with marketing and communications about whether the timeline and the other provisions of this would work. And we've come forward with a proposal. Won't belabor the details unless we have questions. You all have seen this for the last couple of meetings, the details of which are outlined here. But essentially, what we're recommending is two pieces. One is allowing the sale of the elk hunt drawing permits, that is the applications for or entries for the elk hunt drawing, to begin earlier. Currently, they open on January 1 of a given year, the year in which the permits would be used. And we're proposing to back that up to August to allow earlier sale. And part of the reason for that is during the hunt, or as hunts are preparing or beginning to open, there's a lot of public interest and buzz out there. And then there's some significant marketing opportunities prior to January 1 in the fall and winter preceding that we miss out on by currently opening the application window later, in other words, on January 1. So we'd be able to capitalize on some of those opportunities to sell and market the elk hunt drawing earlier, add a few more months. And this is late enough in the season, late summer, where there would be minimal to no confusion with the current hunt year. So people would be aware, and we'd make very clear to them when they purchase an application, this is not for the year in which you're buying, if it's between August and December. So that's the first item or first plank of this proposal. The second is implementing the loyalty redraw. As many of you know, you've heard from some stakeholders, some folks have been frustrated. They've been applying for years, never been drawn. This proposal, again, which is endorsed by staff, the department, and the elk working group, is to take leftover permits, as was alluded to earlier in some of our previous discussions, those permits that are not purchased by folks that are drawn currently in the elk hunt drawing, allowing those permits to go into a secondary drawing or redraw, and those who have applied every single year up until then, including that year, would be in a smaller group who would have opportunity to be drawn for these leftover permits. Many states currently have a leftover permit drawing or unclaimed permit drawing or license award process over the counter or by drawing. And this would dedicate those to the long-time applicants. So we think there's benefit to rewarding those folks for their loyalty in applying. There's also a marketing benefit of encouraging people that, hey, if you stick with it, eventually your number will come up, whether you get drawn in the regular drawing or this secondary drawing for leftover permits. So that's the way the program works in essence, or we're proposing it to work. Obviously, some nuts and bolts we'll have to work out internally, but the in a nutshell, we would allow those folks who had applied all consecutive years up to that point and including that year to be considered for or entered into the pool of the drawing for those leftover permits in a given year. And the details are listed there, the timeline. The person would have to apply for the permit types that are offered to be offered a permit if they were drawn. And just to give you a little bit of background, you may remember, but I think we're down to around 75 people total who've applied every single year, including 2021, but have not been drawn. So this really will move the needle in terms of those folks who have long time applied every year, but have not been drawn. We could gradually, award permits to all of them in successive years and, really boost, I think, public perception among those who are disgruntled because we don't have a, preference point or guarantee or that kind of a thing. So it's a really good, we think it's a win-win. The elk hunt or the elk working group felt the same about it. And so we're encouraged by this prospect. So our recommendation is to open the elk hunt drawing application window in August 1 of the year preceding when permits would be used, and implementing this loyalty redraw program for leftover or unpurchased permits.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I'd kind of like to ask a question of other commissioners on what kind of feedback they've had from stakeholders. This is probably the only issue today that we're talking about that I've had all positive feedback on. Some people are for or against some of the other issues, but I haven't had any negative feedback on this loyalty redraw. Has anybody heard from stakeholders on this issue?
Mr. Chairman, I have not heard one negative comment.
No, I have not heard a negative comment about it. Anybody else want to weigh in on that? So your proposal is really everything that's on page 37, the timeline, and then opening the outdraw, loyalty redraw number 1 and 2, and then everything that's on page 37. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And the timeline here, we've got 2023. That's optimistic. We're hoping that we could do that. If not, it'll be 2024. Of course, that some of those steps are out of our control, but and as much as possible, we'd be pursuing this as soon as possible.
Those are legislative steps you're talking about being that. Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Farrell, I'm sure they're going to familiarize you with the fact that we can make these great suggestions, but and things that the department and the sportsmen would like, but sometimes when it gets over to the legislature, they can modify it, they can reject it, they can do whatever they want, and sometimes they're pretty slow about pulling the trigger on some of these things. So we can only do so much of this, but some of the holdups sometimes happens over at the Hill. So you'll see that as time goes on. I'm sure you may already be aware of it. Anybody have any other remarks or questions about this? Yes, Brian Fisher. Your mic is muted, sir.
Is there any way that y'all would have any willingness to like put off the loyalty redraw implementation until we got to the end of the 5th year instead of adding more tags?
I can already tell you the sportsmen of Kentucky will go climb up a tree and holler and squall. Go ahead, Paul.
We're not changing the tag numbers, Brian. We're just allowing the people that didn't purchase their tag, someone else to use it.
So is Kiga on board with this?
Kiga was on the working group.
Okay.
And it was a recommendation of the working group.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been working towards trying to get this implemented since 18, I think, or early. And so
right, about 18.
This is a great step in the right direction.
Any other remarks, questions? Floor is open to motions concerning this loyalty redraw.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Morgan.
I make a motion that we accept the department's proposal contained in attachment A9.
Second.
And seconded by Ralph Swallows. Are there any further discussion about that? And everybody understands that this motion contains all the information on page 37 and page 38. That's attachment A9. Mr. Morgan, would you take a vote of the commission?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Floyd.
Yes. Yes.
Fisher.
Yes.
Commissioner Swallows.
Yes.
Commissioner Mackey.
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard.
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell.
Yes.
Commissioner Horn.
Yes.
I vote yes. It's unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The motion carries. If it be the pleasure of the commission, I'd like to have a recess until it's 1:02 till about 1:35. That gives us 35 minutes, or 1:40 if it be your pleasure. 1:40 for a lunch break, and then we'll come back. Otherwise, if you do not want to do that, we'll continue with the next item. Anybody opposed to taking a lunch break? We'll take a recess and see you all at 1:40.
At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources, that's what we do.
How many different types of wildlife can you name? Did you know that Kentucky is home to nearly 1,000 species of wildlife?
As Kentucky's population grows and the landscape changes, all of our wildlife face new challenges.
Many species that were once safe are now vulnerable.
The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife has a team of scientists dedicated to the monitoring and study of animals that are not hunted, fished, or trapped.
Bats, lizards,
Snakes,
salamanders,
mussels, raptors,
songbirds,
and darters.
Current funding isn't keeping pace, and there's still a lot of work left to do.
We need to expand the community of people just like you,
who are conscious and committed to conserving Kentucky's wildlife.
We work every day to improve Kentucky's landscape so that these species can thrive.
And now there's a way for you to jump in and help.
Be our partner in this work by becoming a member of our new and exciting Kentucky Wild program.
Your involvement in Kentucky Wild will help ensure that future generations of Kentuckians can enjoy our state's wildlife.
Together we can purchase research equipment, improve the quality of habitat,
and fund survey and monitoring projects for our state's most vulnerable species.
Fortunately, we know that good wildlife management works. The recovery of the bald eagle is just one example of how people can help wildlife.
When you become a member of Kentucky Wild, we'll work side by side and do our part to keep Kentucky wild.
Help me 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 keep Kentucky wild.
help us keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go.
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Do you know there's a group of people representing you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth, when it comes to decision making at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife? I'm Dr. Carl Kleinert, Chairman of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm one of 9 district commissioners whose job it is to oversee the Department of Fish and Wildlife and advise the Commissioner on actions to take that are beneficial to the department and in the best interest of wildlife and conservation of natural resources. Kentucky is home to me, and I grew up hunting and fishing in the Commonwealth. It's my duty, along with 8 other commission members, to be your voice in conservation when it comes to enjoying the outdoors in this state. Every decision made on your behalf is well researched, thought out, and discussed before ever coming to a vote. That's our job, and we don't take it lightly. All we ask is that you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, participate in the process. When a district commissioner vacancy arises, we need you to nominate someone for the position. You can come to our meetings, you can reach out to us via email or telephone. Just go online at fw.ky.gov and search Commission to find your representative. As I see it, the job of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission is to leave our natural resources in better shape than when we first got here, so that every generation after us can enjoy it the same way we have.
If you catch a catfish in Kentucky, there's a good chance it got its start here at the Peter W. Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery in Frankfort. Each year, the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources stocks thousands of catfish in waterways across the state. All of these catfish originate at the Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery, owned by the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. This hatchery raises and stocks more than 300,000 catfish annually. In addition to catfish, the hatchery produces saugeye, bluegill, red ear sunfish, lake sturgeon, and alligator gar. However, it's catfish that are the Pfeiffer's hatchery's main focus. The process of raising blue catfish, channel catfish, and hybrid of the two begins in late May to early June in one of the hatchery's many ponds when a catfish pair is placed together in a submerged pen for spawning. The eggs produced by the pair are collected by the hatchery staff, careful to avoid the wrath of the male catfish trying to protect his eggs. The eggs are then transported to a hatchery trough. The trough water is oxygenated in constant motion to produce a viable environment for the eggs as they grow and hatch. The fry start to hatch after a few days and begin to look for food. It's at this time that staff start scheduled feedings for the fry, training them how to find food. A hatching rate of 90% and regular feedings mean that the fry are plentiful and grow quickly. Within 3 weeks of the eggs being collected, the fry are ready to enter one of the hatchery's ponds, a pond that will house these fry and nothing else, giving them the best chance at survival. This happens around mid-June. As many as 70,000 can go into one pond. In the early stages, fry are fed twice a day, then just once a day as they grow and become larger. With no competition for food and few predators, around 70% will grow to 5 to 9 inches by March of the next year. After a few months, hatchery staff sort the catfish into different sizes in different ponds to encourage their continued growth. After about 2 years, the fish are ready for distribution. Hatchery staff use large seines, tractors, hydraulic lifts, and elbow grease to gather the fish and transport them to awaiting trucks. The trucks bring the fish back to the same building where they hatched 2 years earlier, but this time for weighing and sorting. Once weighed, the fish are transported to state waterways. The hatchery transports fish to more than 90 locations across Kentucky throughout the year. Many of the catfish are taken to the Fishing in Neighborhoods Lakes or FINS lakes, which are found in communities across the state. The department created the FINS program in 2006 to provide anglers with quality fishing opportunities close to home. These lakes are regularly stocked with catfish in the warmer months and rainbow trout in the cooler months. Sunfish and bass are also stocked as needed to maintain healthy populations. For more information on the FINS lakes or to find the stocking schedule, visit fw.ky.gov and search for FINS. The Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery plays an important role in providing great fishing opportunities across the state. So grab your rod and reel and take advantage of them.
So we're at the Taylorsville Lake Wildlife Management Area. This is called the Briar Ridge unit of Taylorsville Lake. It's a 1,800 acre section of the management area. Today we are going to be putting fire to 580 acres of that area. We use drip torches that have a mixture of diesel and gasoline. On the end has a wick, so they light the wick with the match and it drips lit fuel onto the ground. It has a little loop nozzle on the end. However you set your drip setting, there's an air vent on the drip torch. Fire it serves multiple purposes. It encourages growth of the warm season grasses in our fields. And it also will help us fight invasive species. We have 6 crews total. There are 4 igniter crews that are putting fire on the ground. We have a support crew and we have a forestry crew that is suppression fire along our fire breaks. And then we also have a crew that is on the water that will be igniting the woods from the boat.
We're here today at Taylorsville Lake shooting flares off the boat to try to help the progression of a prescribed fire we have going on here. The number of flares we're going to shoot off today will probably range somewhere between 50 to 100 depending on the spread of the fire as we go and how much of the fire backs down.
A lot of these animals will run for cover and they'll hide. Deer and rabbits and turkey and quail and squirrels will all be able to run away and they'll get out ahead of the fire. And it's real common whenever we're burning on even private lands or public lands, you'll start seeing those animals start moving out in advance of the fire before the fire even gets to them.
It's pretty hilly terrain and it could be potentially dangerous to send a crew up and down a hill. Once a crew gets an area burnt, they will backfire down towards the lake. And the crew from the water, they will set the flares. They will reach from the shoreline. They'll put fire up to the flares to match them together. We have some students from EKU. The students, they all have their training in fighting fire and prescribed burns, and most of them it's their first time out, so they're more going to be shadowed and mentored on the burn.
My name is Renee Steinberger. Yeah, my major is wildlife management with a minor in biology. I'm out here today because I'm Red Card certified and I love putting fire on the ground.
The purpose of this fire is to increase oak hickory regeneration and open up some of the woodlands for more small game habitat. You will be increasing forest floor cover for smaller creatures like squirrels. In the woodlands and in the open areas within the woodlands, you'll be increasing early successional habitat for things like rabbits and turkey poults. Really, all the animals will benefit from this. You'll be increasing woody browse for things like deer. A lot of the animals here in the eastern U.S. have evolved on a fire landscape, and they've come to exist in some cases rely on management activities. And prescribed fire is one of the methods that allows us to manage the largest chunks of property at one time.
Well, this is beneficial. It restores the environment back to an oak hickory setting that we're looking for. We're looking for a productive forest, nice healthy grass fields, and it helps game and non-game wildlife both.
Hello, I'm Christy Stroud, a member of Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources Stream Team. If your property has wetlands or streams in need of repair, the Stream Team may be able to help. Stream improvement is expensive, but the Stream Team can fix streams and restore wetlands at no cost to landowners. Costs are paid by the Mitigation Fund, a state trust with the sole purpose of helping restore these important streams and wetlands. These funds are dedicated to fixing problems like unstable creek banks, such as this one, where soil is eroding into the stream. Erosion of soils leads to fish and wildlife habitat loss, smothers aquatic life, and is harmful to downstream fisheries. So what makes a healthy stream? Healthy streams do not look like straight ditches. They have pools, clean riffles, and a healthy combination of rock and woody debris. Trees reinforce stream banks the same way rebar reinforces concrete. Trees on stream banks reduce erosion, filter toxins, and improve aquatic habitat by providing shade, important structures such as root wads that give fish and insect shelter. Do you have a stream on your property in need of improvement, or a formerly wet area that's been drained or altered significantly? We use state-of-the-art engineering and construction techniques to restore streams and wetlands. Like utilities, these projects require right-of-way. Approved projects can pay landowners for easements or even fair market value for the property. So reimbursement may be an attractive benefit whether you own farmland, hunting property, or recreational lands. You can learn more about the Stream Team on the department's website at fw.ky.gov. Once there, enter Stream Team in the search box or give us a call at 1-800-858-1549 or email us at streamteam@ky.gov if you have any questions.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources, that's what we do.
How many different types of wildlife can you name? Did you know that Kentucky is home to nearly 1,000 species of wildlife?
As Kentucky's population grows and the landscape changes, all of our wildlife face new challenges.
Many species that were once safe are now vulnerable.
The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife has a team of scientists dedicated to the monitoring and study of animals that are not hunted, fished, or trapped.
Bats,
lizards,
snakes,
salamanders,
mussels,
raptors,
songbirds,
and darters.
Current funding isn't keeping pace, and there's still a lot of work left to do.
We need to expand the community of people just like you,
who are conscious and committed to conserving Kentucky's wildlife.
We work every day to improve Kentucky's landscape so that these species can thrive.
And now there's a way for you to jump in and help.
Be our partner in this work by becoming a member of our new and exciting Kentucky Wild program.
Your involvement in Kentucky Wild will help ensure that future generations of Kentuckians can enjoy our state's wildlife.
Together we can purchase research equipment,
improve the quality of habitat,
and fund survey and monitoring projects for our state's most vulnerable species.
Fortunately, we know that good wildlife management works. The recovery of the bald eagle is just one example of how people can help wildlife.
When you become a member of Kentucky Wild, we'll work side by side and do our part to keep Kentucky wild.
Help me 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 keep Kentucky wild. Help us keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Got one. Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go.
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Do you know there's a group of people representing you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth, when it comes to decision making at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife? I'm Dr. Carl Kleinert, Chairman of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm one of 9 district commissioners whose job it is to oversee the Department of Fish and Wildlife and advise the commissioner on actions to take that are beneficial to the department and in the best interest of wildlife and conservation of natural resources. Kentucky is home to me, and I grew up hunting and fishing in the Commonwealth. It's my duty, along with 8 other commission members, to be your voice in conservation when it comes to enjoying the outdoors in this state. Every decision made on your behalf is well researched, thought out, and discussed before ever coming to a vote. That's our job, and we don't take it lightly. All we ask is that you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, participate in the process. When a district commissioner vacancy arises, we need you to nominate someone for the position. You can come to our meetings, you can reach out to us via email or telephone. Just go online at fw.ky.gov and search Commission to find your representative. As I see it, the job of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission is to leave our natural resources in better shape than when we first got here, so that every generation after us can enjoy it the same way we have.
If you catch a catfish in Kentucky, there's a good chance it got its start here at the Peter W. Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery in Frankfort. Each year, the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources stocks thousands of catfish in waterways across the state. All of these catfish originate at the Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery, owned by the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. This hatchery raises and stocks more than 300,000 catfish annually. In addition to catfish, the hatchery produces saugeye, bluegill, red ear sunfish, lake sturgeon, and alligator gar. However, it's catfish that are the Pfeiffer's hatchery's main focus. The process of raising blue catfish, channel catfish, and hybrid of the two begins in late May to early June in one of the hatchery's many ponds when a catfish pair is placed together in a submerged pen for spawning. The eggs produced by the pair are collected by the hatchery staff, careful to avoid the wrath of the male catfish trying to protect his eggs. The eggs are then transported to a hatchery trough. The trough water is oxygenated in constant motion to produce a viable environment for the eggs as they grow and hatch. The fry start to hatch after a few days and begin to look for food. It's at this time that staff start scheduled feedings for the fry, training them how to find food. A hatching rate of 90% and regular feedings mean that the fry are plentiful and grow quickly. Within 3 weeks of the eggs being collected, the fry are ready to enter one of the hatchery's ponds, a pond that will house these fry and nothing else, giving them the best chance at survival. This happens around mid-June. As many as 70,000 can go into one pond. In their early stages, fry are fed twice a day, then just once a day as they grow and become larger. With no competition for food and few predators, around 70% will grow to 5 to 9 inches by March of the next year. After a few months, hatchery staff sort the catfish into different sizes in different ponds to encourage their continued growth. After about 2 years, the fish are ready for distribution. Hatchery staff use large seines, tractors, hydraulic lifts, and elbow grease to gather the fish and transport them to awaiting trucks. The trucks bring the fish back to the same building where they hatched 2 years earlier, but this time for weighing and sorting. Once weighed, the fish are transported to state waterways. The hatchery transports fish to more than 90 locations across Kentucky throughout the year. Many of the catfish are taken to the Fishing in Neighborhoods Lakes, or FINS lakes, which are found in communities across the state. The department created the FINS program in 2006 to provide anglers with quality fishing opportunities close to home. These lakes are regularly stocked with catfish in the warmer months and rainbow trout in the cooler months. Sunfish and bass are also stocked as needed to maintain healthy populations. For more information on the FINS lakes or to find the stocking schedule, visit fw.ky.gov and search for FINS. The Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery plays an important role in providing great fishing opportunities across the state. So grab your rod and reel and take advantage of them.
So we're at the Taylorsville Lake Wildlife Management Area. This is called the Briar Ridge unit of Taylorsville Lake. It's a 1,800 acre section of the management area. Today we're going to be putting fire to 580 acres of that area. We use drip torches that have a mixture of diesel and gasoline. On the end has a wick, so they light the wick with the match and it drips lit fuel onto the ground. It has a little loop nozzle on the end. However you set your drip setting, there's an air vent on the drip torch. Fire it serves multiple purposes. It encourages growth of the warm season grasses in our fields. And it also will help us fight invasive species. We have 6 crews total. There are 4 igniter crews that are putting fire on the ground. We have a support crew and we have a forestry crew that is suppression fire along our fire breaks. And then we also have a crew that is on the water that will be igniting the woods from the boat.
We're here today at Taylorsville Lake shooting flares off the boat to try to help the progression of a prescribed fire we have going on here. The number of flares we're going to shoot off today will probably range somewhere between 50 to 100 depending on the spread of the fire as we go and how much of the fire backs down.
A lot of these animals will run for cover and they'll hide. Deer and rabbits and turkey and quail and squirrels will all be able to run away and they'll get out ahead of the fire. And it's real common whenever we're burning on even private lands or public lands, you'll start seeing those animals start moving out in advance of the fire before the fire even gets to them.
It's pretty hilly terrain, and it could be potentially dangerous to send a crew up and down a hill. Once a crew gets an area burnt, they will backfire down towards the lake, and the crew from the water, they will set the flares. They will reach from the shoreline. They'll put fire up to the flares to match them together. We have some students from EKU. The students, they all have their training in fighting fire and prescribed burns, and most of them it's their first time out, so they're more going to be shadowed and mentored on the burn.
My name is Steinberger. Yeah, my major is wildlife management with a minor in biology. I'm out here today because I'm Red Card certified and I love putting fire on the ground.
The purpose of this fire is to increase oak hickory regeneration and open up some of the woodlands for more small game habitat. You will be increasing forest floor cover for smaller creatures like squirrels. In the woodlands and in the open areas within the woodlands, you'll be increasing early successional habitat for things like rabbits and turkey poults. Really, all the animals will benefit from this. You'll be increasing woody browse for things like deer. A lot of the animals here in the eastern U.S. have evolved on a fire landscape, and they've come to exist in some cases rely on management activities. And prescribed fire is one of the methods that allows us to manage the largest chunks of property at one time.
Well, this is beneficial. It restores the environment back to an oak hickory setting that we're looking for. We're looking for a productive forest, nice healthy grass fields, and it helps game and non-game wildlife both.
Hello, I'm Christy Stroud, a member of Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources Stream Team. If your property has wetlands or streams in need of repair, the Stream Team may be able to help. Stream improvement is expensive, but the Stream Team can fix streams and restore wetlands at no cost to landowners. Costs are paid by the Mitigation Fund, a state trust with the sole purpose of helping restore these important streams and wetlands. These funds are dedicated to fixing problems like unstable creek banks, such as this one, where soil is eroding into the stream. Erosion of soils leads to fish and wildlife habitat loss, smothers aquatic life, and is harmful to downstream fisheries. So what makes a healthy stream? Healthy streams do not look like straight ditches. They have pools, clean riffles, and a healthy combination of rock and woody debris. Trees reinforce stream banks the same way rebar reinforces concrete. Trees on stream banks reduce erosion, filter toxins, and improve aquatic habitat by providing shade, important structures such as root wads that give fish and insects shelter. Do you have a stream on your property in need of improvement, or a formerly wet area that's been drained or altered significantly? We use state-of-the-art engineering and construction techniques to restore streams and wetlands. Like utilities, these projects require right-of-way. Approved projects can pay landowners for easements or even fair market value for the property. So reimbursement may be an attractive benefit whether you own farmland, hunting property, or recreational lands. You can learn more about the Stream Team on the department's website at fw.ky.gov. Once there, enter Stream Team in the search box or give us a call at 1-800-858-1549 or email us at streamteam@ky.gov if you have any questions.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants, instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources, that's what we do.
How many different types of wildlife can you name? Did you know that Kentucky is home to nearly 1,000 species of wildlife?
As Kentucky's population grows and the landscape changes, all of our wildlife face new challenges.
Many species that were once safe are now vulnerable.
The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife has a team of scientists dedicated to the monitoring and study of animals that are not hunted, fished, or trapped.
Bats,
Lizards,
Snakes,
Salamanders,
Mussels,
Raptors,
Songbirds,
and darters.
Current funding isn't keeping pace, and there's still a lot of work left to do.
We need to expand the community of people just like you.
Who are conscious and committed to conserving Kentucky's wildlife.
We work every day to improve Kentucky's landscape so that these species can thrive.
And now there's a way for you to jump in and help.
Be our partner in this work by becoming a member of our new and exciting Kentucky Wild program.
Your involvement in Kentucky Wild will help ensure that future generations of Kentuckians can enjoy our state's wildlife.
Together we
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all got fueled up during the break. We're ready to finish up today. Our next item on action items is licensing update. That should be page, your attachments, page 39 of your booklet, page 39. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, sir. And it's my privilege to come back to you as an action item with the licensing regulation amendments. As you know, from the last two meetings where we in June introduced this item as a new business item, and then in September as a discussion item, we've talked about updating the language pertaining to our regulations that govern our issuance of licenses. And some of this is updating the language simply to make it accurate for today. And some of it is allowing the department to move toward modernization, such as allowing for a third-party vendor of our licensing system. Should we be able to issue an RFP and then award that at some point? So if you look in your packet, you'll see there's three regulations pertinent here. One is 301 KAR 5001. Another is 301 KAR 5010. And the other is 5020. And my apologies, the attachment, we updated the the abbreviated agenda, but we show KRS. It's actually KAR here from the last meeting. We caught that during the flow of the meeting, but we apparently didn't adjust it on the attachment. It should be 301 KAR 5001 010 and 020. So we're seeking to update the definitions that are included in our licensing reg 5001, update the vendor language for consistency across our regulations and what we have in place now and what we may have in the future, and then also update language to allow for in 5020 vendor provided solution, which again would be if we issue an RFP for a third-party vendor, as many states are doing, allow the capacity for that. This would include adding an issuance fee. Again, these are all items or bullets that we've had here since June and that we discussed at length in September. Just remind the commission that some members are new. This item was actually recommended by the Public Relations Working Group as far as part of a suite of modernization efforts beginning in 2018 and 2019. At the May 2019 commission meeting, the Public Relations Working Group reported that they recommended us pursuing licensing modernization to allow such things as development of a department app, auto renewal, customer relationship management or marketing, which is more of an automated type of marketing where customers get renewal notices. They're allowed to opt into auto renew and a lot of other customer beneficial best practices. I'll mention that over the years, I previously worked in marketing before coming to the commissioner's office. And over the years, and I know Brian Blank, our marketing director, would echo this, as well as all of our staff, we've literally had thousands of people ask for these things at shows and events, on social media, by email to commission members over the years. And we're kind of on the cusp here by changing these regulations to allow for us to put out for bid to see what kind of response we could get from prospective bidders or companies who do this as a specialty to be able to offer these kinds of services that our customers have demanded. So it's nothing new. These are, again, as far as the proposal itself, formally before the commission, we first introduced this in our normal three-step business process or action process as new business in June. We discussed it, as you know, in September, and now we've put it before you for taking action. And I will say, many of you have observed, including from the time when this was being discussed by the Public Relations Committee and then had been supported by the commission, not voting on these regulations per se, but the commission overwhelmingly to a member, if I remember correctly, in 2019 said, please, staff, please proceed with this. And so what staff have done here is go through all of our regulations pertaining to licensing and identify the changes that need to be made to allow for us to pursue the next step of modernization. I've alluded to in the last two meetings several reasons why we want to do this. Some of those were those customer benefits, that is providing services like an app and like auto renew and seeking to do customer relationship marketing where we are optimizing the benefits of having the contact information and purchasing history, segmentation, and those kinds of things in our licensing database, and the capacity again to automate marketing to those folks. This, just to clarify here, because there has been some miscommunication or misinformation in some circles about this here at the 11th hour. This is not issuing an RFP, although that would be a next step down the road once we get these regulations promulgated, change these amendments put in place. This would be paving the way for that. And I will say our IT staff are fully supportive of this. This is not doing away with staff, staff that we have, or trying to, minimize our staff. The reality is, not only in our department, but across the country, state fish and wildlife agencies are having the same problem as all markets are having, but especially in highly skilled or highly technical fields like IT. States holding on to IT specialists who have a lot of experience and knowledge and are competitive is very challenging. I will say we have had several retirements in recent years. Our IT group is smaller, and we've tried contracting. We've tried a variety of different things. We've tried hiring, and we've hired several who have left within a year or two from the department in IT. And so other states experiencing the very same thing have moved in this direction. That is to find a market-based approach where the vendor has a strongly vested interest in success, that is in selling licenses and keeping customers. And therefore, the state doesn't have to invest in trying to recruit new staff as staff retire or replace staff. And we don't have to pay for all that on the front end in terms of staff costs. We have an IT staff. They are top notch. We have an impending retirement from the manager of our IT team. And so the timeliness of this is very important. And I appreciate the commission support over the last couple of years as staff have identified what needs to be done to enable us to take the next steps of modernization on our licensing system. Obviously, this is very important for us. If you all approve this, what we'll do next is move forward in the RFP process in terms of drafting, having it vetted by our cabinet, the Commonwealth Office of Technology, Finance, and so on, to make sure that everything is structurally correct, that it's airtight as far as the evaluation criteria, what we stipulate as requirements versus what we would like to see. And so then vendors would have opportunity to bid on this. And part of those bids would include how they would, the cost of building up front, which we're not as a department going to invest in, how they would build their system independent of ours, how they would build an app, how they would offer a hard card, how they would build in law enforcement capacity, how they would build in WMA hunting and effort information and harvest information, telecheck and all these things that would dovetail with our current needs. All those things would be built into an RFP. Again, not unilaterally done by the department, but done under state procurement and IT requirements, law and policy. So it's nothing new. The commission has commissioned us, so to speak, to go forward and identify these changes that need to be made so we can take the next steps and secure our license system is in the best possible, the most optimal condition, and delivered in such a way as it's going to be effective for years to come. And so I remember, I'll share this with you, and then I'll present the recommendation specifically. I was at a meeting focused on recruitment, retention, reactivation as the state's delegate in 2010. And at that time, the state in which this meeting for the Southeastern Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies was being held, the director came to us and he said, one of the most important things we've done for our agency is to take the licensing responsibility we had as an agency internally and then look for the best delivery system that we could find through an RFP process externally, secure that, and begin harnessing that. And within a couple of years, they were seeing over $1 million increase in sales and benefit. I mentioned last time, and I'll mention again this time, as is outlined in the text of the amendments that we've provided here verbatim that we're proposing to make in these regulations. There would be a operational fee that would be sort of like a transaction fee would be that the customer would see. There are sort of two dimensions in terms of fees, one of which currently our customers see don't see directly, but that our license agents, the people who sell the licenses in the field, the Walmarts, the Dick's Sporting Goods, the mom and pop bait shop or gun store or corner market, those license agents currently are paid by the department, as I mentioned back in September, 50 cents per license or permit transaction. So we are currently paying them to sell our licenses. Under the new model, under this model, those transaction fees would be seen by the customer. And so that would be, those fees would be passed on. That's in, you all are not authorizing that. You're not putting that in place per se here. You're allowing for the possibility of us, again, to deliver on, to move forward with an RFP process and try to find the best possible solution for our licensing and other data collection needs to improve our customer service. So we have a license agent fee, which we currently pay. There's also for this vendor, hopefully a successful vendor that we are satisfied with, if we put out an RFP and go through this process, that they're going to deliver again on these things that we're requiring, and then hopefully many of the things that we would like to see in our licensing system. They will upfront, the way we envision it, we will set the RFP up as they will upfront do all their development. So they will invest a substantial amount of their resources and money in building a system. And then on the back end of that, once it's operational, it's functional, and we approve that everything works in it, we begin selling licenses through that vendor solution. And they would recoup costs for credit card fees, for their infrastructure, for the front end development, all the things that they invest in and have to pay going forward. Their staffing to offer us, our customers, 24 hours, 24/7 customer service, which we don't currently do. To offer a hard card, again, to offer auto renewal, to offer customer relationship marketing, all these kinds of things. Then they would be recouping some of that cost through transaction fees. These are small fees. Our IT staff did a survey of all the states, and our estimate based on the survey results is about half of states, half of the 50, it's actually 51 Fish and Wildlife agencies, because Pennsylvania has a Fish and Boat Commission and Game Commission separate. About half have a system like this currently, or they are moving to a system like this where the third-party vendor performs the license delivery for the agency. We would still have access again to all the data from our customers for the more manual marketing that we want to do for communications. Like in this fall, we've had to do a tremendous amount of communication regarding chronic wasting disease. We still would have access to all those customer records, through confidentiality agreement and access to the data to be able to do that. We also would do, data mining. We would do analysis. We would do verifications, in terms of this vendor would be subject to state audits and all those kinds of things. So the RFP process itself, again, is subject to the Finance Administration Cabinet laws and policies. We also have to coordinate that and have this vetted by the Commonwealth Office of Technology, who is the IT agency for the state that performs the elk hunt drawing. So this is not something we do unilaterally. This is a highly vetted process. I will say our staff have worked on a draft RFP, and what we have done in-house so far is about 85 pages worth of specifications. So again, this is not something we've gone into lightly, as you all have commissioned us to fully explore this and bring back to you what needs to be done for our next steps. And of course, the goal here is twofold. One is to make a licensing system that is sustainable for the long term. Another is to improve customer service, to provide the benefits that customers have asked us for. And I've already rehashed and hashed those numerous times, but there are a lot of things that we stand to gain, our customers would benefit for, and frankly, again, thousands have asked us for over the last 10 plus years. So without belaboring this, I will share the specifics of our recommendation for your consideration and vote. We are seeking your approval to update antiquated language and to accommodate modernization efforts in applicable licensing regulations, to include allowing the department to move forward with a request for proposals process to try to find a third-party license delivery solution vendor. And we certainly, as we work through that process, we will keep you all apprised. We would anticipate in terms of timeline, if you all act on this, our next steps, of course, would be to promulgate these regulation amendments, these changes. And then next year, at the appropriate time, once we've vetted with Finance Administration and COT and our cabinet, we would then field this RFP and then see what kind of results we get. Some folks in the public, I'll mention this finally, and then open it up for your questions. Some folks that have contacted us, have contacted you all, have had questions about, okay, what exactly are the fees that are going to be offered to the license agent? What will they be collecting in addition to the price of the license? What will this vendor that you award the RFP to, you award this contract to, what will they be collecting? What's the actual dollar amount? Well, the reason we have a competitive bid process is to get the best price possible. If we stipulate a price, vendors are going to then say, okay, we can offer X, Y, or Z, but it's not necessarily going to be the most competitive for price. And it's just like if you bid out, trucks, or you bid out, remodeling on a building. You want to give the opportunity. You spec out what you want. You spec out what you would like to have, and then you allow the vendors to come back with what they're able to deliver on and at what price. And we pick the best, the optimum for the customer and for the department going forward. So that's our plan. Again, these regulation changes don't issue an RFP. They don't award a contract. that is yet to be done in the future. What these do is enable us to move forward with that process of modernization. So thank you for your patience in my working through all that. I did want to be, again, transparent as we've been through this whole process over the last couple of years, and specifically while this has been on the agenda the last 2 meetings and today. But I welcome your questions and happy to answer any that I can.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
Excuse me. As I understand it, this would open the door for the possibility of getting a notice to renew your hunting or fishing license or deer tag or whatever it is. That's the number one thing brought up to me by sportsmen. How come Kentucky does not remind me to do that when these other places do? Will that do that?
Yes, sir. It will, and that you're exactly right. That's part of the customer relationship management. That's an automated marketing tool or feature that would be built into such a system as this. And many of you all have, I have bought licenses from other states, and you get these features. They're already there. You can download their app, which has everything from their check-in system to purchasing a license to these reminders, maps of WMAs, you name it. We cannot activate an app on the Apple platform as a state agency. We cannot do it. And so we cannot currently have a department level app that's hosted on a vendor or a platform like Apple that's based in California. There are legal obstacles that keep us from doing that. So this would enable us to work through a contract vendor who can do those things for us, and that's legal.
That's good.
Ralph, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a comment. I was on the original Public Relations Committee, and we did, in fact, ask the commission or the department to pursue modernization in license delivery, along with the elk draw, along with the redesign of our website, and bring us in up to date as much as possible and explore those options. And you are correct on that. Also, this was a discussion item in the last commission meeting, and has gone through the the time period and the process to bring it to a action item. My question is, if we vote to approve this pursuit, are we involved in it in the future at any point? Or is it completely in the department's hands after this vote?
It's a good question, excellent question. In fact, multiple of you have asked that question. And the answer is not directly. So, and that is because of the procurement laws and policies that are in place. So these would, the folks who would be involved in finalizing the RFP, in evaluating bids, when they reviewing bids, evaluating bids, and those, it would be a team of people approved by Finance and Administration Cabinet, including staff, but also members of Commonwealth Office of Technology and the Finance Administration Cabinet, probably our cabinet as well. So it would be a team of state employees who would vet these things. And we, to the extent allowable by law, we can keep you apprised of each step as we go in this process. I would assure you that we will have very specific requirements and evaluation criteria. There will be things that we will demand. In other words, we won't award a bid if some features are not included in a bid. So a successful vendor would have to meet all the requirements, the things that we specify that have to be done. And then also those things that would be optional, or they're called ad alternate in contracting language. Vendors have the discretion to bid on those things. And so that is where there is negotiation. It's on the what is offered that's not required, and then the pricing based on that. I will say, I didn't mention, but one of our IT staff pointed out to me recently that an option for licensed agents, that is the retailers who sell licenses, and print out a license and give it to the customer directly, they have the option in regulation to advertise on the license in lieu of a direct payment. So that's sort of like a sponsorship or whatever. They can opt, in our contract with them as a licensed agent, they can opt to advertise on the license, to print an ad for them, a coupon or whatever, in lieu of us paying them 75 cents or $1 or whatever the case is for the issuance of that license as a commission to that licensed agent. So to answer your question, you all would not be able to be legally directly involved in it. We can keep, to the extent that we're allowed by law, we can keep you apprised. And Sarah, you may have comments to that effect.
Yeah, I would clarify that it is possible to include a few members of the commission on the selection committee. We just need to obtain approval for that from finance. Okay. So I just wanted you to be aware of that little nuance.
Sure. Yeah, and thank you for the clarification. My question was just so that we understand what action we take, and there's no confusion about what this process is. The end result being that should we do it and we have a third vendor, licensed vendor, that sportsman license that we now pay $95 for might be $98, right?
Yes, sir. And I did send the commission.
That'll be the end result, right? Is that not? That's
yes,
where
sir.
we're going with this.
We were careful not to put any dollar amounts out in public for the reason of honesty, because we don't want people to believe they're going to pay 50 cents more, or $1 more, or $5 more, or $10 more, which would not be the case, but in the vast majority of cases, maybe at all. But we did share with the commission for your consideration some reasonable license agent commission amounts that were based on a percentage of sale. And again, those are hypothetical. They might be, instead of 50 cents per license, it could be, as a percentage of sale, could be 75 or $1. That's just as an example. And by the way, those agent fees have not increased. Our staff, we have staff here that have been here a career. They could not remember when that 50 cents per license transaction has increased. So I think it's been that way probably for 25 plus years. But at any rate, and the same for the other, like the license processing or issuance fee. We can't tell you exactly what that's going to be. And I realize for some people that's a source of consternation, but that's the reason we issue RFPs, is we want to find out what prospective vendors are going to offer so that we can pick the best combination of price and customer service or benefits.
Okay, so right now we're currently, and I'll yield the floor. We are currently absorbing the cost of the issuance of that license as an agency, our department.
Yes, sir. All those costs historically have been borne by the agency, including paying the license agents that 50 cents per license or permit transaction commission. We pay for credit. We absorb credit card fees. Anyone that purchases a license or permit from us online, we currently, it's virtually all of them. We're absorbing those costs. If someone is paying for a credit card at a local vendor, that is a local vendor, currently can charge those credit card fees back to the customer. So 2.5% or whatever, they can charge that. We have currently obviously borne the cost of development, maintenance, IT. We rent computers and pay for internet service and all that from the Commonwealth Office of Technology. All those costs are borne by the department. All the marketing, all these kind of things, many of which again could be from a market driven approach or a business solvency approach, be contracted out, where a vendor who has a vested interest in making the system as profitable as possible, they would bear these costs long term. And frankly, looking out, our IT staff again have helped to develop this. They've drafted the internal so far RFP draft because they support this. They want to help us be solvent into the future because they believe in our mission. And they know they're not going to be around, in 10, 15 years. And some shorter than that.
Yeah, to that point, I just purchased a non-resident Michigan fishing license, and there was an advertisement on that when it printed out. So I'm pretty sure it was Michigan. It might have been Arkansas, but those states are doing that.
Yes, sir. And many of that, I didn't point out earlier in my introductory comments, that many states who are currently still delivering their license in-house, in other words, they don't have an external or third-party vendor. Many of them, of the survey we got, a significant proportion, we're already issuing an issuance fee, $2, $3, $3.50, $4.98, $2.50, a percentage, 4%. So these are very customary in our industry. These are not things that we're doing that's unusual. And again, about half of the states, based on our survey results from states, our group of IT and business professionals on a listserv there reached out to their peers and found out that about half the states are either already into a license delivery system with very good results or are in the process of making that transition. So again, this is not unique to our department.
I yield the floor. Thank you.
Josh Lillard.
Thank you. I just have something I'd like to say about this. This particular action item has recently generated a ton of feedback, comments on social media. It's very negative in my opinion. About the 9-member commission that is here today. There's people on there that I've never even shaken their hand, or they've never met me. They don't know anything about me. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but they're saying that, we're trying to pull one over on people, or we're trying to be, not upfront. You notice a lot of us have said that a lot of us individually have mentioned transparency. And that's the reason, because of some of these comments that we're seeing. We're definitely wanting to be transparent with everything. Brian, you did a really good job responding to a lot of that stuff that came out on the LKS Facebook page, and I really appreciate you keeping everybody up with what's going on there. That had to be a lot of extra work on your behalf. But I mean, even to the point of some AM radio show that I've never even heard of before. I've lived in Kentucky my whole life. They're having meetings about us, saying that we're doing wrong stuff and bad stuff. And it was all as a result of this action item. So I just want to tell those people, first of all, I'd love to meet you. I'd love to work with you. And I'd love to get the opportunity to maybe take that effort that you have and talking bad about us to turn it into something positive, like some habitat improvement projects, some 100 for the Hungry projects, help get some disabled vets out there hunting and things of that nature. I'd love to work with all that angst that you have, or all that social media presence that you're using, to make that something more positive for the Commonwealth. You know, it was very frustrating for me to see all those comments, and I just wanted to voice my opinion there. I think that this is a great opportunity for the state.
Thank you, Josh. Brian Mackey.
I've got a few things. The first one, if we vote to clean up this antiquated language, does that put us down the path where this is what's going to happen?
Our intention, again, based on guidance from the commission in the past, as well as, yes, by virtue of your support today, we would move forward with an RFP process for a third-party vendor for modernizing our licensing system so that we can offer the kinds of customer services. Again, we've been literally, we haven't documented them, but literally I've been at shows for the last, was prior to coming to the commissioner's office for 10 years, where we literally would have numerous people at every show, numerous social media comments, survey responses. Every survey we do, we get people that say, hey, why don't you guys have an app? Why don't you guys do this? Why don't you have auto renew? We want these things, and we just we cannot legally deliver on those things currently. And so, yes, sir, we would be pursuing that in the future. It's, again, this is not issuing an RFP. This is not awarding one or anything like that, but it is allowing for, paving the way for us to move forward with that process.
Another thing is, you know, I get the side of customer service. Keep hearing a lot about that and apps and this and that. I've even heard some, I believe you mentioned it yourself, that, you know, there's the potential to sell more licenses by doing this. At the end of the day, the only people that are going to buy a hunting and fishing license are people that have to have one. So I don't see how, by putting an app on somebody's phone, we're going to sell another 10,000 license or something. You know, we're not selling life insurance or gold futures. We're selling a product that only the people that use it have to have. One of the big issues I've got with it, and it's been alluded to several times today and just now, is, you know, this idea of transparency. You know, the commission received a proposal 22 days ago that had some numbers on it, but the public has no knowledge what that may be. And I understand to a degree some confidentiality when it comes to putting out contracts, but, you know, years ago when I used to make the water control structures for the department, those products were available everywhere. It was a sealed bid package. So even though you knew what those products cost in Alabama or wherever, it still resulted, you know, at the end of the day, the person that got the contract's the one that put the lowest bid in. So all this talk about transparency, I don't feel like we're being very transparent with the public, that we're going to add a fee on when we already provide, you know, the tools to do what we're doing right now. If it's such a big deal, why are only about half the states in the country currently doing it? And if it is a big money revenue generator, then why don't we look at building our own system and farming it out to other agencies ourselves? You know, most sportsmen don't want to pay more for a license. But if they knew that money was going back into our coffers, or it was going back into habitat work, or something within us, I don't think a lot of people would have a problem with it. You know, if it was $2 or $3, and we said half of it's going to go to run this system, half of it's going to go back into the resources, I think you'd have very few people that would have an issue with that. But if we're going to send the money to somebody out of state that we don't know, I don't think a lot of people are going to be happy with that.
I understand. You brought up a number of topics, and I'll try to address those. And please point out any that I don't address that you would like a response for. I would say first, I hear what you're saying about the us being the only ones selling Kentucky licenses. And therefore, in a sense, we have a corner of the market. But the reality is we compete with so many other things, other activities, interests, expenditures for market share and time and dollars. And so if we as an agency, we had similar concerns among some of our staff or stakeholders when we started doing marketing outright as a department 12, 13 years ago. And the reality is, unless we do that, we lose market share, we lose participation. We have seen, as you saw in the numbers from our marketing group, where we do manual, but we still do email and text marketing to people who had not yet purchased a license in a given year. We see conversions. So we see people who may be discretionary about fishing or hunting in a given year. We present them with the opportunity. We make it enticing. We give them the information, the access, the tools. They will go. In some cases, it's the click of a button. And in the case of auto renew, that one feature, I know for some states in particular, because I know my peers in those states, they have just with auto renew have seen $1 to $2 million increases in revenue in 1 year. So the capacity for us simply to have someone opt into auto renew is huge. And those dollars, they do result in us being able to do more. Long term for the agency solvency, even if we were 75% federally funded, we need 25% state dollars to match those federal funds. And so we need those license dollars into the future. Of course, federal funds don't fund 75% of our budget, but these things are all, the license sales and permit sales are crucial to our future. And so if we don't make ourselves as competitive with, video games and sports activities and other things people can be doing and spending their money on, we'll continue to lose market share. In terms of the out-of-state, there's at least one in-state prospective bidder. So it's possible that the best bidder or the best vendor after the RFP process is put out and responded to, that we could select an in-state vendor. But irrespective of that, we want to select the best. And one of our criteria for evaluating RFPs would be the demonstrated success. So we don't want a vendor who is cutting their teeth on Kentucky. We don't want someone who it's their first go round. We want someone who has demonstrated, hey, look, they have a functional system. It is delivering return on investment for the agency. Customer satisfaction is good. They're able to offer functional solutions for all the things we would need. And hopefully many of the things that are add alternate or optional things that we want or want to provide with for our customers. I did mention that, we want to have built into this, things like the app would deliver on quota hunt applications and the elk hunt drawing applications and things like that. There are lots of things could be built into these apps. But again, you all probably have those in your on your smartphones or tablets from other states where you buy fishing or hunting licenses. In terms of transparency, I would say, I regret that some folks either didn't hear about this until recently or are just recently making an issue out of it. But this is nothing new, and people can go back to the May 2019 discussion here at the commission table, or formerly commission table in this room, where this was discussed. And the commission said, yes, please further investigate what needs to be done to move us into the 21st century for licensing. And again, we followed, for these regulation changes, we followed the 3-step process that you all have agreed to and has allowed 6 months, multiple steps here for anyone concerned to ask questions and, raise concerns, with you all or with us or anyone else for that matter. So that's part of the reason I normally don't, but part of the reason I went out the last couple of days to try to answer questions honestly and in good faith from people who are raising concerns is because we're trying to be transparent and we want to share accurate information. And we did in previous meetings specifically mention the agent and licensed agent fees, and then also these transaction or operational fees that customers would see. Again, a small percentage, but they still would see these. So we really have done our due diligence in terms of transparency, and we have no malice towards anyone who has concerns, but we wouldn't be advancing this if we didn't believe, and again, the commission 2 years ago didn't believe this was in the best interest for our future and our solvency.
Oh, go ahead, Rob.
Okay, let's see, who's, Jerry, you go ahead, Jerry.
Go ahead, Jerry. Sure.
You're muted, Jerry. You're muted.
Can we invite him to open up his mic?
Jerry, you're muted. Now start again, Jerry. We didn't get any of it.
Sorry about that.
I was talking to myself.
We all do it.
Hey guys, I hate to be a nuisance today, but I've got to get my kids home from school. I drive the school bus, and I'm gonna have to get out of here at 2:30. So I got about 4 minutes. Is there any kind of way we could
unknown caller.
move a little faster on this one, or do you just want me to just don't worry about this particular issue?
Well, you always still got other discussion with this. I guess, Jerry, the thing to do is if you need to go in 3 or 4 minutes, you can at least let us know where you stand on that issue. I think, I don't know that the vote would be so close it'd be tie breaking, but if you'd like to tell the commission where you stand on it, that might carry some weight with others as they vote, but I don't believe we can rush this
right
one issue without maybe not having everybody up to speed. So why don't you just tell them where you stand if you want to, or if you just want to say, I've got to go, either, whatever you want to do.
Oh, okay, great. Brian and Dr. Carl, I'll be honest with both of you guys.
Okay.
I like it the way it is right now, actually. And let me tell you why. First of all, I like going to the cane pole and getting my fishing license. Love going to Walmart and getting my hunting license. I just don't see where this is going to benefit any one of the sportsmen if the price increases. Right now is a very difficult time to raise prices. People are already struggling right now with gas and the inflation that we're going through. And I just don't believe that it would be beneficial right now to implement this, maybe sometime down the road, but I don't think right now is the time.
Thank you, Jerry. Your comments are so noted because they're going to be part of the record, even though you're not going to be able to vote because you're going to have to leave, but they're noted. Your stand on it will be noted in the record.
And I will share the timeline. We're probably looking at, if optimal timeline, we're probably looking at 2023 at the best, and sometime in 2023 before we would have an operational license system from a third party. If we can move forward, we have a successful bid process, we select a vendor and all that, because we probably would not be putting an RFP out until next year. And it typically for states, it's taken them 6 to 12 months, or the third party vendor, 6 to 12 months in development. To develop the system, test it, pilot it, and then be ready to launch. So it does take quite a bit of time.
Yeah, I'm sure about that. But I just think that now timing on this is off just a little bit. I would like to just know some more about it, talk to some people in other states and that do have this to see how they feel about it, and what are the good points about it and what's the drawbacks on it. Make an informed decision more than I have right now. So right now, I haven't spoken to anyone. I've just read what we have here in the packet. And I just think I need a little bit more information to make a sound decision on that. So right now I'm out.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Farrell. And again, welcome to the commission. Thanks for sticking with us all day today. And I guess thank you. I guess it goes without saying that when we say drive carefully, we really mean it with you. And how many is it 30 kids you got?
No, I got 50 kids on my bus.
Oh my goodness, 50 of them.
Yes, sir. I drive North Madison County, down there by the Kentucky River and up in Boone's Trace. I've got the most beautifulest bus ride that you can imagine.
Do you have earplugs? Do you have earplugs?
I'm sorry?
Do you have earplugs for 50 kids?
I got my radio. I turn the radio up on them. They start jamming. They're happy. You know, it's all good.
Okay, well, your comments are noted in the record, and thank you for your attendance today. Go get those kids.
Okay.
I
You
have,
guys have a good day. Bye.
I have a question.
You have a question for Mr. Farrell or for us?
For Brian and Sarah Cronin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Farrell. Okay, go ahead, Doug Morgan.
Okay, my question, I guess, Sarah first. If we move this forward, and you think the screen moved, I'm sorry. If we move this forward, then it's your opinion that some of the commissioners would be on a board with the finance department and they would somehow work on, explain that to me.
Sure. Once the RFP is, or at the time the RFP is issued, there will be an evaluation committee identified. Typically, those evaluation committees are composed of state employees, although you can get permission to include non-state employees from finance. I think it's OPS gives that permission. So you can make a request to include some commission members on the evaluation committee. All committee members have to sign a non-disclosure at the time the RFP, before the RFP is issued, and they cannot discuss the process with anyone. Obviously, I think you wouldn't be able to include a majority of the commission members, but there is an exception under the Open Meetings Act for that, I believe. And what else did I want to say? It's best to do a committee of five people. That's ideal because it's a big time commitment and availability is critical. But you can do more. Whatever you do, you want to have an odd number.
Okay, my second question is, as we all know, there's a process. If we move this forward, it would have to be approved, go on over to the regs committee. The state legislature has to approve this. There's a vetting process there. Everybody gets to have their say, the citizenry, the department, everybody gets a shot at it to see what they think. Would this committee meet before or after the regs committee?
I'll defer to Brian, but I believe you have to change the reg first, right?
Yes, we would probably be.
You're muted, Brian.
Can you all hear me?
No. Yeah, I can now.
Okay, very good. So we would move forward with vetting the RFP draft. In other words, finalizing that, adding in finance language, getting legal review, all those kinds of things. As the regulation is moving forward, we would want to make sure the regulations, as Sarah mentioned, are finalized. In other words, they're enacted before we put this out on the street, because we don't want to, get the cart before the horse, so to speak. So we want to have sort of enabling language in regulation before we put out the RFP.
Okay. If we move this forward, this proposal would stay at the department for public comment for an extended period of time. Then the department would answer those complaints, or for lack of a better word, comments. They would answer that, and that would all go over to the regs committee, and then it would be for public comment over there for anybody that had anything they wanted to say. So this is certainly not a vote on doing it today. This would be a vote on sending it out so everybody can vet this thing and see if it's viable. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I would say, to qualify that a little bit, I would say this is a vote on these regulations to have the language in place where if we do put out an RFP and we do get a satisfactory vendor bidding, the package and the pricing and, services and all those things incorporated, then we would be able to move on that. We'd be able to award a contract and move forward with development and that kind of thing. But this, to qualify what you said a little bit, this is not officially like you all authorizing us to send out the RFP, although in spirit it is. It would be a sort of a vote of confidence because you're allowing us in putting forward these recommended regulation changes. Once they've been gone through the promulgation process and they're enacted, then we would put out the RFP next. But as far as, yes, developing the draft further to where we're all comfortable with it, yes. And we could, we can have you all review the draft. That would be, we cannot do that, Sarah? Oh, we can't do that, okay. See, that's why we have attorneys and procurement people to help us out, make sure we're following the law.
But, and the point I was making about the regs committee and the comment period, that it would stay at the department before it went over there. And then the comments and the answers would both go with it. It has been the case, I know of more than once, that the regs committee has took public comment over there and sent it back. They have sent it back over and said, we really don't think this is a good idea. So elected representatives over at the big house, they've got a say in this too. This is not something we've done on our own.
Yes, sir. And you are exactly right with that. That's right. So I'm sorry, I misunderstood you a little bit. I thought you were talking about public comments on the RFP, and Sarah pointed out that's a tightly governed procurement process. It's not a public, nor could it realistically be a public, involvement process. But yes, to your point, these regulation changes are subject to all the standard regulation review processes.
Ralph Swallows.
Yeah, the point to that is that we, as a commission, do not have any more input after we do this. If we move this forward, then we can't say, no, we don't want to do that, accept the RFP that you've got that we think is a good idea. That's what I hear. Is that correct? That is correct.
Yes, unless, like Sarah mentioned, we had a member, for example, if we had a 5-member evaluation team, if we had a member on that team, that is a way. But again, I'm not sure that satisfies the commission as a body concern, because the body wouldn't be able to review it. It would be a confidential review by one commission member, for example. But it typically, from what I understand from our IT team, the reason I said, from what I understood, I didn't believe a volunteer could be on the committee, was that we are talking about a small number, and we probably would want to have, an attorney, an IT specialist, a procurement person, someone from COT. Sure. Those, it's a limited number to have an effective committee. But yes, sir, I believe, except for a member being on that review team, yes, you all would be commissioning the department and, of course, all the other folks involved in this process and issuing and reviewing the RFPs.
And that's I want to make sure that we understand what that means. And should we go with this? We're going down the road. It's a 2-year process probably. So we won't see any action, but once it leaves here, it's pretty much out of our control.
Ms. Cronin, what did you want to say? I can tell you're holding on.
I just wanted to add that there is the opportunity for the chair, once the RFP is finalized, to sign a non-disclosure agreement and review it to make sure it comports with the commission, what the commission wants. So
now you're going to make me like Dr. Chamber. Well, maybe it won't be, but you're going to make me like Dr. Chamber. You'll get me shot at.
Sorry.
A bunch want to shoot me anyway, quite frankly.
Just trying to be transparent.
I have one more question and I'm going to quit asking.
I doubt that, but go ahead with it, Doug.
So what we're saying is this will be just exactly like every action item we've passed today. I don't know of a time we've passed an action item and then went back and asked for it back. I mean,
yeah,
have we? So it's going to be just like the rest of them. We pass it and it goes on, right?
Yes, sir. And again, this is not issuing the RFP. This is not awarding a
I
contract. or anything
understand,
like
but the
that.
action item itself, we passed it and go on. We're not gonna ask for the elk regulations or the turkey regulations back, are we? We sent them.
That's right. And I will point out, and I neglected to do this earlier, and I thought of it, actually had a text from a staff member. It's like, hey, don't forget this. And the person is exactly right. A really big issue for license sales is what's in our industry is what's called churn. And this is people that buy a license 1 year and they don't buy next year, or they don't buy for 3 years. It is a huge factor. And it's why in years when we have wet springs and wet falls, we sell a lot less licenses. In spring, if we have a cold, wet spring, fishing licenses may go down 30%. And so if we have auto renewal and we have these direct marketing, embedded direct marketing tools, our license sales will be higher. And that has been the experience, as a rule for other states who have gone with these systems that have, again, all these customer amenities that we can't currently offer just because of state law or procurement realities.
Mr. Mackey?
But when you talk about these auto renewals, the example you just gave, that person may not really be wanting that license because like you said, it may be a wet spring. They may not be, a diehard hunter. They may be, a guy that gets out there and hunts every other year or something. And to say we're going to pick up more sales because of an automatic renewal, somebody may not really want in the first place.
Yeah, they're absolutely, you're right. There will be some people who will not opt in to auto renew, but the experience of the other states is that they do. A large proportion of these folks that churn in and out of purchasing because they're, like you said, they're very casual participants. A significant proportion say, oh yeah, I may get an invite. My friend just bought a boat. I plan to go next year. And they'll go ahead and auto renew. And some of these people will stay on auto renew again voluntarily, but they'll do that until their credit cards expire. And so the agency benefits from that. And then also there's a participation benefit if they are in auto renew and they've got the license. They say, no, I'm going to go fishing or I'm going to go hunt because I bought the license. They're invested. So it's a two-pronged benefit for us.
Other comments or questions? Yes, sir, Dr. Floyd.
I have a comment. Apparently, a lot of you guys haven't used one of these. Well, I live down here close to Tennessee. I hunt in Tennessee. They've got TWRA on the go. It's an app, just like we're talking about on the phone, and it is awesome. I harvested a deer in Tennessee. I was in a place where you didn't have internet access, but I got on this little app and I checked my deer in and they gave me a confirmation number. And even though I was out in the middle of nowhere, I can take that deer then straight to the processor and I don't have to pass go. It's pretty nice. If I'm wondering what the sunrise or sunset is, I don't have to go to any other site because it's right there on my hunting site. If I'm on vacation and I decide I want to go trout fishing, but I don't have a trout stamp and I want to buy one, I can buy one right there. It's real user friendly. I see I see the benefit. Maybe
Thank you, Dr. Floyd. Thank you, Dr. Floyd. I'm gonna make you the assistant to Brian Blank.
Oh, well, that's good.
We're gonna put you on Brian Blank's committee.
Yeah, that's good. I like Brian. My concern is I've heard from several constituents. Every one of them said they don't want an increase in the license numbers, the cost. I understand that. I understand we're in a difficult economic time. The other thing they say is they don't want this today, that we would secure a third-party vendor for doing this. I don't know why they're so opposed to that, but I agree that it would be better to go through a RFP to get the lowest bidder. I want to do what my constituents want. Is there a way that Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife would be able to, at least for a little while, if we were getting this going, to cover these transaction fees for a while so that we could say to our constituents, as right now we say we don't know how much they're going to be. If if the bid came in such that the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife could cover that transaction fee like they're covering the credit card fees right now. And that would kind of be where our stopgap number, then we could go ahead with this, I think. You know, and we could say to our constituents, I think you're going to really enjoy the benefit of having this new system, because I really enjoy it. I mean, it makes a lot of difference for where I hunt. But we've got to find some way to satisfy the folks that don't want an increase in their license fee. I understand them feeling that way. Some folks, I mean, a lot of folks feel like they pay too much already for their license, and especially in an economically difficult time. So anyway, that's my comment.
Yeah, valid concerns, and I would say I totally understand that, and none of us want to pay, you know, any more. I would say a couple of things. I would say one, yes, we have historically absorbed the credit card fees, the license agent fees or commissions, the all the infrastructure, customer service, staffing, IT, rent, all the things that go into these things. But it's in my humble, you know, view, it's self-defeating to move forward with a development that is aimed at improving revenue and improving customer service, and we undercut the revenue aspect of it.
Well, I was just thinking that if it brought in a lot more revenue, then maybe some of that could go to offset these transaction fees.
Ryan Mackey.
I can see both sides of a lot of this, but you know, today we spent 15 minutes or whatever just trying to figure out if we approve cleaning up this language, whether or not we're locked into this. And then we spent some time trying to figure out if we do pass cleaning up this language, you know, is it out of our hands down the road? I would like to make a motion that we table this until the next meeting.
Is there, yes, go ahead, Paul.
I had a question for Sarah, if I could, if we can hold on to Mackie.
Can I do that during discussion? Let me see if there's a second to this motion first, and we'll, during discussion, if it's on the same subject, we'll do that right then, if that's okay. Is there a second to that motion? Because we've got a motion on the floor. I've got to deal with that motion first. Is there a second to the motion that we table this until the next meeting? Now that meeting could be, we don't know when that next meeting would be, if there's an emergency meeting or call meeting or whether it's a scheduled meeting. Is there a second to that? Well, at this point, Brian, that your motion dies on the floor if I don't have a second to that, but we may come back on a different motion here in a minute. Paul, go ahead with your question to Sarah Cronin.
I was just going to ask, during the RFP process, and you set up your criteria in which you're going to evaluate those proposals, could more preference be given to an in-state organization or group than an out-of-state? Couldn't it be worth, you know, lack of a better way of saying it, 2 points versus 1 point?
Yeah, there's a whole process for preferential treatment to in-state bidders. And it's included within the RFP and within the in the procurement laws. So I don't quite know how it works. I bet Lisa Cox knows, or Brian. But that they are automatically given that there's a preference for in-state bidders. Is that your understanding too, Brian?
No, ma'am, I didn't know that, but it does. I'll say this without prejudice. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You know, we want to try to.
I had heard that, and I have heard that in the past, and that's why I was wanting to ask that question.
Other comments or any other discussion? Brian Fisher.
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, but it sounds like we can't have any part of the RFP process or input into seeing the RFP. Is that correct?
I can look into it in a little more detail, but it's a process that is confidential beforehand. And let me follow up and see how much, if any, input you can have in that. I mean, it may be that there could just be a general discussion. at another meeting about what the criteria should be, but it is complex in this situation, as Brian has sort of explained. But I'm willing to look at it a little more closely. It's just when the document's prepared, you can't, it's highly confidential. You cannot, it can't be shared, because then it opens the door for bid protests down the road. If somebody were to know about it before somebody else, and there could be allegations of preferential treatment, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, Ralph.
Yeah, in light of what Ms. Crone said and Commissioner Mackey's request for to table this, how about we, I make a motion that we try to get some more input and comment and explore this a little more, and have possibly a special call meeting so that we don't have to wait until the March 3rd to address this situation. Could we do that?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of saying to Brian. I think there is some urgency in this thing, so it might require a special call meeting. I think Brian wanted to get more, same thing virtually, he wanted to get more information. And I think it require, but it may not take more than a half an hour. Once we get the information that you all request, then we could do it in a special call meeting pretty quickly. So,
and it would allow Jerry to be back in participation as well.
Pardon me?
And it would allow Jerry to be back in the participation and discussion.
Yeah.
Jerry Farrell. Any other comments?
Acceptable?
I couldn't hear that.
That's my motion if it's acceptable.
To get more information, call a special call meeting to deal with just this one subject.
Yes.
Is there a second? I guess Brian's seconding the motion that he kind of started anyway. Got the ball rolling out. Is there any further discussion on that? To table this with the understanding we need information as soon as possible and then call a special call meeting to deal with this issue. That's the motion that you're making?
Yes. Yes.
With no further discussion, Mr. Morgan, would you make a roll call vote?
I'd be more than happy to, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Floyd.
Yes, I say we table it.
Commissioner Fisher.
Yes.
Commissioner Swallows.
Yes.
Commissioner Mackey.
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard.
In effort of full transparency, yes.
Commissioner Farrell is absent. Commissioner Horn.
Yes.
I vote yes. It's unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Motion carries. We'll deal with this one at a little bit later date, but not put it off until March. The next item is fisheries. I believe, Mr. Dreves, that's yours.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
You may have the floor, sir. I know we've gone over this one ad nauseum. No, I won't say that. We've dealt with this. We've dealt with this before for some time, but you go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Just wanted to say for the record, I echo everybody else's welcome of Mr. Commission Member Farrell, and wish he was still here with us, but I'm glad to hear we have another avid angler on the commission. I do want to go ahead and proceed and just reiterate that this regulation change is really a host of creel and size limit changes, mostly just size limit changes. And so the Fisheries Division proposes to simplify, update, and add or remove special fishing regulations for black bass, trout, catfish, and muskellunge. These are all regulations in 301 KAR 1:201. This is our traditional rod and reel size and creel limit regulation. And I'm happy to proceed with each of these however you all prefer. I can do it by species or by group, or one main vote on all, as you all prefer.
Gentlemen, if you all remember, we went over this at some length last time, and he made explanations as to why they were doing that. They cleaned up a lot and tried to better organize the limits and krill limits and size limits. So I don't think anything changed from the last time when we had it as a discussion items, but we'll handle it however you all want. If we handle these individually, we're going to have breakfast here tomorrow to do that. But I'm going to do whatever you all want to do. I'm just here for helping you all. So however you all want to deal with this, Brian Fisher, go ahead.
I'm fine taking them all. I just have 2 questions on one specific regulation. I have no other questions at all on the other ones. So if everyone wants to take them all at one, I think.
We'll fire with your questions.
The only 2 questions I have is I've got lots of feedback on the smallmouth majority. The super majority is for the change of the 15-inch minimum length limit on the tributaries and streams that are listed on page 45. The only question I have on that is why are more streams not being considered, and is that something to look at in the future? And do you all recommend a reduction of the smallmouth krill limit at all? I think there's some proponents that would like to see more streams added and reduction in the krill limit.
Appreciate the question, Commission Member Fisher. Probably a good time. I'll ask Gabe if he could throw up that map that we prepared as a visual aid. So we're talking about proposing this 15-inch minimum size limit on smallmouth for the Barren River system, the upper Kentucky system, and the upper Cumberland system. And those bodies of water are in red on this map. And this just shows the major streams. Obviously, anything that feeds into to any of these above those boundaries would be a part of this regulation. It is a significant step. I would say that I had a small amount of reservation of imposing that regulation statewide, simply because I do feel like it is a big step, and there's not a lot. There's some streams where smallmouth may not even reach 15 inches with regularity, and so it basically makes a stream such as that catch and release only for smallmouth bass. So we feel like that we were able to model these streams with the data that we had, and we felt like these are some where they had good enough growth and a good enough smallmouth population where we think this can make a difference. And we do think that there's potential that smallmouth will exceed 15 inches in all of these streams. And so there still will be an opportunity for those that want to harvest a smallmouth of a larger size to have that opportunity. And the question about the creel survey reduction or the creel limit reduction, has been brought up, and we've heard about that. We've considered that as well, and we feel like that protecting the additional 3 inches from 12 to 15 inches on these streams will be a significant step in protection. And I don't think that we would see very much benefit from reducing the creel limit, simply because there's not many folks that are harvesting more than 2 fish above 15 inches on these streams already. So I don't think it would really modify behavior enough to even make a difference to reduce the creel limit. And thus we want to kind of defer again for simplification. The statewide creel limit is 6. We would at least leave that as something that angler wouldn't have to remember. They would just have to remember they could only keep it if it was above 15 inches.
Any other questions for Dave? Dave, we know you've worked awfully hard on these proposals. I know you went through each one of these line by line for us, but I know it took a lot more time for you to go through those. So I appreciate that. Josh, do you have any? You're one of our fishermen. you have any fishing concerns about any of those things? Because I know you're ready to head too.
Yeah, no, I don't have any problems or issues with any of these. I think they're all really good. Dave, while we got you, and this is off subject, but I've been hearing a lot of issues or complaints regarding Striper and Lake Cumberland. We can tangent that for now, but I am interested in talking to you further about that.
Sure thing. We're hearing those concerns as well, and we're working on some things that we hope will help the situation.
Will you, Dave, be able to report back to that since he has a question about that? I don't know that we need it as new business right now, but can you get something out for that? If Josh, I've heard a few things on Cumberland too, about stripers. So whenever you got any information, if you share it with the commissioners, that might be good.
Sure, I can, we could put it on an agenda as an update if you want at a future meeting, or, some things.
What do you say to that, Josh? Would you like an update? Okay, if you can, Dave, let's put that on the next meeting as an update on Lake Cumberland striper situation.
Sure thing, we can do that.
Thank you so much. Doug Morgan.
If there be no further questions, I would move that we pass the regulations presented by the Fisheries Department, David Drees, and attachment A11.
I have a motion and a second by Ralph Swallows. Is there any discussion about that, gentlemen? Mr. Morgan, would you take a roll call vote?
I'd be more than happy to take a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. So accommodating.
Commissioner Floyd.
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher.
Yes.
Commissioner Swallows.
Yes.
Commissioner Mackey.
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard.
Yes.
Commissioner Farrell is absent. Commissioner Horn.
Yes.
I vote yes. The vote is unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Motion passes. I guess, Mr. Dreves, you're going to do the discussion item that's first on the list. Simplifying, update, snagging, grabbing, and bow fishing regulations.
Yes, sir.
This is a discussion item, gentlemen. So it is D1, I believe.
Yes, sir. Attachment D1.
48, page 48, man.
And the Fisheries Division is proposing to amend 301 KAR 1:410, which is our taking fish by non-traditional fishing methods regulation. And these are some simplifications and some updates where necessary. And specifically, we want to address some of the general provisions of the regulation, and also language regarding gigging and snagging in the Cumberland River below Lake Barkley and in the Tennessee River below Kentucky Lake. Several of these changes have to do with sturgeon and paddlefish. These are highly sought after for the roe, and these species are known to exhibit extreme movements such that their populations are assumed to be multi-jurisdictional. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has concerns that these fish may be overexploited in the Mississippi River Basin. So some of these changes increase the existing protections we have on paddlefish and sturgeon. So the specific changes we'd like to make to the general provisions would to make the statewide daily harvest limit of 2 paddlefish using any non-traditional fishing method. And what this provision would do, it would effectively remove the special regulation that is below the Kentucky and Barkley Lakes in the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers, where there's currently a limit of 8 paddlefish. So right now it is statewide too, but if we put it in the general provisions, it would make it so it applied to everywhere, not excluding Kentucky and Barkley tailwaters. And so we're also proposing regulations that will further protect sturgeon and will mimic sturgeon regulations already in place for commercial fishing in 301 KR 1:155. And so these make it so there's a statewide daily harvest limit of 2 shovel-nosed sturgeon using any non-traditional fishing method. And it would only allow sturgeon, shovel-nosed sturgeon harvest in the Ohio River Basin. And it would have no harvest of pallid sturgeon statewide, being catch and release only. The next provision.
Dave, could I get you to stop and give me that KRS number again, would you?
The sturgeon regulations in commercial fishing.
Yes, sir.
It was a KAR 301 KAR 1:155.
301-155.
Yes, sir. And so these regulations, those 3 bullets for sturgeon pretty much mimic what is in our commercial fishing regulations.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to look at it.
And the next bullet has to do with Asian carp. There is already no limit on the daily harvest of Asian carp using bow fishing, gigging, or snagging, but we want to extend that to other non-traditional fishing methods. So we could put it in the general provision of that regulation, and there'd be no daily harvest limit for Asian carp taken by any non-traditional fishing method. And moving on to specific changes under the gigging snagging section of this regulation. Anglers must stop snagging when a daily limit of shovel-nosed sturgeon is caught. Again, this is just simply for more protection of shovel-nosed sturgeon. There's a provision there about the Tennessee River below Kentucky Lake Dam. We propose to prohibit snagging from the fishing piers. And I also will add jetties to this discussion, along with fishing piers, and located on the Tennessee River below Kentucky Lake Dam. And also for clarification, we would make that from the dam down to the confluence with the Ohio River. And this is a clarification, as the regulation currently only states this prohibition from piers under the US 62 bridge. So this will help with user conflicts between traditional rod and reel anglers and snaggers. And then we have a couple provisions to changes to the snagging and gigging below Lake Barkley Dam on the Cumberland River. And this would prohibit gigging and snagging in the Cumberland River below Lake Barkley Dam to the Highway 62 bridge. The next one is remove daily harvest limit of 8 rough fish and the requirement to keep them. So there's currently a requirement to keep snag fish on the Tennessee River, and this is practically limits how long one person can snag. So this change would make it so you basically have to stop. Or this one is on the Cumberland River is to remove when you have to stop. Basically, there's not a crowding problem on the Cumberland River like there might be on the Tennessee River, and so we proposed to remove this daily harvest limit. And then the next item, fisheries also proposes to update bow fishing regulations to include shovel-nosed sturgeon. Again, a sturgeon protection measure. And then finally, the last one is, as we mentioned, in the previous action, fisheries began stocking Carr Creek Lake with blue catfish and last year. And today, in the previous action, you just passed a regulation adding harvest restrictions using traditional fishing methods. So we also recommend adding the same harvest restriction on Carr Creek Lake catfish when hand grabbing. And that's what this final provision does right here.
So Dave, who's going to, hang on, Paul. Dave, who's going to resist any of these, and why? Who is in all this Kentucky Lake Barkley? Who is Robin Floyd going to hear from the most about?
I would tell you the probably the most controversial thing in here, if it is controversial, is that the statewide daily harvest limit of 2 paddlefish using any non-traditional fishing method. Right now, there is an exception where Kentucky and Barkley tailwaters on the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers they can catch up to snag or gig up to 8 paddlefish. So the regulation requires you to stop snagging when you reach any limit. So obviously, if you have to stop when you get to 2 paddlefish, then you may have to stop snagging sooner on the Tennessee River or the Cumberland River. But because now currently you can snag up to 8 paddlefish, or any limit that you reach, you have to stop.
And now, Paul, you had a question, sir.
I was just going to share with Dave. I'm hearing concerns about the number of blue catfish in Dewey being diminished and decreasing in size. So just something for you to look into. And
thank you. We can certainly do that.
Any other questions for Dave? Dave, is there any additional, since these are discussion items, is there any other additional stuff that you'll be sending them prior to the next meeting if they decide to move this on to an action item? In other words, is this it? Or is there some numbers or anything that you feel like you need to provide them with to make better decisions about these?
Not that I know of, Chairman Kleinert. I can certainly try to respond to any questions about numbers that there might be questionable or might have a question about. I would say we don't have great numbers on some of this information in terms of the it's a non-traditional fishing method. So we, for example, not sure if we have good creel survey numbers on gigging, snagging. We're trying to do a better job of getting those kind of numbers. But certainly a lot of these things are something I would think that are not controversial, like the protections for sturgeon and paddlefish. Other than that, limit to snagging of 2 from 8 to 2.
Is there a reduction of numbers, you think, of paddlefish? Is that the reason to go from 8 to 2? Are you seeing less paddlefish?
We don't have very great data on paddlefish, but what will I tell you that there's nationwide, there's concerns from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about decreasing numbers of paddlefish. And every once in a while, you start hearing things about, making changes to the being able to harvest those for the roe, for example. And some states have obviously decreased their or put protections on paddlefish. And we just think this is kind of a prudent approach to kind of get out in front of any other concerns that might be out there. So, showing that we have some restrictive regulations on there could be beneficial.
Okay, so you're open to any questions that any of the commission members might have between now and the next meeting in order to expedite the action item next time? Because I could see that if we went down through each one of these with questions next time, when I'd like to get those out of the way for voting purposes, you'll field any questions from any of the commissioners about any concerns they have off of this page.
Most definitely, yes. And again, for transparency, this was these all these provisions were listed in new business at the last meeting.
Good. Okay. Any other questions? Would it go without saying that you gentlemen want to move this on to an action item next time, or do you want to vote on that? Or are there any objections? Let me put it that way. Any objections to moving this discussion item on to a action item? Please signify or let me know. Josh wants to be transparent here. Okay, so that thank you for that update and that discussion on that matter. We'll move that on to a action item next time. Next discussion item is is also hunter education. Who's going to do that? Mr. Clark?
I'm going to do
Oh,
that. Yep.
okay. I'm sorry, Gabe, I didn't even see you. Gabe moved around. I didn't even see you. Okay, Gabe, it's all yours.
All right, good afternoon, gentlemen, again. So coming to you with a proposal for 301 KAR 2185, the hunter education regulation. We're asking to remove the requirement for hunters to carry a physical proof of their hunter education card. That actual card for proof of hunter education is antiquated for us. Certified hunters currently have their Kentucky hunter education status printed on their licenses now. Additionally, a hunter should be able to use electronic documentation, but the certification process would not change for us, just no longer requiring a card to be carried on your person. So really just to update language for that regulation.
Is it required for them to take or carrying your hunting license after 16 to have a photo ID? Does law enforcement require a photo ID to identify that you're who? I could have Rich Storm's license on my person, so that's who I am. You have to have a photo ID.
It's at the discretion of the officer, but generally, yes.
I just
so if there are other, usually it's a government issued ID.
But there are ways to verify that you have hunter education,
Yes, sir.
both from your on the license.
Yes. Yep. But this would just be for Kentucky, because like I said, it's on there. If you have to have, I'm not necessarily not Kentucky, but if you have another state's hunter education course, you just have to be able to provide documentation of that. So whether it's a card or photo, PDF document, something like that would be fine.
Make another plug for the licensing app,
Yeah.
or for our department app. Someone could upload their credential from another state into the app and store it there. So if we have down the road, hopefully we have an app at some point, that will be an added benefit for the prospective customer.
There we go. Make a note of that. Any questions for Gabe about this discussion matter?
Nope.
Dr. Robin Floyd, you have your mic muted. If you'll turn that up.
Okay, I have a comment. I think this is a real good idea. I hunt with my children a good deal of the time, and we were hunting at a quota hunt we had gotten drawn for, and they asked to see the kids' green orange card. The kids whipped out their cell phones, both of them. There it was, and that was just fine with the conservation officer. And I think it should be fine with anybody, because carrying a little piece of paper when you don't have to carry a piece of paper isn't very modern. And so I just think this is a good idea. That's all. I'll mute myself now.
Any other questions? Or it would be the pleasure of the commission. Anybody resistant to passing that on to a action item next time? I don't see any resistance, so we'll pass that on. The next item of discussion items is transferability of elk permits issued through landowner cooperator, public access, and elk restoration.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll introduce this, and I believe Dr. Hass may weigh in about some enhancements that have been made since over the last couple of years that may make this somewhat of a moot point. But as you all heard last meeting, when we introduced this as new business, there have been some complaints about people illicitly passing permits from hunter to hunter, elk permits, and those, not being assigned to a person, or if they're assigned to a person, they're still passed around, and if someone didn't harvest it under one identity or as a hunter, they could pass it off to someone else who might have opportunity to go subsequently. And so we brought this up for discussion or new business for your deliberation and discussion. And in talking with elk program staff, there have been some improvements in the way these elk permits that are administered outside of the elk hunt drawing. We alluded to them earlier. There are a small number of special permits issued to the commission permit process, which is typically 10 or less elk permits per year. that you will award to nonprofits that can then be sold or transferred people as fundraisers for those nonprofits. There are landowner cooperator, there are voucher cooperator, and there are elk restoration permits, those different types of elk permits that are offered as incentives for private landowners to grant public access. So anyway, if Dr. Hast is still with us, I might let him comment briefly on some improvements that have been made here to reduce the incidence of this, and then we can talk about whether or not it's necessary to further put some teeth into this going forward. Dr. Hast.
Yeah, happy to jump in on that one. So back, Gabe Jenkins made some big changes where it essentially slowed the process down. In his time as coordinator, essentially that hunter has to be in the KDSS system prior to them using that tag. So that slows it down a little bit, makes it to where you really can't call us at 10 o'clock on a Friday night and be able to transfer your tag by shooting hours on a Saturday. And that has helped. So just going through some of the numbers on this. So in 2019, we made 8 transfers. 2020, we made 9. And this year we've made 3. Of those tags, we've had none of them in the last 3 years that have been transferred more than once. So they go to the hunter and then maybe that person transfers them again. That's what those numbers reflect. We're not getting any that go to that third person, which I think is important. Basically right now, it's not burdensome on our program to make those transfers. It continues to keep the value of that tag. I don't think there's any necessarily, at least in the last 3 years, any egregious transfer of these tags where they're getting passed around, the entire duration of the season.
Go ahead, Brian Clark.
So it's a discussion item. So at this point, John, would it be correct to say from the elk program standpoint, you don't see a big problem? I think some of the complaints have been lodged to law enforcement, but I don't know if we've had had many significant enforcement issues here. But it is a discussion item. We wanted to put it out to you all for discussion. I know some of the members, Dr. Kleiner, some others have received complaints over the last few years about this issue. And so, John, what you're saying is, the current status is it's legal for, would you mind identifying which permits may be transferred in this way? In other words, more than once?
Yeah, the table that I'm looking at here is specifically our landowner tags. That's what the vast majority of these extra elk tags are. Commission tags, in fact, cannot be transferred. So those 10 tags that are issued by you guys every year cannot be transferred. They go to the person and stay with that person. So landowner tags are what I've got in front of me.
Paul, can you weigh in on that?
Just from my knowledge,
am I putting pressure on you? If I'm going to be shot at, I want you. If I'm going to be shot at, I want you to get shot at too. Can you weigh in on this?
To speak from the knowledge I have, I don't think it's been a huge problem or being taken advantage of.
Okay. Anybody else? Nobody's saying anything.
And again, if it's at your discretion, board or body, you can let this one die if you don't think it's a significant issue. And we've had, like the turkey recruitment issue, the commission heard a lot of different things about it last year and kind of let it go. And then it came back up again this year because of significant sports person, hunter concern, and that being voiced to you all. And so you brought it back up, and that this is something you could kind of table indefinitely. And if it becomes an issue, you could always bring it back up later.
If the L coordinator and Paul Horn don't see a problem with it, then it's okay by me. I can tell you that. So, gentlemen, is there any need to move that on? Move that on to action item, or are you satisfied that we've got that worked out here by just hearing what they've had to say? Everybody good with it? Okay, thank you, Dr. Hast. New business items. We've got a couple of new business items, and then Josh Lillard and Ralph Swallows both have a couple, but let's go ahead and do the aircraft and drone new business item. Is the Colonel doing that or are you doing that?
Actually, I'll be here, and if Colonel Gibson's with us, he can jump in here at the in this.
Ms. Cronin maybe is going to talk to us about helicopters and airplanes. No, she said no. Colonel, are you with us?
The department, as much as possible, likes to be out of the helicopter business because it's taken us a long time to shed the mythology surrounding dropping rattlesnakes from helicopters to control the turkey population. So,
okay, Colonel Gibson.
Yes, sir.
Can you handle this one? Prohibit use of aircraft, drones, and helicopters.
Yeah, I think Deputy Commissioner was going to introduce it, but I don't mind to as well. Whoever you want to go first.
Happy to. We've I think multiple members of us, our staff, and the commission have been contacted either with complaints or concerns about the use of drones. We have not, to my knowledge, had so much of an issue with actual manned aircraft. However, I know states, personally know states that have, and so especially out west, this has been an issue and has been a cause for enforcement in states where they prohibited it. But the use of drones either for real-time immediate scouting, pushing or moving animals from one property to another using drones or unmanned aircraft, or harassing wildlife, even impeding other people's hunting, are all viable or valid concerns and issues. And law enforcement and others of us have, again, received complaints, if not seen this in action, seen this being done. It is actually emerging as an issue in fishing. And so even in fishing, people are using drones to cast lines, to take lines out from shore or a boat and cast them and even retrieve fish. So it pushes the boundaries, we believe, beyond the realm of fair chase, and then also impeding other people's experiences on the landscape, on the water. And so we are recommending or introducing here as new business, again, to put this in front of you all and in front of stakeholders, the recommendation that we prohibit the use of aircraft, including drones, helicopters, airplanes, and other aircraft for taking wildlife. And we've listed some of the different dimensions that fall under, or activities that fall under taking, including hunting, fishing, trapping, spotting, locating or reporting location of, harassing, transporting, or killing fish or wildlife. So again, this is just put it out there. We don't have to have a lengthy discussion, but at this time I did want to open it up for Q&A, and then also allow, before we do that, allow Colonel Gibson, if he has anything to add there, to share. We would exempt the department from research if we're doing a study. We would exempt other agents or authorized activities that would be appropriate, that wouldn't constitute a taking or some other illicit activity. And we also would, again, allow or exempt landowners who are engaged in lawful wildlife damage control activities. For example, if it was a permitted harassment to eliminate or move animals from a damaged situation that's under the auspices of law, we would allow for that.
Colonel, let me ask you, how are we going to discern a real estate agent who's taking his drone to go up and take pictures of a farm? How are we going to know he's doing that, not checking for where the deer are? And how are we going to know that Kenny Knott, who happens to own a drone for Anderson, and he goes up and peruses a timber stand, he goes up and flies over timber to kind of look the timber over? How are we going to be able to discern if he's looking at timber, if he's looking at deer?
So most of the states that we've looked at and the complaints that we've taken on this revolve around hunting activities. And many states have like a 24-hour clause prior to taking the wildlife. So if you were flying the drone today at 4 o'clock and you were putting your turkeys up for a roost tonight, you wouldn't be able to go back and hunt those turkeys the next morning. So it would be, that's typically the way most of the laws across the United States are written. I sent out a poll for all the other chiefs to send me their language and kind of get a feel for what other states were dealing with this as well. And
that seems to be a real common theory on it, because obviously there's activities that we don't try to impede a realtor or like you said, the logging stand, looking at timber. There's things that people want to do and have a good purpose for. It's just the intentional interfering of hunting or using it to aid in the assisting taking wildlife.
Yeah, I agree with that part, but I'm wondering how we're going to discern which one you're doing. I agree that they shouldn't harass game. I agree they shouldn't be trying to find where that elk is standing the day before they go hunt. But I think we'll run into trouble with how we know who's the good guy, who's the bad guy.
Right, and that would be through the investigation. The officer would need to determine all the facts of the matter and try to make his case on the information that's present on each individual situation. There'll be times that it will be hard to prove, and it's not one of those easy to enforce statutes, but a lot of people will comply just by the fact that we passed the regulation and they know that it is an enforceable regulation. Just the fact that it is illegal. And then when we have other people that are run up against the investigation on it, our officers have that tool to ask the right questions, look at all the facts around the circumstances, and determine if they want to take the matter to the court.
Are we also going to write citations when they're too close to the airport? That's federal law, or you're going to make the federal people write that citation?
We'll leave that to them. All federal stuff.
How about how high they're flying? Isn't it a 400-foot ceiling for private use? You have to have a license above 400 feet, isn't it, or something like that?
Yeah, we'll defer to the FAA to take care of those violations.
Okay. Other questions for the Colonel? Yes, sir, Ralph. Ralph, you got your mic. There you go.
Here I am. Colonel Gibson, we use technology for all kinds of hunting. We have cell phone. I've got 15 cameras out. It's sending me pictures. I know when the deer moves. I know when to go out, pattern him the whole bit. Now, the drone thing comes into play a little bit. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, is it not? I mean, if I'm not harassing the animal, but just observing, I'm just asking.
To your point, Mr. Swallows, many states followed suit with the cameras, but that wasn't an action that we felt would be appropriate here in Kentucky. Many states out west have already went after the cell phone cameras as well. That's not part of this recommendation. Our officers this year were met with numerous situations and complaints that I've taken here, and the officers in the field have taken, where hunters witnessed. I just took one. I think Commissioner Fisher, did you not just tell me about a neighbor down there, or someone had pushed a nice trophy buck out of a standing cornfield to start affecting the deer's habits, so that the deer was not actually visiting the neighbor's property the way it was before they started harassing the drone.
Yeah, landowner and a neighboring county reported that.
Yeah, and we had other situations in Eastern Kentucky where they were used for commercial activity to identify animals. And then the fair chase is the issue. I present this to you all and let you all decide if you want to take action on it or not. Our officers have asked for help in this issue. We kind of feel like we're a little bit behind most other states, as they have already kind of moved forward on regulating the use of drones and the assisting of taking wildlife as an unfair advantage. Or not fair chase. I bring this to you all just as a matter to consider. It's not our computer assisted hunting regulation does not encompass the aircraft or unmanned aircraft. Like I said, many of the states have moved forward on it. It's one of those tools that we would like to have available to us to regulate those as in the use of hunting, not in any kind of real estate or land surveying type matter at all, or FAA rules. This is literally to look at people trying to get an unfair advantage over on someone else's property, or even on their own property, roosting turkeys, determining or harassing deer or elk, moving them to places where they're able to shoot or kill them, where they wouldn't have been able to do so without the influence of the drone.
So Colonel, you'll get some other information from other states to share with us how they're doing.
Yes, sir. I have many of those already have been returned, and I have some model language.
Well, will you just send those by email to everybody, or how do you want to do that? Because if we get, or you're just going to include it in discussion item next time?
So I'd be more than happy to send up. I've got 3 or 4 that I think closely mirror our regulations here in the style and the manner that they're written. I'll be glad to send out the whole list, or I'll send out the top 3 or 4 choices for you all to take a look at and see if you all are interested in moving, if it be the commission's desire to move forward on a matter like this or not.
Yeah, if it pleases other commission members, I think it'd be great to send out a couple of 2 or 3 that you really hold up to be really good examples for potential for Kentucky, and that'd prepare them before we ever get to the discussion. Then they'd know what questions maybe to ask before the discussion. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get as much of this information disseminated to commission members so that we don't go to 4 o'clock with these meetings if we can avoid them. Okay, Paul, you had a question.
I just want to thank the Colonel for bringing this up. We had several officers this year contact us with issues in the field during elk season. Hunters being harassed, elk being chased, so one hunter could take it over another hunter. This more this year than in years in the past. It's really been an issue this hunting season.
Well, Paul, knowing your shooting skills, I'm surprised they didn't just contract you to just take them out up there. Just anti-aircraft them right out of the sky, knowing your shooting skills.
I don't think the FAA likes that but very much.
Okay, who else has questions?
Well,
Go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to have another comment. I've heard a lot of people starting to use them for turkey hunting to find fields off the roads, and they're flying them up to see if turkeys are in the field. So it gives an unfair advantage to turkeys. People go in, see them out in the field, and then try to sneak up on them reaping. So it's going to become more and more of a problem, and I think it's detrimental to our wildlife.
Good. Doug, you had something you wanted to say?
I did. I was just going to say there was a question about enforcing some of the situations, and I think the Colonel will attest to this. It's impossible to write a law that's perfectly down the line. For instance, you can't shine a light on a deer at night, but you can be outside looking for a gate to get out of a field or looking for a dog. Sometimes those drone infractions are going to have to be settled by the investigation of the CO and the appetite the prosecuting attorney has to go to court with it. And that's going to be a very, very small group of instances, but you just got to take them with it and do the best you can. Am I right, Colonel?
Yes, sir. I think that the investigation will tell whether it's a criminal matter or it was not intended to influence or affect the ability to take the wildlife. I don't think it's our business to be involved in it then.
Gentlemen, do any of you not want to pass this on as a discussion item next time? Any resistance to that? Doug, is there resistance on your part? Oh, your light just went on. Then let's just move that on to a discussion item next time. And Colonel, if you could, you might send the commission members a couple of good examples of other states for them to peruse before discussion next time.
Yes, sir.
Bear chase permit requirement. New business.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And the Colonel may be able to chime in here as well. Basically, there are a couple of different issues here for this new business item that we are seeking to address. And I'll be the first to admit here that this, again, is a new business item. It is draft in the sense that we are introducing for you all to consider, as well as for stakeholders to look at the specifics in terms of the pricing on these permits. What we try to do here was address a couple of concerns in KAR 2300, which is our bear hunting regulation, where from an enforcement standpoint, we have been requiring a chase permit for everyone who is on a chase cast, who's on one of these excursions. Some people have questioned that and questioned the clarity of the reg. And so we just want to make it abundantly clear in the regulation that for someone to be participating in one of these excursions or a chase, that they're required to have a chase permit, which again, it's a fraction of the cost of a harvest or a hunting permit. But we've also, the second piece of this is provided opportunity for non-residents explicitly to participate. We only had resident chase permits before or currently. And so this is an opportunity to present or create permits for non-residents, both adults and youths, to participate in these. We have family and friends, as we do for other kinds of hunting and outdoor activities, who want to come and participate. And this is a sort of a natural way, an extension of the growth of bear hunting and chase opportunities in Kentucky to facilitate non-residents to do it as well. So our proposal is to make explicit in the language of the regulation that all participants in a bear chase shall have a bear chase permit. And then secondly, to create non-resident permits for chase. And again, some straw dog, some hypothetical price points were listed here. What we tried to do here was look at the existing resident chase fees and then sort of create corollaries for non-residents, taking into consideration the price of other permits, including deer for non-residents and elk for non-residents. And so you see kind of a scale here, again, trying to be reasonable. And again, this is, subject to your feedback as representatives of the sports people out there, particularly hunters. And this is something we did a preliminary vetting with our commission members and also with the Bear Hunting Association. And so we're going to obviously seek further input and welcome you all to be sounding boards in your districts as you hear back from people between now and the next meeting when this is a discussion item. But Paul, you had something, sir?
I was just going to say, just from my opinion, the non-resident youth bear permit is pretty steep for a youth.
What?
The proposal for a youth bear permit, non-resident of $100, that's pretty steep for a youth.
Understood, sir. It's a good point. And just for comparison, the non-resident deer is quite low. So a non-resident deer permit for a youth is $15, whereas a non-resident permit for elk is $200. And so we tried to create, again, a price point that was, somewhat intermediate there, because bear is still a pretty special opportunity in Kentucky, but certainly open to your suggestions there, Paul and others.
Any questions or comments about that other than Paul's there, right there? Anybody have any resistance to moving that on as a discussion item, or what do you want to do with that, gentlemen? Moving on?
Moving on.
I see Ralph over there saying move it on. Okay, Josh, you go first with new business if you would, followed by Ralph with some new business that you all wanted to discuss. And then we'll get into the executive session. We're getting ready to work Mr. Fields and Ms. Cronin here in a minute.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Clowney.
They've been here all day eating tea and crumpets. We're going to put them to work here in a minute. So go ahead.
So I participate in the 5th District Federation meetings last Tuesday of every month up here in the 5th District. And one of my good friends, Mike Coyle, who he's an elk guide in the eastern part of the state, and he's a member of KIGA, came up with something that he presented at that meeting and asked me to bring to the floor for to go under discussion for our next regularly scheduled meeting. So under 301 KAR 2:132 elk hunting season permit zones and requirements, there's a section 14 elk permit deferral. And I believe this was originally the Kelsey Green Act that added this verbiage to this. What he would like to see added is a new section underneath section 14 that basically would say, and he's okay with the state coming up with the verbiage, but this is the verbiage that he put together. Add to the following to the end of section 14 that we have together currently would say the permit holder, or it says number 3, or the permit holder is a member of the United States Armed Forces, U.S. Army National Guard, U.S. Navy, U.S. Marine Corps, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Coast Guard, or U.S. Space Force, and received deployment activation, temporary duty assignment, temporary additional duty, mobilization orders to a location other than the service member's permanent duty station, which occur within 14 days of their drawn season dates. And it says number 4, the permit holder provides to the department a copy of deployment, activation, TDY, TAD, or mobilization orders at the time of initial deferral request. And then number 5, should the deployment, activation, TDY, TAD, or mobilization period exceed the original extension date, the deferral shall be renewed automatically until the deployment, activation, TDY, TAD, or mobilization has ended. Basically, to sum it up, the verbiage is to allow for deferral of an OAK permit to active military personnel if any of these situations were to arise.
Thank you, Josh. Is that 301? Would you give me that again? 301.
It's 301 KAR 2:132, and it's section 14, elk permit deferral.
Okay. You guys want to look that up, that might be worth you reading to see what language he wants to add to that for service members.
Yeah, there's nothing in it right now. It's just based on a death of the permit holder's spouse, child, or legal guardian. And then it says like what they have to do in order to qualify for that, what they have to show. This would be an additional to that, which would add what I just read.
What's the last number, Josh?
The last number of what?
Of the KAR.
KAR 2:132. And then it's specifically section 14, elk permit deferral.
I don't think there's going to be any resistance to making that a discussion item next time. Is that okay with everybody? Make that a discussion item about how maybe to change number 14 there to include service members.
Yeah, and Brian, I'll get you a copy of the verbiage that Mike put together here. He has already went out and he's got some, Kiga wrote a letter, Donald Thomas, the president, supporting it, as well as the League Kentucky Sportsmen supporting this also. But I just wanted to bring it up on the floor here to be brought forth as a discussion item next month, and then we can discuss it and then move it forward to an action item the following meeting. Not next month.
Thank you, Josh. And just if I may add, just a quick note, that was brought up at a elk working group meeting. Mr. Thomas brought that up and said, hey, this is something that's on the radar of the Guides Association, and it was brought up at a subsequent Guides Association meeting. Some of us were on as guests. And so familiar with it. Thank you for bringing that forward after they're taking action on it, and we'll certainly get it added to the next agenda.
Thank you, sir. Ralph Swallows, you're next, sir.
Yeah, I'm not sure this would be a new business item or it would need to be, but we've been here for a long time today. We spent a lot of time talking about all these issues. Transparency has come up multiple times. And I've had emails over the last, especially in this last week, where it's been said that we've not been transparent, especially about the fee license, the update we were looking at. And it occurs to me that we have instituted the 6-month system where an item comes new business discussion and goes to action items. And when I open the web page on Fish and Wildlife, we've got season dates, telecheck, contact. And if I wanted to find the agenda, the full agenda then comes out the week before this meeting. 2 weeks, we have the abbreviated agenda, and then we get the full agenda. But we've got this meeting and basically 90 days plus until the next meeting. We are going to vote on the discussion items that we passed on today. Because we've been accused multiple times of not being transparent, of trying to do things in collusion. I've had about enough of that as a commissioner. Publicly being said that commissioners don't want to talk to their constituents, that we are constantly trying to put something over. And I've been here for, this is my 4th year, and I just don't see that. I don't know where it comes from, basically, but what in my new business item would be that we take these items that are moving into action items and post them on the website so that people see that and know that we are going to vote on these things come the next commission meeting. And if they want to say something, we're not getting an email at 9:30 the night before saying we haven't put it out on the or talked about it. And it's just getting to the point of absurdity. And I think we should do something about it. And I would propose that we change the website so that we post these things where people can clearly see them as soon as they open that webpage.
Ralph, I feel your pain, but I'm going to give you an example that I think Brian Clark gave today. On this licensing thing, he went back and told everybody that it's right on, if they went back at the recordings and looked at the May, I think it's May, not June, May, we talked about it then. And then if you'd look again, was it in August?
No, it is.
Sir, this year is June.
And I am in full agreement, but
June and September, they're there. If they would just go back and look, an item that was a new item goes to discussion. Discussion goes to action. If they go back and look at the previous meeting, everything that's listed that you're just now talking about that was a discussion item is going to be an action item. Those people who are intent on trying to spread misinformation on you or me, or they're intent on not liking what you're going to do, there's nothing you're going to be able to do that's going to satisfy them, Ralph. And we've got business to conduct. And I just don't know how much more we can do other than go to the house of the individual and give them a hard copy every time they want something.
That's not the point. That's not the point. I just think that we can take action. So it's clearly stated, plainly stated. It's right out there all the time. They know what those items are going to be.
Well, anybody else got any comment about that? And you wanted to talk about that next time in discussion? I think Josh has talked about the transparency day. You've talked about your frustration. I know Doug has talked about his problem with a rumor about giving away WMAs. It's absurd. It's past absurd. It was absurd a long time ago. It's really past absurd now. Well,
my constituents to know, call me or email me anytime they feel they need to.
Thank you for bringing it up, and if you want to list it next time as a discussion item, we can discuss it, but I'm going to prepare you for the fact that it's probably not going to cease, no matter what you do.
Mr. Chairman, may I just
Sure, go ahead.
I'll just add or just share, and you may be well aware of this, Ralph. There is a section at the bottom of the homepage. So if a person goes to our homepage and look down at the bottom under, I think it's important links. But there's a link there for commission and committee meeting. We probably could now change it for committee or just commission, because the committees are, no longer there, but we leave committee in or have left committee in just for transparency for the past, for 2 years back and previous. So it is there for them. And I'm not saying it couldn't be more loud and proud. I would say a challenge for us. And we've trying to remember what the issue was. We had a stakeholder, I think I was at a district meeting, and they had a similar concern. And I said, and I'm just being honest, again, I just said our new website redesign was built based on displaying information to appeal to the most frequently sought information. And so commission, you know, we know here in person, there's a handful of people that come to commission meetings typically, depending on whether it's they're extremely vocal or they have a particular issue at stake. And so there's a relatively small proportion of our, you know, million-ish, you know, license and permit customers and voters who are going looking for this information. And so it's not something that the vast majority of people are looking for. And so it is there on the homepage. It's accessible to them. Of course, people could call. They have can't find it or whatever, and people do call our information center, and we direct them right to it. But still, that said, you know, if there's a way to enhance that, we certainly will. Maybe it's a different way of wording that link or something. I'm not sure, but we certainly can look at that, Ralph. So welcome your input there.
I have a brief comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Doug, go ahead.
I'm gonna make it brief, but as you know, I attended commission meetings many years before I was a commissioner. And I can remember the time when I would try to get there early to get a copy of the agenda for that meeting. There would be a few of them laid out on the table before you went in. That was it. They wasn't on the internet. They wasn't on the website. And the one you picked up, if you got there early enough to pick one up, was a condensed version. And to say that this commission or commissioner is not transparent is folly. That's crazy. And all the time we spend getting that out on the website, I'm telling you, I agree with you. The group that does that, you can't satisfy them. No way.
Yes, Mr. Mackey. Mr. Mackey?
Yeah, I'm clearing my throat here. I'm not going to mention any names, but you know, a lot of people are getting upset and worked up, and transparency keeps getting thrown around. I can't speak for a lot of other people, but as a commission member, I feel like I do need to say something, because on the 15th of October, I tried to reach a fellow commission member via email and had zero response. I called and left 2 voicemails for that fellow commission member. I got zero response. The 18th of October, I asked a commission member and a staff member for a list of the working groups and who was on those. I've still yet to receive one of those. You know, this license issue, yes, it was on the agenda. It was a discussion item. It was new business months ago. But we are the only people that have a clue what that's going to cost at the end of the day, because we were given possible information 22 days ago. Nobody else knows what it is. And I get part of that reasoning. But for me to listen to my constituents and they don't have information, and then we spent 30 minutes talking about this issue, whether, you know, if we vote to pass and clean up this language that's antiquated, are we going to be locked into that? You know, so we kept going around in a little circle on that issue because we were getting ready to vote on something. A lot of us had no idea, even though this thing had been listed for months, because we didn't know if we still had a say once it left. So, you know, there's my emotional little spiel to put in all this.
My questions on that, Commissioner Mackey, would make sure that everybody did know that, and that all of us and our constituents would know it, and there would be a record that we had discussed it. Because I realized that was the case.
Anything else before we move on to executive session?
I'd like to point out that Jesus offered eternal life and they killed him. So there's no way we're going to satisfy everybody. That's okay. You know, I don't always agree with everybody. I used to fight with my brother. I loved him. So, you know, I think the message here is to do your best, vote your conscience. And at the end of the day, we can go hunting and fishing and do so in one of the best places in the world to do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I have one thing.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lillard. I'm
Um,
moving on. That's it. I'm moving on.
that's fine. Can we go ahead and come up with a date for the special call meeting that we discussed?
Well, I'm not sure if Brian, can you kind of tell us of the time, or do you need to look at some questions that were brought up, and then
My question would be like time, what is a comfort level for members? My recommendation would be not to make it protracted. So for example, we might come back, my recommendation would be, we're not yet to mid-December, maybe we come back in mid-January. That would give everybody another month to, more fully hear from people, and, you all can provide answers. Again, it's an honest, I realize people have chagrin or have angst about the fact we're not providing prices. We don't have dollar amounts. We don't know these things because it's a competitive bid process. So we're trying to get we want to ultimately get the best product suite of services possible at the best price, the lowest price possible for our customers and for the department. And so I would suggest allow a month or a month and a half.
mid-January sound good to everybody? Mid-January, somewhere in there? If we get back to you real soon, mid-January, or maybe an hour? Will it not take more than an hour, do you all think?
And we could prepare for you all if it'd be helpful, like an FAQs, like a frequently asked questions, kind of a document or something, if you think that'd be helpful. And
I think it'd be helpful if you listed a few states, Brian, that had this and list the rates that they're paying as well.
Yeah, and we can keep it generic, not reference a particular vendor or anything like that, but just give some examples.
If you all think we can do it maybe in an hour and a half, something like that, we can do it mid-January if that's good with everybody. If we can get Sarah Cronin off the ski slopes long enough, Aspen, she might be able to get on the phone. Okay, I'm going to read this prior to entering closed session, as we always do. Mr. Fields, are you with us? Mr. Fields, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, not that Sarah can't handle it. I just wanted to make sure you were there too, so we wouldn't have any questions. All meeting of a quorum of the members of any public agency at which of any public business is discussed, or at which any action is taken by the agency, shall be public meetings, open to the public at all times except for specific items listed in KRS 61-810. The commission has business today that will require entering into closed session. KR 61-815 requires notice of the general nature of the business to be discussed in the closed session, the reason for the closed session, and the provisions of KR 61-810 that authorizes it to be publicly announced prior to entering closed session for most open meeting exceptions. Today, closed session is to discuss pending litigation against the commission. Closed sessions for litigation matters are not subject to the requirements of KRS 61-815. However, in the interest of transparency, we shall provide that information. In addition to the litigation discussions, we will be discussing two potential land acquisitions. Both acquisitions are potential land purchases. In today's session, the commission will receive updates regarding two pending litigation matters. Both cases are in Franklin Circuit Court. The first arising from Larry Richards' allegations of an open meeting violation. The second being an open records appeal by the Kentucky Open Government Coalition. This portion of the session will be closed to protect the commission's litigation interest. The closed session is authorized under KR 61-810 under section 1C. This section permits closed sessions for discussion of proposed or pending litigation against or on behalf of a public agency. The discussions of the potential land acquisition shall occur in closed session to protect the state's interest in the acquisition of land. It is well known that land acquisitions by the Commonwealth require a lengthy process of review and approval, generally requiring much longer timeframes than private party acquisitions. By identifying Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources' interest in the particular parcels, the general public would be alerted to the owner's willingness to sell the property, and the KDFWR may be a future purchaser of the property. As such, the publicity increases the likelihood other parties may make offers on the property. Such competing offers could increase the value of the properties. Alternatively, a private party could purchase a property from the current owner more quickly than the Commonwealth and require the Commonwealth to pay a premium to acquire it. The closed session is authorized by KRS 61810 under section 1B for the potential land acquisitions. No final action will be taken in the session and no other business will be discussed other than what I just described. During the closed session, necessary members of staff will be present to advise the commission and make presentations regarding the topics I have described. I would entertain a motion now for me to get a good deep breath and a motion to enter into closed session. Paul Horn makes the motion that we enter into closed session. Josh Lillard seconds it. I don't think there's any need for discussion. You all have had enough today. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. No. You're a no. You don't want to go into closed session, Ralph?
Oh, yeah, I do. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. You just said you didn't with your hand, so you're retracting that statement. I think that's why I said everybody's tired.
I did not intend to do that.
Motion passes. We will go into closed session to the public. We should be back within about 40 minutes, I would say, half an hour to 40 minutes. Thank you for standing by for the rest of the meeting.
Ready, posted. You should receive in your video feed an invitation to join a breakout group.
Welcome back to general session. We have exited the executive session to talk about land acquisition and an update on litigation. We had two projects that we talked about, Project A and Project B in land acquisition. So I'll open the floor to any motions or any discussion of those two acquisition pieces of property. Josh Lillard.
I'll make a motion that we proceed with acquisition of both A and B.
I have a motion that we proceed with acquisition of both A and B properties. Is there a second to that motion? Paul Horn seconds that motion. Is there any discussion about those two properties that we can discuss in general session at this point? If there is no discussion, Doug Morgan, Mr. Secretary, can you take a roll call vote? Mr. Morgan, you're going to have to turn on your microphone.
Okay.
Everybody who's got their phone muted, because I'm looking up here, there's two or three of you, you're going to have to unmute them so you can vote. Brian Fisher, unmute your phone, Brian Fisher. Brian Fisher, unmute your phone.
Well, when he's ready.
Commissioner Floyd,
I vote yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Commissioner Swallows,
Yes.
Commissioner Mackey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lillard,
Yes.
Commissioner Horn.
Yes.
I vote yes. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses and 1 absent, Mr. Chairman.
So the motion passes unanimously. Is there any further business before the commission today? Ms. Cronin, don't say anything. Well, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas. Thank you for your patience today. I hate that this meeting has gone this long, but believe me, and most of you know how I have done on this thing. I do my best to try to get us on through these things without much ado, but we had a lot of issues today that we had to discuss and a lot of controversies. So I wish you all a good Merry Christmas. If you drive anywhere, please wear your seatbelts. Have a good new year. I don't want to talk to any of you for the next 30 days. I will entertain a motion to Doug, you're laughing. You'll be calling me tonight. Yeah, I know you. You will be calling me tonight. I will entertain a motion to dismiss and adjourn the meeting. Brian Fisher makes the motion that we adjourn the meeting. Dr. Floyd seconds it. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you, Lord. Meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you all. Have a good day.
Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.